Notre Dame. She'll need your help at Saturday's game. Send those desperate prayers on high. Touchdowns from T will fall from the sky. What though the odds be 10 points or more? The BCS requires that we run up the score, while 100,000 sing Rocky Top once more. Go Big Orange!
Coming up on College Game Day, Team Martin has the defending champs back on track. But will the luck of the Irish be enough to derail the Vols? Joe Hamilton takes his Heisman campaign to Virginia, where Thomas Jones will try anything to get his name on the ballot.
Dane train, Dane train, Dane train, Dane train.
The Dane train rolls into West Lafayette to face armed and dangerous Purdue, while the national title contenders continue their battle for BCS respect. And Washington's do-it-all quarterback has the Huskies dreaming of Pasadena.
College Game Day, live from Big Orange Country, next.
Sunshine trying to bust through on a cool autumn morning on Rocky Top. A big game feel in the air, and tonight more than 107,000 will pour into Neyland Stadium. A sea of orange to greet the Golden Domers. It's rare that a worthy challenger visits Tennessee in November. The folks are ready 8.5 hours away from kickoff. Welcome to College Game Day. Lee Corso, 8-0 in his headgear picks this year.
Thank you.
Kirk Herbstreit excited to be right here where Ohio State clinched the Final Four last year.
Right. That's it.
Tony Barnhart revisiting the scene of your pick of Georgia over Tennessee. Hey, it's our 50th College Game Day Roadshow. Number 50, goldenth anniversary of what all started in the Golden Dome.
And remember, Notre Dame beat Florida State that day when we were there.
Ooh. Florida State came back to win a national championship.
Yeah, could be.
We promised T and A in this show. T. Martin. As for A, there was that blocked field goal off a rear end and a key injury to that part of the body. Coming into the 1991 game I'm referring to, Notre Dame hosting Tennessee there. Notre Dame was among the elite programs in the country. Tennessee was trying to get up there. The roles are reversed right now. The Vols need to avoid 4 upset bids and hope for 3 upsets among the teams ahead of them in the BCS to have a chance to repeat their national title. At 5-3, 4 straight wins, 3 narrow escapes, Notre Dame begins a stretch that Bob Davie believes will define their season. Remember, they lost 5 straight games away from home. Welcome to Tennessee's 20-game home winning streak. Notre Dame, Tennessee call it Rockney Top. Question is, can the Tennessee players who grew up in the 90s, grew up in the South mostly, really respect the mystique of a Notre Dame team that just almost lost to Navy?
Well, I think that's a good question, Chris. But, you know, when I talked to the Tennessee kids early this week, they said, yeah, we're looking forward to taking on that Notre Dame mystique and all that tradition. But when you talk to the kids from Notre Dame, they don't talk about tradition. They talk about talent. And they say that Tennessee's got a whole lot of it.
What concerns me is they have linemen that run like linebackers. They have linebackers that run like secondary players, you know, and I mean, they're just talented.
They play well as an offense. They play, you know, from the offensive lineman to the fullbacks to the quarterback and tailback. I mean, they all play together, and they really understand their game plan, and they implement their game plan each and every week.
Hope we have some luck with the Irish in Tennessee this weekend. You know, I'm not saying we need luck, but I'm saying, you know, anything helps. Anything helps against the defending national champs.
Now for Tennessee, Cedric Wilson's been nursing a bad hamstring this week, but Coach Philip Fulmer told me yesterday he would be ready to go. But even if he's not, they've got Dante Stallworth, who had 130 yards receiving against South Carolina this week. And Kirk, you know, the Notre Dame kids are right. Tennessee's very talented, but they're also very, very deep.
Make sure Joey Getherall's not giving a pregame pep talk from Notre Dame. This is a great opportunity tonight, I think, for the Irish. You know, you look at when Bob Davie took over this football program, Notre Dame fans have talked about returning to the glory days. If you look and think about it, they've not finished the year in the top 10 since 1993. Not saying they're headed there this year, but tonight against the defending national champion Tennessee Volunteers, they will find out how far their program has come or how far they have to go to reach the elite in college football. Forget about how they played last week against Navy. These players realize Tonight, they have a chance to resurrect his program.
Well, Kirk, speaking of elite programs, in a recent poll by the Harris Poll conducted to find out the nation's favorite college football team, Notre Dame was number 1 for the 3rd straight year. Tennessee was in there. This is the game I've been waiting to see all year. It's America's team, Notre Dame, against the pride of the South, Tennessee. It's the Leprechaun against Davy Crockett. It is the Irish fight song. Yeah, against Rocky Top. And let me tell you, this is it. We're here. Life is good.
They love you, baby. They love you here.
All right, now get ahead and give the press conference. You know, a lot of implications in this game, and certainly Philip Fulmer, one of the very few coaches in America who has a clear sense of the big picture, and he's not afraid to talk to his team about it. And the big picture these days means the Bowl Championship Series standings. The Vols no longer the highest-ranked team with a loss. They got leapfrogged by Florida. The Georgia game raised Florida's strength of schedule. Playing winless South Carolina dropped the Volunteers' strength of schedule. But the reverse could be true in coming weeks because the Vols get solid Notre Dame and Arkansas. Florida tries to clinch the division against Vandy and the Gamecocks. Status quo in the top 3. The Noles off, just trying to stay out of trouble so as not to spoil Bobby Bowden's 70th birthday on Monday. Please don't do that. The BCS, this decimal point stuff, really creates some strange bedfellows, Tony.
Well, it really does, Chris. You know, Coach Philip Fulmer said he spends a few minutes every week talking about the big picture that Chris referred to, and this is what he told his team this week. He said, guys, we may not get back to the SEC championship game, but we are still very much in the hunt for the national championship. But there's an irony here. See, because I think Tennessee's best scenario is for Florida to knock off number 1 Florida State and then lose in the SEC championship game. So that means, Coach, in 2 weeks, the Gators, the Vols, have got to pull for the Gators. You think they can actually do that?
Forget about it. Florida will be ready against Vanderbilt, that's for sure, because for the first time in 12 games, the Gators face a Vanderbilt football team that has a winning record, 5-3 the time they're playing. Number 2, Florida has not been to the SEC title game in 2 years. And Steve Spurrier is sneaking around the woodshed. He wants that one. The Gators are like piranhas. They see some blood, they'll eat up Vanderbilt in South Carolina.
I agree with you. The team trying to hold off Florida and trying to get back on track of the Virginia Tech Hokies. Look at their young quarterback. One of the things that has helped Michael Vick this year, the experienced players around and big offensive line, talented running backs, and some wide receivers who can make big plays. Today, Andre Davis, already 4 catches on the year for over 50 yards, 6'1", 200-pound sophomore. You got to remember, West Virginia has struggled this year with defense. They are 103rd in the nation in total defense. Look for Davis and Ricky Hall to have big days receiving. And my man Michael Vick's going to run and throw all day. Virginia Tech will get back on track. They'll win big in Morgantown.
I think old Frank Beamer might be sneaking around the woodshed there. They might want to win big. Extra motivation because kicker Shane Graham snubbed on the Groza ballot. You know, a win could set up the biggest day in the program's history for Virginia Tech. Next week, Miami visits, and Penn State ahead of them faces Michigan. Could be big. A lot more coming up on College Game Day from Rocky Top as folks get ready. Quick shot of Superman there. We'll talk about the Volunteers. Superman. T-Mark just keeps getting hit and hurt, but he keeps playing on. 500 yards total offense for Marcus Tuiasosopo, but he's not 100%. And Joe Hamilton, an important game for his Heisman campaign against Virginia, which has some serious quarterback issues. We're coming back to Knoxville after this.
We're on the road to number 1. If everyone's dream to join our team, we know how they like to play. We make every single Saturday football holiday. BCS the bus up on the guest we must headed out of town. Think left, go right to the party coming down. America's biggest road show. Come down to New Orleans. And the Nokia Sugar Bowl on ABC.
Yeah! Woo! We're on the road to the Nokia Sugar Bowl! And nothing's gonna stop us! Look out!
Now what? There's an easier way to the national championship. Nokia's Road to Number 1 sweepstakes. Just buy any Nokia model phone in a specially marked box and you can win trips to the Nokia Sugar Bowl or thousands of other great prizes.
I'm not giving up shotgun.
Nokia. Connecting people. You know, Kenny and I never compare statistics.
Or Super Bowls.
That way we can drink our Miller Lights without arguing. Right, Mr. Fewer career touchdown passes than me?
Right, Mr. Never Been to the Big One.
We only talk about why Miller Lite tastes great.
It's the choice hops.
No, Snake. Miller Lite tastes great because it's smooth. But let's not fight.
Yeah, you're right. Let's be friends.
Table ready for Mr. I don't have as many passing yards to stand fouts?
Hey, that's you.
Miller Lite. Taste the true Pilsner.
You are so beautiful. To me, you are so beautiful. To me.
College Game Day is brought to you by Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right. And by Inspired Technology with a human touch. Nokia, connecting people.
Little morning balloonist. Never a shortage of hot air when College Game Day comes to town. You know, Breeze versus Dane is getting more hype, but this ACC battle features the nation's most efficient passer against the current rushing leader, Joe Hamilton, Thomas Jones. Joe Ham, 101 yards short of the all-time conference total offense record. He's the reason Tech converts 54% on third down. It's 5% better than anyone else. That's amazing. Meanwhile, Jones can become the first ACC back to win a national rushing title since Brian Piccolo, 64 at Wake Forest.
Well, you look at Joe Hamilton. He's been doing it all year long. He's led the nation in passing efficiency from week one, third in the nation in total offense, and right now he and Ron Dane have to be the front runners for the Heisman Trophy.
Thomas Jones leads the nation in rushing. And remember one thing, Virginia's all-time rushing leader is Thomas Jones. He'll hurt Georgia Tech today.
Cavs try to snap a three-game home losing streak. They'll start David Rivers, who's been mostly a long snapper this year at quarterback. Dan Ellis has the Seminole hangover. Quarterback Jonathan Beasley of Kansas State faces a challenge from Colorado today and will meet the man behind Raynock Thompson and that very tough Volunteer defense.
Daddy, Stuart's here.
Morning. Little freak.
Mom, Dad, this is Stuart. Oh, so you're Stuart. Oh, Dad, you guys have so much in common.
Okay, Stuart. So, what are your plans for the future?
Well, I wouldn't mind living here.
Yeah. No, what's your passion, Stuart?
I like to trade online.
Oh, online trading. It's only a fad.
You ever heard of Ameritrade?
I'm a stockbroker, son.
Dad, he only pays $8 a trade.
You know, you give a kid a computer and he thinks he can beat the market.
Oh,
I don't want to beat the market. I want to grab it, sock it in the gut a couple times, turn it upside down, hold it by the pants, shake them out till all those pockets empty, all that spare change you've been grabbing from me. Let's eat.
I want to have his baby.
Call toll-free 1-888-396-6009. Ameritrade. Believe in yourself.
Well, what do you think about utilities?
Harold. People think I live a pampered life, but I work hard to keep up my business. For example, I always manage to wake up first thing in the morning and catch that 11 a.m. Sports Center.
Babe Ruth, Johnny Unitas, Muhammad Ali, and Michael Jordan are among the greats in ESPN's Sports Century, the definitive book about sports in the 20th century. ESPN Sports Century, available at bookstores now.
Couple of Big 12 heavies trying to circle the wagons and salvage their seasons. They collide in the Cornhuskers' place today. Second of three revenge games for Nebraska. They fumbled it away at Texas. The Aggies are questioning team unity and leadership as they visit Lincoln for the first time since '72. They have been an awful road team lately and a poor running team behind the 6 different offensive line combinations in 6 games. Last year against the Huskers, they had 200-yard rushers. So far this year, they haven't had a back reach 100 yards. That game last year snapped the 19-game Nebraska winning streak. It seems like a long time ago.
In State College, that's what they're talking about, hoping that when the running game struggled last year, they were able to get it going against Nebraska. They hope the same will be true today. But Chris is right. It has been a problem all year. In fact, they don't have a back on their roster averaging even 50 yards a game. Today, those concerns will continue against a swarming Husker defense. Look for them to crowd the line of scrimmage to stop the run and force the Aggies to throw. When Nebraska gets the ball back to their offense, they've got to be doing more of this. Throw the football down to Bobby Newcomb downfield. If they're able to do that, it's going to open up running lanes, and by doing that, obviously, you have more balance. Nebraska can no longer just line up and run the football. They've got to throw the ball to open up everything else. I like Nebraska to win.
Kirk, I coached against Nebraska 4 times in the 1970s. I've watched them in the 80s, and I've watched them in the 90s. The big difference now as compared to then, they don't have a great breakaway runner or speed at tailback, and that's keeping them from being a great football team. Fast tailback or not, I think Nebraska's good enough to beat Texas A&M today.
Dan Alexander's got to overcome that case of fumbleitis. You realize to start with that loss to A&M last year, Nebraska is 1-4 against teams ranked in the top 25. Wow.
Keep that stat for next week.
Well, next week, Kansas State comes calling. Today, a Manhattan showdown of 2 teams that actually control their destiny in the Big 12 North. We expect the Wildcats' top tailback, Frank Murphy, to return from an ankle sprain. David Allen is also healthy, so it sets up a showdown of returned supermen, along with Colorado's Ben Kelly, who has 4 touchdowns this year. K-State's BCS credibility is on the line. They're at number 6 right now. They are playing this season with an even bigger chip on their shoulder pads because they started at preseason number 19. But if the Cats and their fans are cautious, it's because they were so close to their dreams last year when suddenly it all came crashing down.
Had we won that ball game, we would play for a national championship.
Touchdown! Touchdown! Got it! Touchdown! The Aggies upset Kansas State.
Last year was tough for us. I mean, I know it's in the back of the guys' minds that came back, and, you know, we'll make sure if we get in that situation again, we don't want it to end like it did last year.
There was a lot of talk about, you know, just putting it behind us and not thinking about it, but I'm sure everybody that's back this year has it in the back of their mind and how disappointing it was.
Day by day, game by game, week by week. That's how Kansas State has survived. Survived 1998 season-ending collapse. And surviving the departure of star quarterback Michael Bishop, who finished second in the Heisman voting and now plays for the New England Patriots. Replaced in 99 by redshirt junior Jonathan Beasley.
Jonathan Beasley is not Michael Bishop, and he understands that. And so we visited him about that, and he is mature enough to understand that he can only do what he can do.
And I knew that when coming into the season that, you know, people are comparing Mike and myself to Mike, knowing, saying that, you know, Mike was a great player and that, you know, he's going to have tough shoes to fill. And I took that as a challenge.
But him, you know, he got to get involved, you know, let the game come to him. And, you know, try to stay away from making mistakes. And, you know, take advantage of every opportunity, you know, to put points on the board as he can get.
Jonathan has been in our program for a long period of time, but he's never had the opportunity to step up and be a starter, and this is a new experience for him in that respect.
Beasley, who's been at Kansas State since 1996, first as a backup to Brian Cavanaugh, and then Michael Bishop in 97, attempted only 28 passes before taking over the offense this season.
You can't coach experience. And the fact that he was here for 3 years and played as a backup quarterback, but very seldom did he play as a backup quarterback, quite frankly. It's not the same in the meeting room and film room and practice as it is in the game.
I've been a little inconsistent, but I mean, I thought I've improved the last 3 or 4 weeks, and I mean, the offense has confidence in me, and I have confidence in them.
Confidence bolstered by Beasley's 6-touchdown performance against Oklahoma State, overcoming a 21-point deficit with 44 unanswered points.
He's come a long way from the beginning of the season. He's doing a great job now, and he's just taking control of the team and getting things rolling for us.
The thing he's not doing is he's not throwing any interceptions carelessly, and you know, he's getting us into the right schemes with the running game, and we're very pleased at the progress that he's making right now.
I have seen, you know, a good deal of improvement in Jonathan's play and in his preparation throughout the course of the season, and he's getting, you know, closer and closer to being able to play with the kind of consistency that we would like for him to play with. Things weren't going to go the way we wanted right away, but I knew that as an offense, if we worked on it day in and day out, we could, you know, get back to where we were last year and, you know, just create our own identity for 1999.
Like a lot of folks, I'm not sure we've given Kansas State enough credit this season. But the Buffaloes do have a serious motivation here, a number of reasons, but one of them is they're shocked and upset to be 2.5 touchdown underdogs. And in similar situations in recent seasons, they have been very pesky. You can look that up.
You're right about that.
We will look it up.
We will. Colorado's defense has been improving over the last couple weeks. With that in mind, I think one of the key matchups today will be their cornerbacks, Damon Wheeler and Ben Kelly, against the talented Kansas State wide receivers, Quincy Morgan and Aaron Lockett. Lockett is the quick, undersized man who can get it done with quick feet, averages 15 yards per reception, 2 touchdowns on the year. Quincy Morgan, the junior college player, 6'2", 215, more physical. He leads the Cats in catching, receiving, everything. Touchdowns, you name it. He is the man to look for today for Kansas State. Kansas State has outscored their opponents 218-23 at home this year. Manhattan has become a very intimidating place to play. Look for an inspired Colorado team to keep it close. But I think Kansas State will win this game. I think it'll be a close ball game.
That's a nice pick. Nice pick. Now, I'll give you another stat here or two. Kansas State is undefeated, and one of the main reasons is their offense. They average over 41 points per game. The 2 offensive stars are quarterback Jonathan Beasley and tailback David Allen. Number 18, Beasley can scramble. Here he hits number 32, Allen, in a 14-yard touchdown pass last week. David Allen is also a great punt returner. He can score that way. Here's the stat of the week. Kansas State finishes strong. They outscore their opponents 172-10 in the second half. Obviously, the second half, Kansas State beats Colorado.
Well, they get that blitz going. It's pretty simple for Colorado. Avoid turnovers. That's been a problem. And try to create some. Have you picked Kansas State, Nebraska yet? Are you out? Are you on record?
Almost.
I just wanted to make sure you were
Kansas State. Already.
Coming up, we'll talk Wisconsin, Purdue. Ron Dane's record chase takes him to the Boilermakers' place. Does the record equal the Heisman? And next, a game plan breakdown. The Irish option against the Vols' defensive speed sideline to sideline.
You know how you're supposed to eat Pizza Hut stuffed crust pizza?
Bill doesn't get it. Backwards, Bill. The other way. Backwards, Bill. Backwards. That a boy. Now bite it. Billy. Bite it, Billy.
Jill's not afraid to eat her stuffed crust backwards. Everybody knows how to eat stuffed crust pizza backwards. With a ring of cheese baked right into the crust, it's the most fun you can have with a pizza. A large one topping is $9.99. Jill's made of tougher stuff than Bill.
Take a bite, Billy. Backwards, Bill. Keep your chin up, Bill.
Stuffed crust, another one of the best pizzas under one roof.
I can't believe you tore a stunt like that. What were you thinking? You weren't thinking, were you? I don't think so. You think you're different? You think you're special? No, I don't. Get that camera out of here. Did we go over this? We did. You want to coach this team? I didn't know it was the last one. He's so insensitive. These are mine too.
It's a dog-eat-dog world, with every dog looking for his day. So it's all work your butt off and watch your tail. Now you know how to do that, don't you? Learn new tricks. Rico is in your corner with the digital solutions that make your workplace work.
Are you ready for this?
Hit me with your best shot.
Kick old man winter in the teeth with Prestone Antifreeze, the #1 way to fight corrosion and protect your aluminum radiator to 84 below. Get in the Prestone zone so nothing can stop you now.
America Online introduces new version 5.0.
AOL is always adding new stuff. 5.0 is really easy.
The easiest just got easier.
5.0 rocks.
There's just a wealth of things that you can only find on AOL. America Online new version 5.0. Sign up today.
I was looking for an onion, a really big onion, a blooming onion as big as your head. One bite of that onion and bam, you were hooked. I mean, you want to have more and more, and you think about them, you dream about them, you just got to have them. And you can't stop, and you go anywhere, no spices. Oh, yeah, I'm telling you, I was consumed by that onion. And that onion was consumed by me.
It's easy to get a bloomin' onion. Get to Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right.
How's about a nice juicy steak to go with that bloomin' onion?
Steak? Hey, why didn't I think of that? I love steak. Big, juicy.
On Campus is presented by Outback Steakhouse, proud sponsor of the 2000 Outback Bowl.
They arrive here by land and by water, and throughout the day, the fleet and the volunteer Navy will arrive. And one on the left, that might be the Admiral's boat. I think that's right out of Monte Carlo or something. You know, when a defense features a couple of stud all-conference lineman types and a Butkus semifinalist at linebacker and 2 Thorpe semifinalists, you might think that the defensive coach's job is just to shut up and stay out of the way. Wrong. Not quite that simple. When you got a defense that's allowed exactly 1 rushing touchdown in the last 44 quarters, yet, you know, when you talk about the real name defensive coordinators, the name of John Chavis is sometimes left off, and that's a mistake, I think, Tony.
Well, I think it really is. You know, in fact, in 1995, Philip Fulmer, the head coach of Tennessee, was given permission to go out and find the best defensive coordinator he could find. Money was no object. But instead, Fulmer decided to promote from within and named John Chavis his 38-year-old linebacker coach. Now, at the time, it was not a popular decision with Tennessee fans. But today, Chavis is being hailed as the chief of Tennessee's nationally ranked defense.
Well, I knew it wasn't going to be a very popular decision, you know, just from the standpoint, again, that nobody knew John, and everybody wants the gunslinger out there, the guy with a name.
The day that he called me and said, John, we need to get this done. Are you ready? I said, yeah, Coach, I'm ready. He said, well, buckle up the chin strap. He said, it may be a tough road, but we're going to make it.
In only John Chavis' 3rd game as defensive coordinator, Florida scored 48 unanswered points and beat the Vols 62-35. Around the state, fans screamed that Chavis was in over his head.
We had a terrible, terrible second half against Florida.
The 2-point lead for Tennessee, and Purple is back. He's got a man open in the end zone. Touchdown, Hilliard. He's got 4.
It's been the worst nightmare of my life and a lot of Tennessee fans' life. And obviously the critics were there, and rightfully so, because we didn't play very well.
But Chavis has spent a lifetime proving his critics wrong. When no one thought he could play in Division I, the son of a South Carolina sharecropper walked on at Tennessee and earned himself a scholarship.
I got, drawn a lot of strength from my mother. The one thing that she taught me was to believe and have hope. And I think in anything that you do, you've got to believe and you've got to have hope that you can be successful.
After the Tennessee defense paved the way to the 1998 National Championship, Chavis became one of the most respected coaches on the volunteer staff. The man they affectionately call Chief mixes a healthy combination of discipline and tough love to keep one of the nation's top defenses in check.
It kind of stayed on my butt hard when I first got to college, but, as the years progressed, it really paid off, and, I give most of my credit, to him as far as me being a good linebacker.
He's this real intense coach. Wish he could strap on a helmet and some shoulder pads and just get after a quarterback come Saturday.
He's one of those coaches that he wants everything done right, and if it's not, he's going to get on to you.
Kids want discipline, and he's very good at that, but he's also very good at reaching out and hugging their neck when he needs it too.
This summer, Chavis turned down a job opportunity with the Indianapolis Colts, focusing instead on building another top-rated Tennessee defense. Now, a few weeks ago, Chavis gave a speech before the Knoxville Quarterback Club, and those folks stood up and gave him a standing ovation. He said it was a most emotional moment for him. Kirk, I think you got to say that Chavis, everything he's gotten, he's earned. The guy is one heck of a football coach.
I agree with you. I think, in my mind, a few reasons that John Chavis has had so much success here at Tennessee. It comes down to recruiting and respect. Last couple years, Tennessee has had the most athletic defense in all of college football, and that's because of the great recruiting effort. Respect. Look at the players. You talk to the players, and they talk about not only does he motivate us and get us ready to play, when it comes down to understanding the game, things like schemes, blitzes, alignments, they're very smart. John Chavis's defense play with more instinct, or as much instinct, as any defense you're going to see in college football.
Okay, let's talk about another side of the ball. Let's talk about Notre Dame. They got a heck of a football coach. He's Kevin Rogers, their offensive coordinator. And when you're watching the game tonight, watch the Notre Dame game plan to consist of the following things. Number one, establish the power game inside. Why do they do that? Because if they can run inside, then they got Jarius Jackson's on the outside and the bootlegs. Jarius Jackson at the end of the game will be applauded by the Tennessee people as being a great athlete. I tell you what, the Irish will give this Tennessee defense all they can handle tonight.
Well, Kevin Rogers' scheme gave the Tennessee defense trouble last year when he was at Syracuse, but that was different personnel.
Sure.
Did you notice, by the way, that Raynoch Thompson has Chavis's old number?
No,
number 46.
We're not the same hairstyle.
We would never, it would never have that old hairstyle that Chavis had. We're going to come. Have we mentioned that Ron Dane and Drew Brees are playing each other? And by the way, Wisconsin also meets Purdue in what's been one of the best rivalries in the Big Ten, exciting games in recent years. We'll talk about that one straight ahead on Game Day from Knoxville.
On Campus is presented by Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right.
Today's Sports Century Classic Moment is brought to you by Lincoln Financial Group.
With a 3-5 record, Purdue is a decided underdog to undefeated and #1 Michigan. Tailback Scott Dierking rushes for 162 yards and 2 touchdowns. And Rock Supan kicks a fourth-quarter field goal. Michigan misses a late field goal. Purdue has a shocking 16-14 upset on November 6, 1976.
40 years ago, we started this business. 10 years ago, our sons wanted to help. Last year, our daughter decided to join. Our whole family is in the business. How do we make sure the business stays in our family?
At Lincoln Financial Group, we provide clear, understandable business succession planning to help you preserve the work of a lifetime. Lincoln Financial Group, clear solutions in a complex world.
That one should be fun, maybe even one that the folks present will still be talking about in their rocking chair years. Today, the Big Ten's all-time leading rusher hooked up with the eventual all-time passing king. It's Wisconsin against Purdue. Rivalry split 2-2-1 in the last 5. Large bowl implications. It's also Ron Dayne on his record chase. He needs 321 yards to catch Ricky Williams. And Drew Brees, who was an amazing 55 of 83 for 494 yards in last season's loss at Madtown. Complete clash of styles here, but every defender on both sides of the ball is excited. In fact, Jamar Fletcher, who had a big pick and a touchdown against Brees last year, says this is a defender's dream to face Drew Brees. Alvarez says it's a nightmare. Oh, by the way, there's a Heisman angle to this game, too.
Yeah, I guess there is. Ron Dayne needs 321 yards. Don't worry about this week. Next week, he plays Iowa, who's one of the worst rushing defenses in all of college football. It's a done deal. He has the record. However, today, Drew Brees may be the one celebrating. And look at this matchup. You think about Wisconsin's talented cornerback tandem, Mike Eccles, Jamar Fletcher. Because of that, look for Purdue to go inside to their wide receivers, try to get a matchup against the safeties and linebackers. He'll use different formations and motions, try to get the ball to Vinny Sutherland, one of the quickest wide receivers in the Big Ten. That'll set things up for Chris Daniels, tall wide receiver. Once they are able to execute inside, that will open up the outside, and that's when Daniels will take over. Purdue is 15-2 at home under Joe Tiller. I think it'll be 16-2 today. I think they beat Wisconsin, and by beating Wisconsin, the Big Ten will be the loser because they'll lose their chance for 2 teams in the BCS with the Badgers going down today.
Nice pick.
Thank
Controversial, but nice pick. I tell you what, to try to stop Drew Brees, the quarterbacks, defensive corners, and defensive secondary people are now rushing 3 and 4 people, and they're covering with 7-8. And well, you know what that does? That loosens up the defense and allows Purdue to run the football. And number 29, Montrell Lowe is the key. Montrell last week against Minnesota had 28 rushes, 127 yards. Purdue leads the Big Ten in passing and total offense. Their battle offense, and they're terrific. Their balanced offense will outscore Wisconsin. Purdue wins the game.
By the way, Ricky Williams was asked about Ron Dayne chasing his record. Didn't have much to say. He said Dayne is, quote, a good back. But he said he'd use his Heisman vote for Major Applewhite. Says Major's the best player in college football. Hey, speaking of quarterbacks, a couple of guys who first met 4 years ago on a recruiting visit in South Bend. Jarius Jackson and T. Martin renew acquaintances when we come back.
If you want more choices with more taste, we're your buds. Where else but Sonic can you get an extra long coney? Fun has never tasted so good. You get that extra kick of chili on top, all that melted cheddar cheese. We'll even toss in those tots you love to pop. That's one very tasty meal at one very tasty price.
Sonic America's driving.
This month, don't miss our new apple pie shake. It's thick, creamy, and tastes so much like homemade apple pie. It even has bits of pie crust mixed in.
We're on the road to #1. 01 Street to John.
gonna stop us. Look out!
Now what?
There's an easier way to the national championship. Nokia's Road to #1 sweepstakes. Just buy any Nokia model phone in a specially marked box and you can win trips to the Nokia Sugar Bowl or thousands of other great prizes.
Looks like you finally found yourself a date for the game.
Nokia. Connecting people.
Grandma, I quit my job.
What?
Done.
What about that rent you promised, Mark?
Internet.
Yeah.
The idea is giant, and I can work out of the house.
This house?
Yeah. Oh, I need a few things.
Data ports, meeting rooms, 24-hour business services, and catering. What does this look like, a Holiday Inn?
Find out why more business travelers choose us over anyone else. Today's Holiday Inn.
In the name of progress, man has given up more and more control to the machines of his own creation. Perhaps it is time to take some of it back. The thoroughly exhilarating TL with 5-speed sequential sport shift from Acura.
Tradition is brought to you by Acura. Cars are our passion. Engineering is our art.
It's fitting that Tennessee is a part of Notre Dame's 1999 schedule. This series has featured 4 straight come-from-behind victories, including the biggest road comeback ever at South Bend. 1991 Volunteer comeback from 31-7 down that featured the aforementioned deflected field goal of Spencer Riley's rear end. Back to 99, where poor clock management, poor officiating, and a poor effort against Michigan State put the Irish in a 1-3 hole. Since then, they pulled off a season-salvaging 4-game win streak, featuring those tried-and-true themes of overcoming long odds, battling adversity, receiving assistance from higher powers. So, light a candle, cue the fight song as Larry Beal gets to the bottom of the comebacks of Notre Dame.
We know when the game is on the line that we can overcome anything.
As long as there's time on the clock, then we feel we have a chance to win.
But in 2 early season tests at Michigan and Purdue, time ran out on Notre Dame. And after a lackluster home loss to Michigan State, the Irish ended September 1-3.
I think losing those 2 nail-biters, hurt us against Michigan State, and they beat us in the 4th quarter. Usually in the 4th quarter, we play with a lot of pride, and that game it didn't look like no one wanted to be out there.
And then came October, a ride of big plays, crucial, some would say questionable calls, and thrilling comebacks. A 16-point deficit to Oklahoma, erased. A 21-point deficit to arch-rival USC, eclipsed with the help of a friendly bounce.
I don't necessarily believe in luck, but, I think God was smiling on us during that game.
In the locker room, I never seen everyone jumping around, going crazy. It was one of the biggest wins we've ever had.
Every time, something happens in the game, we know that we can turn, something bad happens, we know we can turn it into a positive.
Even the games we've won, we'd had to struggle to get the win, but I guess, we like to be tied at halftime or losing at halftime,
To me, it's like when I'm down, that motivates me even more. I think when you're up by a lot of points, particularly with this team, I think sometimes we get out of the groove. When I'm under pressure, I think that's when I play my best.
Anytime that we needed a big play or needed something, to happen, he's always been there.
It's amazing to me. I think this team plays according to how our opponents play. It may sound weird, but that's the way I've been perceiving it.
That perception has been the reality. And the reality is a team fighting its way back uphill in a season that can be classified as...
It would have to be that's a tough thing.
It's exciting.
It's like a roller coaster ride.
I wish it would be a little easier. If we're going to lose, just let us lose and not worry about it being so emotional. If we're going to win, let us win, not be so emotional. But this team has been so up and down this season. However the outcome is, it really doesn't matter as far as how we win.
5 of the Irish 7 games, you ready? Have been decided on the final series here. I think as a hefty underdog tonight, Bob Davie, we would take that.
Chris, there's good news for Notre Dame. The good news is this. They won 4 games in a row. That's interesting, and they never give up. Remember one thing about them. They run 3 of those 4 games in the fourth quarter. The bad news is only Oklahoma, of those 4 teams they've beaten, has a winning record. In fact, last week's victim, Navy, lost to mighty Akron earlier in the year. The question I have for you, Kirk, is can the Irish, with 106,000 people yelling them, Rocky Top, at night, SEC speed, beat a football team we think might be the best-looking team we've ever seen?
That's tough. That's a tough call. We'll have to see tonight. You're right. Tennessee is the best-looking defense by far in all college football. I think Jarius Jackson hit the nail on the head when he said we play to our opponent's level, whether it's a Navy or whether potentially it's a Tennessee. I think they need more speed on the offensive side of the ball. Keep an eye tonight. Number 22, Julius Jones, is going to have to be on the field more to give them that ability to get the ball to the outside. When you play a Tennessee defense that can run the way they run, you've got to be able to have somebody that can be a difference maker, and Julius Jones could be that guy. And if they can establish a running game, that's when they'll set up the play-action pass. If they can run the ball, we'll wait and see.
He's had a groin pull. Thinks he's okay. Joey Getherall, who has some speed, he is back for the Irish. That's certainly some good news. Ahead, the trials and toughness of a couple of quarterbacks. T. Martin knocked out of a couple games, but he always comes back in. And Marcus Tuiasosopo, as the Huskies go to Arizona, not feeling 100%, but he's going to try to go as well.
Let Copycat Printing be your holiday printing headquarters. Copycat can help you create your own Christmas cards, postcards, folding cards, and full-color photos, all with your personalized greeting. For a perfect stocking stuffer, get personalized scratch pads. Running short on time, let Copycat type your Christmas letter. And when you choose from the many styles of holiday stationery, we'll copy onto that stationery for only 3 cents each. Plus, bring in your photos and let them make you a personalized calendar. This holiday season will be bright and wonderful with Copycat Printing in Kearney.
I do about 70,000 miles a year in this car, and I go through a lot of tires. My name is Louis LeBeau, and I drive this cab for a living. I'm also a volunteer fireman. I use this cab to get the fires. Whenever I have to spend money on this car, it comes out of my pocket. He's a top-of-the-line Goodyear. They got him at Walmart. They got BF Goodrich, Goodyear. They got Michelin. That's where I got him right there. I sent my daughter in there for tires and oil changes. I know they'll treat her right. They got name-brand tires and oil and great prices.
For the Walmart Tire and Lube store, come around to the back door.
How you gonna beat that?
Has to be. Everyone needs a family. Taking a 3-point shot for love. Taking the bus on the big game day. Taking a charge for the team you play for. Taking a chance, going all the way. There's nothing you can't do, 'cause there's no I in team, but there's definitely a you.
Hoops Malone, brought to you by College Hoops, is coming soon to ESPN.
The Pac-10 Rose Bowl race changes hourly. Washington now controls its destiny, but 6 out of 10 are in the hunt. The 7th Oregon State can end 3 decades of losing with win number 6 against Cal at home. Not a sellout. J.R. Redmond, by the way, back for Arizona State. At Arizona, the Wildcats have rebounded from that Happy Valley woodshed job. 5 straight 500-yard games. The defense, well, it sacked UCLA 9 times, but then the Bruins are flatlining in a deep coma. Arizona would be in great shape for the Rose Bowl if they didn't have a kicking game that's, straight out of the Pop Warner League. The Husky focus is on the health of Marcus Tuiasosopo. 509 yards total offense since that huge win at Stanford. He has been showing school spirit the wrong way. A purple and yellow bruise right on Tuiasosopo's. Well, we'll let Shelley Smith explain. It's an injury that it would be comical if it weren't so painful at a time so critical.
On the second play of the game, Marcus Tuiasosopo took a ferocious hit that landed him squarely on, well, his backside.
I was like, whoa. He took a lot of the weight on that one particular spot, so, yeah, it was a big hit.
And I saw him get up with that limp, that looked like Festus from the old Gunsmoke days, and you okay? I'm screaming from the sideline, you okay?
Did you know exactly where the injury had occurred?
No, I didn't know. He just kind of pointed to his derriere, as it were, and I said, well, that's just big muscle. You'll be fine.
But he wasn't fine, and the game was just minutes old. How do you keep that muscle loose?
Just, you can't sit down, you can't stop moving.
We were just kind of pacing behind the bench the entire game, and every time he wanted to sit down, I wouldn't let him do it.
Even when the offense would come off the field and everybody sit on the bench and get a blow, he was still walking around back and forth and pacing, just trying to keep his stuff warm.
Well, it'd be a little hard to explain, too, I think, a bruised butt keeping you out of a game.
Yes, and that thought kept recurring in my head.
Yeah, I don't think that sounded good, huh?
It's hard for me to look at all the guys, and I didn't want to let them down.
He kept taking shots, and he hung in the pocket, and he kept making runs, and he did things that defied what the doctors had said.
Ball thrown to the end zone, touchdown. Kept it, touchdown.
What a courageous and unbelievable performance for Tuiasosopo.
His performance and his injury were not lost on his fellow students.
I saw one headline that said "badass." I think that was the funniest headline I saw about that. Just a big picture of his butt, and I was like, the girls must be loving this.
Of all the muscles to injure, I mean, have you gotten a lot of grief from people?
Oh yeah, how's your butt? How you feeling? And all those butt jokes.
Tuiasosopo's heroics and the resurgent play by the Huskies have taken the team from an 0-2 start to the top of the Pac-10. If they win their last 3 games against Arizona, UCLA, and Washington State, they'll be headed to the Rose Bowl. But they say it's a situation that is far from comforting.
Teams are going to be like, oh, the Huskies are on top. And you can get caught up in that, and that can get you in trouble.
It's really important that everybody understands that the stakes are raised. This microscope is going to go even a little bit more finely tuned, and it's going to be right on everything we do. And so let's act like we want to be here. This is what we shot for. Now we're here. Let's enjoy it. Let's play our best football in the month of November.
Well, if Tuiasosopo's gluteal contusion, I stole that from Dr. Dre Punch, if that kid's a problem, enter J.K. Scott at quarterback. He's got no game experience. That could be a problem in Tucson.
Big problem, because Arizona's won 4 of the last 5 games playing at home. This one's at home, so I like Arizona, obviously, to beat Washington.
They're killing them here. Last week, Washington had the big win over Stanford. This week, on the road against Arizona, you have to realize Arizona's been quietly getting better. Trunk candidates 5th in the nation in rushing. I think he will be the difference. The speed of Arizona, playing at home, I think they're going to beat Washington.
And emotion, it's senior day. Last game for Smith and Trunk candidate, and Northcutt and Deshaun Polk and Marcus Bell. A little too much emotion, I think, as well for the Huskies. Coming up, Big Ten football is straight ahead. We'll also talk about the Vols and the Irish, but Plaxico Burress had a monster game against the Buckeyes last year. Spartans hosting Ohio State at the top of the hour.
How far do you have to go to be the best on earth? A long, long way. Introducing an all-new ATV with Honda's legendary reliability. Available with push-button shifting and 4-wheel drive. The new Honda Rancher for the ranch we call Earth.
Until now, there has been a wall between you and the tools of serious trading. That wall is coming down. The information and technology professionals use to trade is now available to everyone. Daytech Online. The rules are changing.
You know, Patty, I'm convinced men prefer blondes. And what type of men would this be, Daisy? The same type that prefer Miller Lite because it's so smooth. Oh, those? Well, the ones with great taste love Miller Lite because it tastes great. And by the way, prefer brunettes. Oh, if they prefer brunettes, why do they drink a beer that's smooth and blonde? Because it's a natural blend.
Miller Lite. Taste the true Pilsner.
Yeah, like men care.
Select road. Validating tires.
With BF Goodrich Tires, it's any road you choose. BF Goodrich Tires. Take control.
When did you folks see the light?
On a trip to my sister's, I said, why waste money when we can stay at Motel 6, didn't I, hon? Now see what happens when you listen. It's like that fear he had of cauliflower wouldn't go near the produce center.
Call us and see the light for yourself.
Want to win a trip to Super Bowl 34? $1,000 from Visa towards ESPN stuff and free UPS shipping? Enter the ESPN Sunday Night Football Sweepstakes.
I'll send everyone I know an ESPN chip clip.
Tune into Sunday's matchup between the Titans and the Dolphins to find out the halftime score. Then call or log on for your chance to win a trip to the Super Bowl.
I haven't won anything since that spelling bee in the 4th grade. I spelled Isthmus.
It's the ESPN Sunday Night Football Sweepstakes presented by UPS, the official express delivery sponsor of the NFL and Visa. It's everywhere NFL fans want to be.
Should be a nice evening. Cool temperatures in the 40s. Should be clear for the ball game. The Irish and the Volunteers. This aerial footage provided by the Anheuser-Busch Bud 1 airship. Well, on Tennessee's biggest recruiting weekend of the fall, 60 big-name recruits are here for this game. We flash back to a weekend 4 seasons ago when a young Jarius Jackson hosted another quarterback prospect in his visit to Notre Dame. He was also from the Deep South, a quarterback from Mobile named Tamaris Martin, who eventually, of course, decided to come here to Tennessee. And the fate of the two programs might have taken a turn.
I don't think there's any question about it, Chris. You know, with a record of 19-1 as a starter, everybody knows that T. Martin is a winner. But what they may not know is all the punishment Martin's had to take to keep the Vols in the hunt for the national championship. Now, the T on the helmet may stand for Tennessee, but when Martin's wearing it, the T also stands for tough.
I had already handed the ball off, and he knew I didn't have it, so he wanted to take a shot at me.
For Martin, pain and suffering began against Florida. He took a beating from Alex Brown and suffered an injured shoulder. It would affect Martin's ability to throw the ball in the 23-21 loss. Only time he has ever tasted defeat as the Vols starting quarterback.
I was in an odd position trying to throw the ball and kind of got my arm caught in the air at the same time and landing on my shoulder. You know, kind of heavy guy on the shoulder. You know, went numb for a while, for about 2 quarters, actually.
We went in at halftime, made our halftime adjustments at the Florida game. He was basically packed in ice and had IVs in his arms, and he's laying on the table shaking and shivering because of all the ice. And that's not a real encouraging thought for a play caller when your quarterback's packed in ice.
A sprained wrist and a concussion against Georgia never slowed him down.
And Henderson down the sideline is going to take it in for the touchdown.
I think I may be one of the goofiest people in the world, you know, when it comes to tackling people. Kind of got my finger caught in his jersey, and when I was falling, his heel, you know, hit my head. And I went to the side. I knew I wasn't right, but I didn't know what was wrong with myself. Everybody talking to me, looking in slow motion and stuff.
But even Martin was concerned after taking a serious lick on a touchdown run against Alabama.
That was the scariest of all the injuries because I thought I had torn like an ACL or something when I couldn't feel what was going on in my knee.
He calls timeout. He comes back and says, "Coach, I can't go." You know, and so we put our backup in and finished the half. And at halftime, it was more likely that he wasn't going to play than he was.
And I went into the locker room at halftime. I couldn't feel it either. The doctors checking out everything, and man, I was just listening to what they were saying could be the problem, and I was thinking that my season was over.
He was in the locker room, and he barely could walk, nonetheless run, and I didn't think he was going to finish the ball game.
I didn't tell him I was going to go back. I didn't know, but when they said first down and 10 Tennessee, I went out, they got the play and ran the huddle.
Neither Randy or I knew he was even back out of the locker room, looked up, and he's in the huddle.
He fooled the coaches and himself by throwing for 1 touchdown and running for another, leading the Vols to a 21-7 victory over the Tide.
I didn't know how serious it was, really didn't care how serious it was, but I knew it was Tennessee, Alabama, and somebody had to win, and that's all I cared about.
So why does Martin keep taking all this punishment? Simple. That's what it takes for Tennessee to win. And T. Martin, more than anything, knows how to win.
T is at his best when it gets the toughest.
One of the toughest guys I know. I mean, I tell you, he's gotten hurt in games, and he's sacrificed for the team and went back in there.
T is a warrior to me. I mean, anytime you have a captain, he could have just, there's plenty of games, he could have just laid down and said, I quit for this game, but he just wants to come out and win. I
think the person that demands the most respect or commands the most respect is T. He is somewhat the glue that bonds this football team together.
Now think about this, guys. If Tennessee wins the rest of their games this season, T. Martin will leave here with a record of 24-1 as a starter. Coach, you got to say it again. T. Martin just knows how to win.
And he is tough, boy. He is tough. The heart and soul of the Tennessee football team is number 17 quarterback T. T. Martin. Everybody says it, but let's take a look and see why he is. Number one, against Alabama, he goes around as a bootleg. He hurts his knee right here on this play. He returns to the game and finishes against an Alabama team with 2 bootlegs for touchdowns and 1 43-yard touchdown pass. Now tonight, watch T. Martin. The play that he'll hurt the Irish on is a quarterback draw, especially on 3rd down, because the Irish like to play a little man for man, and old T. Martin's going to right down the field.
Enough of this offense of Tennessee. Tennessee is here because of their defense. You look at Notre Dame's offense for a second. It is an offense built around running the football to set up the play-action pass. Tonight, Tennessee will try to negate that rushing attack and make the Irish one-dimensional. To do that, you want to keep an eye on both their outside linebackers, Raynoch Thompson and Eric Westmoreland. Raynoch and LeVar Arrington, bar none, the 2 best linebackers in all of college football this year. And Raynoch is an emotional leader for this defense. Westmoreland, a 2-year starter, 7 tackles for a loss this year. Now, Notre Dame's wide receivers' ability to get off man coverage will be crucial. You're going to see Tennessee challenge them, put 9 in the box and play straight up man 70 to 80% of their time. So Notre Dame's ability to get off of man coverage, I think, will be the key to this football game.
You're landing on their wide receivers?
Sure. That's what I'm...
Forget about it. That a strong lean.
They got to do it.
Back to Martin, by the way. Do you know he might be the best right-handed quarterback in history? He was actually a natural lefty.
No.
Writes left, eats left, swings a golf club left. He bats left, throws right, and wins. Little known. See, they didn't know that here.
That is a blue line.
We're going to come back. Predictions on this ball game. We'll also talk about some Big Ten football at the top of the hour on both ESPN and ESPN2. When you come back to Knoxville after this.
Can we experience exhilaration more completely when we feel secure? The 225 horsepower TL with front and side airbags and 5-speed sequential sport shift from Acura.
You know, sometimes you just have to stop and smell the beer. Okay, that's long enough. Ice brewed so there's never any watered down taste. Ice House. Enjoy. I mean, a light beer that never has any watered down taste? That's gotta be mankind's greatest creation since, I don't know, the remote control. Drinks like a light, tastes like a beer. Ice House Light. Enjoy.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
I'm calling long distance with one of those 1010 numbers. Makes you crazy.
Oh, it's crazy.
It's nuts.
It'll make you nuts. But with the new AT&T One Rate 7-cent plan, calls are just 7 cents a minute.
Yeah, but you can only call at certain times, right?
7 cents a minute all day, every day.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week? That's simple.
Yes, it is.
So I don't have to use those 1010 numbers ever again?
No, you don't.
All day, every day. Call 1-800-41-RATE to enroll.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
Are you ready for this?
Hit me with your best shot.
Kick Old Man Winter in the teeth with Prestone Antifreeze, the #1 way to fight corrosion and protect your aluminum radiator to 84 below. Get in the Prestone zone so nothing can stop you now.
Bet I know where he's going. The Ace is getting in a spirit sale. Ace is the place for the helpful hardware folks.
College Game Day is brought to you by AT&T. It's all within your reach. And by Acura. Cars are our passion. Engineering is our art.
College Football Game Day is a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. Proud to be celebrating our 20th anniversary. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network, go.com.
Some quick hitters. Arkansas takes on Ole Miss. Both teams have a chance in the SEC West still. The winner will. Sean Alexander returns for Alabama against beleaguered LSU, the team that he announced his arrival against as a freshman. Commander-in-Chief trophy at stake as Air Force hosts Army this afternoon. Michigan's defense has allowed 30-plus points in 3 consecutive games, first time in school history. If that extends to a 4th consecutive game against Northwestern, they ought to be sued for impersonating a defense. Monster day in the Big Ten. Wisconsin-Purdue at 3:30 Eastern on ABC, and double barrel action at the top of the hour. ESPN2, Penn State, an upset alert against Minnesota. Ohio State, Michigan State, we are on ESPN. Let's go to Dave Barnett and Bill Curry for a preview at Spartan Stadium.
Spartan Stadium sold out again today for the matchup between Michigan State and Ohio State. Last year's meeting, of course, the reverberation still being felt from Columbus. Ronaldo Hill's fourth down interception sealing the upset over then #1 Ohio State. The Buckeyes' national championship hopes dashed, and all week there's been talk about whether last year's game has any bearing on this year's game. And if I'm John Cooper, I hope it does.
Well, revenge is the most powerful and the least rewarding of the passions. It might help Ohio State in preparation in the summertime. But as for today, when that ball is snapped and that 300-pound war daddy puts that forearm upside your head, you're not thinking about a game that was played a year ago. You're thinking about survival. And if you're a champion, you're thinking about the will to win. That is what makes games like this great, not some revenge motive.
If you're Michigan State, you're thinking about
why NEC is one of the 3 strongest in new patents worldwide, and why NEC is at the center of innovation.
Playing music is like playing sports. Mom tells me it takes practice and determination. Dad says it takes coaching, but I just think it's fun. So bring the whole family to www.playmusic.org.
What to consider in the next half second.
The wind, the gallery, the leaderboard. Keep grip with the ball. The horse, the shouts, the open Don't lose confidence. Fear of water, fear of fear. Last night's dream. The right club, the grass, the loss of new on grass, the nets, the hazards. Trust your swing.
We welcome you back to the 18th. Scott Hoke, happy with the tee shot, not happy with the second. This for a birdie 3. Par for Scott would be a round of 72 and 2 under for the championship.
And Scott, anytime you make par on the last, you're okay.
17.
Chris Perry's third shot.
I'll tell you, this is a scary golf shot. 141 yards out of this rough. The ball sitting up. The ball's got to be 1.5 feet above his feet. Wind is gusting in his face, and there's no safe place to put this but on the green.
Hit a terrible second shot, just laying up, pushed it way to the right on the side of the hill. Look out.
That is some golf shot right there.
Well, you could see he pitched on the front part of the green and had the momentum to take the ball forward, which was excellent. If you're supporting Mr. Perry, he got away with a good shot into the green, awkward shot, played it well. To the 18th.
Back in the fairway, Tom Lehman, second.
He has taken a sand wedge from 137. He is going to have to get it up very quickly to get it over the limb or take it way to the right.
Judy looked like he went to the right and just hit a little hook.
He actually hit a pretty nice looking little draw with a sand wedge. Not a shot you see real often.
Yeah, but one that Tom Lehman can play because he hits a hook about every shot. Just turn it down a little bit more, put it back on your stance a little bit more, and hit that old hook.
Birdie could get Tom to 4 under and into the last group with Miguel Angel Jimenez. $17.
Back to the 17th. Tim Herron also on the bank in rough.
Well, he's only got 86 yards, but he also made a very big mistake, missing this fairway to the right, and he had to look for about 2 minutes, Peter, to find his ball, sitting at the very bottom of probably the longest bit of Bermuda rough I've seen here all week. He's had a heck of a day. He's made 7 bogeys, 3 birdies.
If there's somebody that can get it out of the rough, though, it's Tim Herron. Very strong guy, upright swing.
Curtis, I'm glad it's him and not you or me.
Well, he may have had a bad day, but he's only 3 behind the leaders, and he could, if he could birdie hole or escape here with a par and birdie the last, you never know what can happen.
That too is outstanding from that lie.
I think Tiger Woods finishing with 2 birdies was, for me, what's given us excitement over the last couple of hours. But you never know. That's one of the fascinations of the game of golf. And how about that for a potpourri of a front line, a bit of all sorts there. And the same coming home, but to do all that and find yourself still very much in contention to the 18th.
Third shot for Fred Funk.
Fred is 2 over par for the day, and it's a day when just not a lot has gone right, but particularly the putter has not gone well. He hasn't made anything when he's had an opportunity. Comes off of a 6 also at 17.
Yeah, stopped a little quick on him, but good shot. Fred has Fanny Sunnison on his bag this week, Nick Faldo's longtime caddy. Nice girl, a lot of fun to be around. And she works really hard. One of the hardest workers out here. Enjoys her job.
You see Fanny. Tom Lehman's caddy, Andy Martinez out there, 2 of the better caddies in professional golf. Oh, there's Jimenez at 4 under, and look at everybody lined up at 3 and 2. We have 11 players right now within 2 shots of the lead heading into tomorrow.
Small greens. Greens are a little bit bumpy in the afternoon. A little bit of wind keeps these scores up.
Low rounds of the day. Brent Geiberger, Dennis Paulson. See both of them on that page, shooting 68. Olaf Fabel, Sergio Garcia, 69.
Joe Ozaki, who's #1 in Japan on the Order of Merit, trying to keep his card in the U.S. I think he's just going to do that this week.
Money counts for him as official U.S. Tour money. Again, 3 players, the top 3 from the Australasian, the Southern African, and the Japanese professional tour. Get the invite in. Back down to the green for Lehman, for a share. That putt for an even par round of 71 for Tom Lehman.
And my guess is he will not make his first stop the practice tee. I really think his first stop should be the putting green.
Well, a boatload of second-place finishes this year. Tom Lehman one off the lead, hoping to find a win to end 1999. Came closest to Bay Hill, where he lost the playoff to Tim Herron. Memphis and Milwaukee as well.
You know, Mike, we talk a lot about the fitness trailer these days and all the young athletes out here. I guess we're athletes, but working out. And this man right here, we talk a lot about Tiger Woods and Duvall. We all know their stories. But this man right here has gotten himself into shape the last 2 years, and he really is in excellent condition. He was in the trailer the other day after riding the bike for like 45 minutes as hard as he can go. He is small in stature, but has a big heart. Learned how to play out here in tour and become a very, very consistent and solid player. As a result, he's in this championship this week. You never know how much that physical discipline helps your golf game.
As he misses there, it helps him with stamina. This start number 34 on the year for Fred Funk, usually at the top of that list.
That's a big part of it. Can stay in shape the entire year.
17.
Chris Perry. This little putt, well, not so little, but this to share the lead. Just a little bit of movement from the top side. Looks good. Very well done. He's kept things going very well today. Very nice indeed. Up to 18.
Fred Funk. A little bit of a disappointing finish, coming up short with the second. Shot dropped for Fred Funk. 74 for the day. We'll go back to the second to last group. Justin Leonard, Vijay Singh.
But Justin made a par on the last hole, narrowly missing a chance for a birdie. He's got 170 yards in here after a very nice drive that sort of skirted through the trees and leaves him in perfect position to attack this pin.
Saw in that graphic there as Justin was over the ball, the wind. The wind pushed it too far. But the wind gusted from 15 miles an hour back to 7.5. Just goes to show you. And obviously, Justin wasn't aware of that, but what a great shot.
The second birdie of the day at 18. Spectacular shot from Justin Leonard. Give him a birdie there, and that will move Justin Leonard to 3 under par.
You could even make that, Mike.
Barely, barely. Our Adams Golf leaderboard shows Perry and Jimenez tied, and the group at 3 under strong. Lehman, Sutton, Leonard, Price, Woods. They brought the best in the world to Valderrama. The best in the world, as usual, on a tough golf course, coming towards the top of the leaderboard. Gimme.
We started this business with a green thumb, a vivid imagination, and a lot of hard work. But before long, I could see we needed help, financial help.
So I called American Express Small Business Services.
They helped us with equipment financing so we could keep on growing.
And with the corporate card, we finally got a handle on expenses.
1-800-SUCCESS was the best call we ever made.
With American Express, we've learned what it's like to have a partner you can count on.
And a brother.
Last year, I played in 4 golf tournaments using this wound ball, and this was my driving average. And then I went to TaylorMade Intergel, same soft feel and control as my old ball, but you know what? I averaged 12 yards more. 12. Now, do you think I'm going to go back to the old ball? What are you, nuts? Are you kidding? It's 12 yards. I'm not going back. The TaylorMade Intergel, the ball with a real material difference.
4 airbags, a steel safety cage, and a whiplash protection seating system. All the safety you'd expect in a Volvo. At a price you may not. Introducing the Volvo S40.
Great walk, huh, Jake? You're next, Carl.
Just a good old boy, never meaning no harm. Beats all you never saw, been in trouble with the law since the day they was born. Making their way the only way they know how. That's just a little bit more than the law will allow.
ABC Sunday.
What's this? My wedding dress. I thought you were going to wear my mother's wedding dress.
On an all-new Practice.
This is beautiful. I'm sure they'll take it back.
They've been partners in the courtroom and in the bedroom. But when it comes to forever...
Maybe we should call this off. You don't want to get married?
An all-new Practice. ABC Sunday, 10/9 Central.
Final group on the golf course here at Valderrama. The World Golf Championships final act of 99. The American Express Championship. Miguel Angel Jimenez finished at 4 under. Chris Perry in the fairway at 18. And 4 under?
Well, excuse me, Mike. It's 188 yards from the hole. He's chosen a 6-iron. The trees are slightly in his line of sight, but for Chris's natural action, he can start right at the left edge of the green and cut it right back to the hole.
Good shot there.
Both Perry and Tim Herron ending up on the green. Saw Justin Leonard's great second shot to set up his birdie. Vijay Singh along with Sutton today, or with Leonard today. Vijay made a par at 18. Shot 4 over par, 75 at even par. Well, a reminder of what comes up 3 weeks from now on ABC Sports, a Thanksgiving weekend tradition, the Skins game. See you out in the California desert for that. That $200,000 Toyota Super Skin on the 18th hole. Sergio Garcia featured along with Mark O'Mara, David Duval, number 2 in the world, among the competitors. In 3 weeks, we look forward to our trip out there. Enjoyable part of Thanksgiving weekend over the years, the fun of the Skins game, and you'll see it again on ABC Sports. Then we'll be close to the Pacific. It's the Mediterranean providing the backdrop here this week in beautiful southern Spain. Let's look through our field of 62 players. 42 of the top 50 in the world rankings. So obviously a win here means not just the $1 million, but a significant boost in those world rankings because of the quality of the field. We should mention as we look through these scores that one player who would have been here and is not is Jesper Parnevik, and we want to send our best to Jesper. As you heard the reports earlier in the week in the States, irregular heartbeat, some trouble with that. So Parnevik is being checked out, and we wish Jesper our absolute best for a speedy recovery. Like to see him back out on tour. Because of Parnevik's absence, he will not be an official member of the European Tour because he didn't play enough events, but there's a very good possibility that he will get a medical extension, similar to what we call a medical extension on tour in the States, and get his European Tour membership back.
We hope so. The European Tour made him ineligible. He only played 10. You have to play 11 to keep your exempt status, and this was going to be his 11th. Maybe a little unfair. They just took it from him and hopefully rescind that and make him eligible. He's not only a good person to have on your own tour, but you want him eligible for the Ryder Cup and things like that.
That's right. Because of Parnevik not being here, number 21 on the European money list, then hopped up to number 20. That was John Bickerton. So he was going to get into the field, man from England, but Bickerton's wife was about to give birth to their first child. So Bickerton had to withdraw from the field. Thus we end up with 62 in the field here this week. You see our last group. Heron and Perry at 18, and Tim Heron will be first.
Tim hit a good solid second shot from the fairway. Just came up a little bit short.
You know, Curtis, with all that's happened, I'll tell you, he's made 7 bogeys today, but if he can sneak this in, he is right in the tournament.
Like everybody else. Half the field is still in the golf tournament, it seems like. It's up a little bit of slope, not much, just a little bit from his right. And that's the exact same putt that we saw Jimenez run by and then miss his second to the right. See if he can read the second one properly.
So Heron, whose 1999 was highlighted by, at least in terms of the majors, his play at Pinehurst, hanging in there most of the weekend, the U.S. Open. And now Chris, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say Pinehurst, big hitters course this year. Rough was playable, especially for the big, strong hitters. Wonderful greens, different characteristics for a U.S. Open type course.
It certainly was. And Chris Perry is such an interesting story because of his success this year. And remember, he won the BC Open back last year. This is his 412th start on the PGA Tour, and he's won once. But he's been in contention so often here over the last few weeks, and an opportunity here to go into the final round with a one-shot lead. 2 putts, and he'll start the final day tied, and for the second straight week, he'll be in the final group. Last week at the Tour Championship, it was Perry and Tiger Woods.
And he is certainly looking for something more. He's gone through the consistency stage. He's done that. He's established himself as somebody who can contend a lot of weeks on tour. 13 top 10s this year. His pockets are full. Financially, he's okay. What you look for after that is to win golf tournaments. That's what makes you feel good. That's what makes you feel successful and that you belong. But to take it to that next step, it's not easy. To keep working, believe in yourself.
disappointing birdie attempt, and he'll have not a tap in for par.
This is about the time of the day, actually a couple of holes ago, when the nerves start to surface. The end of Saturday's round. They'll be there tonight, and they'll certainly be there all day tomorrow.
We now know that Perry will have that putt for par, and if he makes it, he'll be with Jimenez in the last group, and he'll put Hal Sutton and Tiger Woods in the second to last group, right in the viewfinder for Jimenez and Perry as the day goes on, with Nick Price and Tom Lehman in the third to last group, and Leonard and Olazabal right behind them.
Good, solid putt. Good way to finish. That was not an easy one. We've seen Jimenez miss to the right. A few players miss to the left.
And as Mark said, despite the disappointment, only 3 shots back for Heron.
I'm sure, gosh, anybody at even par or better is probably thinking to themselves, gosh, I should be leading this golf tournament. You know, the 4 under leading. Once again, it's a frustrating looking golf course at first glance. It looks like you ought to play well here and make a lot of birdies, but pretty interesting golf course, pretty tricky golf course.
Perry to finish tied with Jimenez at 4 under par. Well, for a second straight weekend, Chris Perry will find himself in the final group. Did the experience last week at the Tour Championship with Tiger Woods help him for what will be certainly a partisan crowd for Miguel Angel Jimenez in Spain? We'll be back with some final thoughts for tomorrow after this.
Imagine unleashing all the capabilities of your organization. Imagine all the diverse talents working in concert. Anderson Consulting can help you integrate all the parts. Because these days, organizations don't perform unless they perform together.
As technology grows and changes ever more rapidly, it's good to know there's one company whose leadership you can depend on in communications, computers, and semiconductors. Because NEC excels in multiple technologies, they can show you a broader perspective and bring you innovative solutions. It's one reason NEC has grown to be one of the 3 strongest patent-producing enterprises in all the world. NEC, at the center of innovation.
And as for the bedroom, I said chintz, not chintzy. Watch the piano. I can't get a window seat.
Possibility 1, a plate glass window breaks its fall. Your Hartford Small Business Insurance pays to replace it. Possibility 2, your double parked truck breaks its fall. The Hartford pays to repair caved-in roof. Possibility 3, a meter maid breaks its fall. You did opt for liability, didn't you? Whatever life brings you, bring it on.
World Golf Championships American Express Championship on ABC Sports. Brought to you by American Express. As proud sponsor of the World Golf Championships, we help golfers do more. The Hartford. Whatever life brings you, bring it on. Ford Outfitters, no boundaries. And NEC, a world leader in information technology solutions. NEC, at the center of innovation.
Scoring average was about a shot and a half over par for this third round at Valderrama. Tells you the scoring conditions were a little tougher. The lead after 36 holes was 5 under. It's 4 under after 54 holes, Curtis.
Jimenez is playing well. He won last week. The locals say he's very, very tough down the stretch. Don't be surprised if he wins. Chris Perry, 13 top 10s this year, but really has to go some if he thinks he's going to beat this field tomorrow. And look who's behind him. Tom Lehman, Justin Leonard, Nick Price, former British Open champions. Also house setting at 3 under par. And then you have a guy named Tiger Woods.
Yeah, Tiger's looking to make even more golf history. Could become the 8th man to have an 8-win season on the PGA Tour. And he also is trying to become the 4th person to win 4 consecutive starts. And there's a guy even younger than Woods lurking in Sergio Garcia.
Just a teenager, and what a year he has had.
Garcia's 3 off the lead, and Jose Maria Olazabal, don't forget the Masters champ, 2 back. What we're telling you is we have no idea, except it's going to be a blanket finish. See if Vijay Singh can make a move as well. He dropped back, but is only 4 off the lead. Nature of the golf course is tight in this field, and with so many of the world's best here, could be a great finish tomorrow. That's it for our third round coverage of the 99 American Express Championship from San Roque, Andalusia, Spain. We will see you tomorrow for 18-hole coverage of the leaders, starting at 1:30 Eastern, 12:30 Pacific, here on ABC Sports. ABC Sports is online at ESPN.com, part of the Go Network. Now for our entire ABC Sports team, this is Mike Tirico saying so long from Spain. This has been a presentation of ABC Sports, continuing the tradition of excellence. Perry and Jimenez in the final group tomorrow with Woods 1 back. See you at 1:30 Eastern. Now back to our Wide World of Sports studio in New York and our host, John Saunders. John, buenos dias.
The same thing right back at you, Mike, and more golf tomorrow. But first here, the Wide World of Sports mobile update. The top 3 teams in college football all unbeaten, right? Wrong. Penn State, a loser today to Minnesota late in the game here. Billy Cockrum is deflected by Ron Johnson. Arlen Bruce grabs the ball, and it sets up the game-winning field goal. Dan Nystrom from 37 yards out. LeVar Arrington, who had a great day, just misses getting the block. And Minnesota, for the first time since 1986, they beat a team ranked in the top 5. Glenn Mason gets the write-off, and Penn State has opened the door for Virginia Tech. 24-23 is the final there. Billy Cockrum with 2 touchdown passes. Colorado against unbeaten Kansas State. Looks like they'll stay that way. 20-7. Joe Hall has a touchdown run. Mike Machete has been picked off 3 times. Jonathan Beasley a touchdown pass. LSU looks like they're going to go 0 for their last 10 in the conference. Alabama up 23-14. Sean Alexander with a touchdown run. Northwestern no match for Michigan. Tom Brady 2 touchdown passes. Anthony Thomas 2 touchdown runs. And Ohio State beaten by Michigan State for the 2nd straight year. Last year it cost them the national championship. Coming up next on ABC, a great look at Heisman Trophy candidates. Ron Dayne of Wisconsin and Drew Brees of Purdue. They will meet. Also, Joe Hamilton of Georgia Tech. Could he be headed towards the Heisman Trophy? He'll face Thomas Jones and Virginia. Texas A&M, last year they knocked off Nebraska. Can they make it 2 years in a row? Eric Crouch doing his best to make sure that does not happen again. And last week, Marcus Tuiasosopo was the first man to pass for 300 yards and run for 200. He's coming up next against Arizona. We'll see you at halftime.
This Wide World of Sports update brought to you by Mobile One. Nothing outperforms Mobile One.
Promotional consideration provided by National Car Rental, the official car rental company of Disneyland and Walt Disney World Resort.
Let's go!
Dallas, Minnesota, Monday night at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific.
55 days until the celebration of the century.
For Dodge Dakota, success comes about as naturally as wearing the Magnum engine badge. It offers far and away the best power in the class. It also offers the very best in room, payload, and of course, towing. And look what else it's pulled off. Dodge Dakota is ranked best compact pickup in initial quality by J.D. Power & Associates. Dodge Dakota. Different.
Get the look that lasts with Dutch Boy paint from Menards.
Dirt Fighter Interior Satin goes on in one coat and dries to a beautiful low sheen finish. On sale, $12.96 a gallon. Make any painting job faster and easier with a Wagner cordless power roller. No more messy paint trays. Just fill the 1 gallon container and go. On sale, only $39. Menards is your complete painting headquarters.
Save big money at Menards.
With the most up-to-date equipment, Bear Frame and Alignment is your total suspension specialist. They align vehicles of all kinds, from foreign and domestic cars to farm trucks, motorhomes, over-the-road trucks, semi-trailers, goosenecks, and stock trailers. But the service doesn't stop there. Bear Frame also does quality framework, brakes, shocks, and struts. For total suspension work, the best is under the Bear. Bear Frame and Alignment, 1221 Avenue A, Kearney, your Napa Auto Care Center.
On this piece of ground, nobody tells me what to do. I call the shots, I live with the results. That's independence. Nobody owns me. Who owns you?
Where your news comes first, we're NTV.
This is ABC Sports, home of the Bowl Championship Series and the National Championship Game.
You are looking live at Memorial Stadium in Lincoln, Nebraska, the home of champions. But in Huskerland, the natives are restless. Last week, lowly Kansas pushed Nebraska to the wall. Bobby Newcomb saved the day with 2 electrifying touchdowns and maybe the Nebraska season. Today, Texas A&M challenges Nebraska. A year ago, the Aggies pounded the Huskers at home. 2 seasons hang in the balance today in Lincoln. On an upset Saturday, here come the Cornhuskers. Minnesota gives Nebraska fresh hope in the Bowl Championship Series run. Penn State has been beaten today, 24-23, and now Nebraska hosts Texas A&M. The standings of the Big 12 in the north. The stretch is underway now for the Huskers. Today it's Texas A&M. Next Saturday, Kansas State. Then on Thanksgiving weekend, off to Boulder in Colorado. Texas A&M can win the South, but they must have help. Good afternoon and welcome everybody. With my partner Gary Danielson, I'm Brett Musburger. What excitement now when the crowd heard about the final score at Happy Valley. Penn State has lost 24-23, but this is not going to be easy for Nebraska. This Texas A&M defense pretty good here, Gary.
Brent, they call them the wrecking crew defense for A&M, and they did that last year to this offense, forcing Nebraska into a shotgun offense for practically the home game. But that was a reason for that. They had 2 100-yard rushers. I don't think this year's team is built that way. They're going to have some pass to win.
Gary, help me out with Nebraska. I don't recognize this team.
Where are we? We're going to talk wide receivers. Has that ever been done here? Matt Davison and Bobby Newcomb have changed this offense. You're going to see the pass. You're going to see him on the field all day. And Bobby Newcomb is the guy. He's going to change this Nebraska offense forever because you have to get him the ball. He's a game breaker.
Well, as you pointed out, Gary, every 8 times that he touches the ball, Newcomb scores a touchdown. How many today? We'll find out in a moment.
11 blue-clad warriors stand on the brink of battle and ask themselves, where is the other team?
Groovin' on a Sunday afternoon.
Nothing helps you kick back at the end of the day like Tostitos chips and salsa.
I can't imagine it.
We do suggest you actually wait till the end of the day.
He's a fine dancer, too.
Dig in, kick back with new hint of lime Tostitos.
Kumbaya.
Who can solve this? Mr. Montez.
Last Saturday in the Army Reserve, I linked up 40 tanks, 60 Humvees, and 7,000 troops. On Monday, class was no sweat.
Not bad, Mr. Montez.
As little as 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. Army Reserve.
I like to think of myself as an innovator who started a company, Dell Computer, around an idea that everybody should be doing business directly with one another, one-to-one, with no barriers. To me, that's the power of the internet. We'd like to show you how to empower your business in ways you've never imagined. I'm Michael Dell, and it's our reason for being.
Be direct. Dell. Dell servers use Intel Pentium 3 processors.
Select road. Validating tires.
With BF Goodrich tires, it's any road you choose. BF Goodrich tires. Take control.
Financial goals require solutions. Dreams deserve dedication. Success demands performance. If there's something you want to achieve, the principal has one word of advice. Plan ahead, get ahead. The Principal Financial Group.
Penn State ranked number 2 and number 2 in the BCS standings until late in the game. Billy Cockrum of Minnesota. This pass is deflected by Ron Johnson to Arlen Bruce, and it sets up a chance for the game-winning field goal. Dan Nystrom from 32 yards out punches it through. LeVar Arrington, who had a great day, barely missed blocking that one. But Minnesota knocks off Penn State. First time since '86 they beat a team ranked in the top 5.
John, since that Penn State score has been put up on the board here, the Memorial Stadium has gone wild. It's been very loud. How about for the Texas A&M team, Coach? What is the noise going to do to your team?
Well, we're used to playing in big ball games and noise. That's part of football. It's an exciting atmosphere to play in. We won't worry about the noise. We'll worry about those guys out there in the field.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Brent?
Thank you very much, Jack Harut. Folks, it's November in Lincoln, and it is beautiful. One of the nicest November Saturdays I've ever experienced here. Stella on the right, Walker on the left. Texas A&M winning the flip, and they have elected to take the ball to start the second half. And there, our weather and forecast clear and sunny. So if you want a winter vacation, drop on by Lincoln, Nebraska. Shane Leclerc with the ball on the tee, underway in Lincoln. Here's Walker from the 2-yard line. Down at about the 17-yard line. Turner Gill, the quarterback coach here at Nebraska, and we asked Turner, what does the offense have to do early to be successful against A&M?
We got to get them off balance. They're quick, they're fast. That's probably their strength of their defense aspect of it. We're going to have to run it at them a little bit, and we want to mix up some play-action passes early and get them off balance, and then we can attack them, running at them pretty hard as the game goes along.
And the ringleader is Eric Crouch. They will open with Newcomb on the wing and no I-back. They have Willie Miller, number 15. Newcomb in motion. Here's the option. Newcomb got the pitch. Fumble! Aggies! Aggies pounce on it near the 10-yard line. A turnover. A devastating turnover on the first play.
Brent, the Nebraska offense has been plagued with turnovers the last 3 football games. This is one of those Bobby plays. Get it to Bobby Newcomb. A good pitch. He's got it right there. Has it in both hands, running with the football. And that's an unforced error that can take your own crowd out of the football game and give another team a chance to beat you. Look at that. Perfect until he dropped the ball.
Harold Robertson recovers the fumble. Eric Bernard, number 3, is behind number 15, Randy McCown, on first down. Fumble back. Loose ball again. McCown diving on it, and I believe the ref is signaling. Now Nebraska's saying that they took it away down at the bottom of the pile, so hold on. The referee, and that is Randy Crystal. He quickly held up 2 fingers for second down.
Brent, I think Randy McCown McCown had this ball when he first dropped on it. Stretch play, just does not get the handoff. It's on his hip. McCown gets it, and then Nebraska fights away from him and gets it away. But usually the referee gives it to the first guy that touches the ball.
Tiki Hardeman, the lone running back for the Aggies.
All blitz look, no free safety.
Hardeman pounds, spins away for the first hit to the 8-yard line. Their Chili's starting lineup. It is fast and furious in Lincoln. Hi Muley out of Euless, Texas. Their best offensive lineman for the Aggies. Lots of talented wide receivers. Chris Taylor wearing number 7 this year from Madisonville, Texas. In that backfield, number 5, Jamar Toombs. He pounded them last year. Bernard in a passing situation for the Aggies. Good receiver lined up behind McCown. Straight back, goes end zone, incomplete, overthrew Cole on the play. The Nebraska defense today. Steve Warren, the best out of Springfield, Missouri, anchors the defensive line for the Cornhuskers. Carlos Pope, they say he is near 100% physically out of Rockford, Illinois. And Mike Brown from Scottsdale, Arizona, leads this team with 59 tackles.
And Nebraska defense answered the call right there. That was one of those sudden changes. And as a defensive team, you answer, and it shifts the momentum back your way.
Terrence Kitchens, 29-yard attempt. He had a 62-yarder, and the Huskers pour in on him. He's had trouble getting it off as Kyle Vandenbosch blocks the punt. Number 83, Kyle Vandenbosch with a great play.
Long ago, an inventor came up with the assembly line, allowing a few people to make a lot of something. It was the model for efficiency. At Chili's, we pride ourselves for our inefficiency, because we make each of the Big Mouth burgers by hand, grilled one at a time by a person. And when you taste for yourself how good they are, you'll appreciate all the time we've wasted. Chili's fresh grilled Big Mouth burgers, monuments of inefficiency.
Car living a tough life. Better use a tough oil. Valvoline DuraBlend, the one strengthened with synthetics to outperform all leading conventional motor oils. Valvoline DuraBlend, tough oil for a long, tough life.
The luxurious Jeep Grand Cherokee with QuadraDrive, our most advanced four-wheel drive system ever. You can travel to the world's most exotic places. So there's no limit to what you might come across.
I need a vacation.
The world's best golfers clash for season-ending honors. This time it's for the world. World Golf Championships Sunday on ABC.
Underway, we've had a fumble and a turnover by Nebraska. We've had a blocked field goal against the Aggies. 2 fine plays. There's the young man who blocked the field goal, and Eric Crouch from Omaha Millard North leads the Huskers out, hoping to have much better success with this play.
Can't be any worse.
No, turned it over. Newcomb, the wing around, line up 2 wingbacks. Miller, and here comes Newcomb again, and Miller, the fullback, battles his way to the 24-yard line.
One more look at the block. Vandenbosch comes right up the middle. Vandenbosch goes about 6'4". And you know, Brent, Charlie McBride told us he's finally healthy. Had a leg injury, and you can see right there as he jumps. Kitchens might have kicked it low. He's had 5 blocked this year. That's his 6th. And Nebraska comes right up the gut. There it is, 6 field goals blocked in the year. That was a tough one for him right there, that close to the field.
Freshman receiver Wilson Thomas joins Matt Davidson as the wideouts. Miller again near the 30-yard line in our Chili's starting lineup for the Cornhusker offense today. Russ Hochstein has been their best offensive lineman this year. Wide receivers, Gary told you they've opened it up. Matt Davison in for every offensive snap last week against Kansas. Danny Alexander will play both I-back and fullback. Interestingly enough, the Huskers opened today without an I-back as they used the fullback, Willie Miller.
Brent, also, Nebraska going with 2 wingbacks in here tight.
Crouch, step for the first down.
Crouch stop by Cornelius Anthony. First down, Nebraska.
Dominic Raiola anchors the offensive line for Nebraska. Sherman and Hochstein, the guards we saw in that graphic, but where they have tackle problems is with number 69, Adam Jolch, who is not 100% physically. So their coach is upstairs keeping a very close eye on the left tackle, who you watch sit down. There goes Newcomb the other way off the wing, and Miller using sort of a belly attack here in the early going.
Completely different look by Nebraska early in this game.
Ronnie Edwards anchors that nose guard position for the Aggies here today. The linebackers are always active for the wrecking crew. Brian Gamble hoping to replace Dat Wynn before his career is over. And Jason Webster out of Houston with 4 interceptions leads Texas A&M in that category. Dan Alexander now in at I-back. And they break out of that 2-wing look. Running the option, here comes, and he's run out of bounds.
That's that speed from that wrecking crew defense. Let's look at what Nebraska has to do. The Dell Game Solutions right here. Nebraska, we talked about in the open. You got a good receiver, Davidson Newcomb. Keep your weapons on your field. Those are the ball players. Ball security, how about that? Gee, that one already went down right there real quick in the game. Hold on to the ball, 3 key turnovers. A&M, read your keys. Nebraska wants to use that play action pass to beat you. And finally, ignore Danielson and that wide receiver height. Stop the option. That's how you beat this Nebraska football team.
Now on 3rd and 7, Tracy Wistrom checks in. He's a downfield tight end, if you will, averaging better than 33 yards a catch this year. Crouch rolls, gonna pitch back Newcomb on that little lateral shovel pass. First down, Nebraska on 3rd and 7. A good call from the coaches.
Frank Solich told us yesterday he calls them the Bobby package. We saw it on first down. This is a whole different look with Bobby Newcomb going into the wingback spot, almost like Johnny Rodgers, a la Johnny. This is a pass, the shovel pass, crouch out wide, give the ball to your playmakers. That's what I think Bobby Newcomb's going to go to do this offense the rest of this year and into this 2000 season.
Ball on the Nebraska 41-yard line. Wistrom in motion, H-back look, Crouch rolls left, fires, hits Galladay, and Galladay to the 35-yard line of the Aggies for 23 yards on the pass from sophomore Eric Crouch.
Well, Eric Crouch is not getting the option given to him. You see that wrecking crew for A&M defense is going to play wide. They think they have the speed to really counter that option play. So you counter that by running a little misdirection, as Turner Gill said. Get the ball to your tight ends, a little bit of pitch wing back, and try to keep this defense off balance and guessing.
Matt Davison off to the top in the sunlight, the right of quarterback Crouch. Wistrom steps over to the right side of the formation, and they come back with Alexander. Alexander inside the 30-yard line before Rocky Bernard brings him down. The matchup, Gary.
Yeah, let's take a look at this football game. Who's the edge on offense? I'm going to give Nebraska the edge, but a small X. Very slight edge. Defense, hey, A&M gave up 51 points. Good defense, but a small edge to Nebraska. Here's where the game's going to turn. Special teams. A big X is available. Both teams can do it with returns and great kicking game for A&M. The intangibles, I was ready to go one way, but I think Nebraska has the intangible now, Brent, with that big upset of Penn State.
Very good point. Alexander cuts back close to a first down.
Really has turned on the crowd, I think, in this football game. You have to believe if you're Nebraska, you feel you're back into the picture. At least you have some life. Inside running game, that offensive line has been questioned. People say it's not quite as good. I'm sure Frank Solich has challenged these guys and said, we have to make the ball go between the tackles. They don't have great speed at tailback, so they need to run the ball up the gut with their tailback.
10th play of the drive, 3rd short, and Crouch picks up another first down for the Cornhuskers. Well, the young man has rushed for 399 yards for a 4.2 average, but a couple weeks ago against Texas, he was playing catch-up down the stretch. So he was throwing the ball more than he was running.
Yep. And you know, this is almost unlike Nebraska that I can ever remember. For the year, this Nebraska team is only converting 35% of their third down conversions. That's not like Nebraska, and the reason is they're getting behind on first and second down. Too much yardage to pick it up like the old days.
The strength of the formation is off to the left, but they bring motion back the other way. Couch looked left, came back right on a big slip screen to Newcomb, and he quickly picks up another first down, 12 yards on a slick play with Crouch looking off the defense quickly and then coming back to the right.
Let's take a look at Bobby Newcomb. You know, he was an ex-quarterback, started the year at quarterback. What does he bring to the table? Speed and quarterback awareness. He knows what to do with the ball when he has it. Not like that first down, but, you know, if he has a weakness, I'm not sure that this offense has caught up to the skills that he has, although it looks like Nebraska is finding more and more ways to use him.
Miller returns. So it's one different look after another. Crouch keeps it behind Miller, cuts for the corner, and he makes it to the 7-yard line. Jason Webster, their outstanding defensive back, with the stop.
Just to give you an idea of how different this Nebraska team is this year, in the last 2 games, Eric Crouch has ran the ball 30 times for 49 yards. Drew Brees gained 51 yards last week himself. Now, turned that one upside down. That's about as unbelievable a stat as I've heard in a while.
Indeed. Matt Davison off to the left here on second down. They can pick up a first down without scoring inside the 1. Alexander's stopped in the middle by Cornelius Anthony, number 46, out of Missouri City, Texas. Anthony on the stop.
The Wrecking Crew defense was so successful last year, pushing Nebraska wide. A couple weeks ago, we watched those 2 big defensive tackles for Texas, Sean Rogers and Casey Hampton, stop it up inside with size. Mike Hankiewicz said, we don't have guys like that, but we have playmakers at the defensive line. That's what's going to be seen to be seen. Can they stop them with their athleticness?
3rd and 3, and Newcomb to the left. They practiced a slant play with Bobby coming hard. They run the option, though, and they're not going to get a first down. Nothing doing on that play because Gamble and Edwards, the nose guard and the Mike linebacker, stopped the quarterback that time, and so the Cornhuskers are 3 of 4 on 3rd downs, but the 4th one was huge because it forces Nebraska into a field goal situation.
Mike Hankiewicz has great experience facing Nebraska. Not only was he the defensive coordinator here at A&M for a while, but at Colorado, at Kansas, he's faced them over 15 times, and he said to me a couple days ago, they're running the same plays they ran before. I don't know, though. I haven't seen 2 wingbacks in the game much.
Josh Brown for the lead. No, so each team misses a field goal. One is blocked, the other missed. Timeout.
I can't believe you tore a stunt like that. What were you thinking? You weren't thinking, were you? I don't think so. You think you're different? You think you're special? No, I don't. Get that camera out of here. If we go over this, we did. You want to coach this team? I didn't know it was the last one. He's so sensitive. These are mine too.
Burger King has added a new word to the English language, craveable. Craveable, adjective, as in the craveable new chicken club sandwich is here to stay at Burger King. See, the chicken club has all white meat chicken, crispy bacon, and lettuce and tomato. So at first we called it delicious. But that didn't work. Tasty? Not good enough. But craveable just seemed to fit. The dictionary people didn't like it.
I'm sorry, craveable is not a real word.
But folks still seem to be warming up to our chicken club.
Burger King. Have it your way.
The Flying Mile. Race fans gather at Daytona's Flying Mile.
Winning Daytona shows that the 300 is a spirited, full-blooded automobile with impeccable road manners.
Chrysler 300M with the most horsepower of any sports sedan in its class.
No other car delivers this much motoring excitement.
She's a regular firecracker.
Scoreless here with 6:13 remaining in the first quarter. And Kansas State pulls off Colorado 20-14. Closer than a lot of folks expected. They win it by 6. The Wildcats will be here in Lincoln next week. But first things first. Dante Hall into the backfield for the Aggies. Dante Hall. Stop. Brown and Polk make the tackle.
Let's take a look at the Dell Game solutions now for Texas A&M. Don't be one-dimensional. This is a passing team this year, but they still must continue to run the ball, take the pressure off McCown. And I'm going to put the punt game as part of the offense. Not a bad thing when you got a punter like they have to punt the ball and see what happens once in a while, move the chains with the punt, win the field position game.
McCown. Incomplete.
And let's finish up for Nebraska what they need to do. Hey, they ain't passing team, but I say force them to pass. Don't let them run the ball. Let's try to get them to pass if you're Nebraska. Then you can rush them. And once you get that happening, Charlie McBride said we had good blitzes, Brent, but we weren't close enough to the line of scrimmage. We were disguising too much. Move up, show it, come in and hit the quarterback.
3rd and 9, an obvious passing situation. Bernard in at running back. He sometimes slips out. Hardiman. McCown rolls behind Hardiman. Throws. Oh, intercepted. On the deflection, Mike Brown. The rover for Nebraska. Out of bounds. Inside the 20-yard line. The pass, I believe, was deflected by Julius Jackson.
You're exactly right. When a quarterback sprints out, he never sees the backside linebacker who has no threat. McCown sprints out. He never finds Jackson, the linebacker. Watch Jackson. He reads the quarterback right in the middle of the field, right there. He sees it. The ball looks like it's open. You got a wide receiver. Does not catch the ball very well, but the tip is made, and all of a sudden Nebraska has the ball again down on the 20-yard line.
Bobby Newcomb to the top of your screen out there in the sunshine. The split in. Applegate, the slot receiver. They come down to the field side. Here's the pitch to Alexander. Daylight to the 9-yard line. And a first down, Huskers.
Stop on play by Michael Jameson.
Brent, a lot of things do work when your offensive tackle does a good job hooking a guy. Watch this. Adam Jolch, number 69, hooks him. Works. Look at that job right there by your offensive tackle. That allows you to cut off that defense. You don't have to be a fast I-back when you've got tackles that cut off the defensive end. Jolch did not practice Tuesday. Was a bit nicked, but looks like he's okay to me now.
First and goal for Nebraska. Play fake, Crouch to throw on first down, deflected, incomplete. That ball was deflected by Michael Jameson, the junior strong safety from Killeen, Texas.
Michael Jameson read his keys. He knew Tracy Wistrom likes to come out and run those play-action passes. He had him eyed up the whole way, cut in front of it, and should have intercepted that ball.
First miss by Crouch, 3 of 4 for 44 yards. Second down and goal from the 9.
A&M is on their game plan. They're just getting blocked a bit by a little bit of different look. Here's that look again. 2 wingbacks, 4 wide receivers in the game.
Wilson Thomas, the freshman wide receiver. Newcomb goes in motion. Miller, and the ball's loose. And the Aggies recover. A fumble and the 3rd big mistake for Nebraska in the early going. The 2nd turnover of this game, and Harold Robertson, the sophomore out of Dallas Lincoln High School, recovers his 2nd fumble of the day.
Brent, 2 turnovers inside red territory cost them against Texas for Nebraska. Last week against Kansas they had one, and today they had a turnover early and then another turnover inside the red territory. That is very disheartening to a football team when that happens, when you have an opportunity to put points on the board.
R.C. Slocum's offense backed up to their own 8-yard line. The crowd buzzing in Lincoln. Toombs in for the first time, and he pounds to the 12-yard line. Stopped by Eric Johnson.
Stopped on the play by Eric Johnson.
Nobody wants this game yet. Or they want it too much, one of the two.
I suspect the latter, my friend.
Yeah, you're right. A little bit nervous.
Second down and 6. 2 wideouts. Strength of the formation to the left. Toombs, though, is offset to the right. Nothing doing because of a great defensive play by middle linebacker Carlos Polk, the junior from Rockford, Illinois. An ABC Sports presentation of college football brought to you by Chrysler, giving you back the romance of driving. Dell Computer, pioneering direct internet ideas for your business. Be direct, Dell. Morgan Stanley, Dean Witter, we measure success one investor at a time. Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler. Dr. Pepper, this is the taste.
This is one of those plays with your A&M. Not a bad thing to punt the ball. Be very conservative on this play call.
Need 8 yards. Third down for McCown. Fullback blocks, got time, throws it complete. Beautiful pass out to the 24-yard line, and an Aggie first down, 14 yards to Bethel Johnson, who returns from an injury, and the sophomore contributes immediately.
Bethel Johnson, a speed guy to the outside, second leading receiver. You're right, just coming back. He's a go-to guy, obviously, and that comeback to the outside was perfectly thrown by Randy McCown that time. Randy, and I saw him last year, Ben, has really improved his throwing and accuracy as a quarterback.
And the Aggies, as a result, have been putting it up more. Let's see what they do here on first down. Toombs to the left, and on first down, they'll run away with Bernard. Nothing much doing, but you know they're going to be passing on this next down, and we had a chance to ask McCown, why are you throwing the ball more this year?
I think we're more efficient in the passing game, and that started, as soon as we got, back home from the Sugar Bowl last year. Coach Logan came to me and said that we need to be more effective in our passing game.
Yeah, last year they went in, the Sugar Bowl played Ohio State, and they found out those 8- and 9-man fronts are too tough to run the ball against. You have to at least have the threat of the passing game.
Joe Germain influence, if you will. Yep. Second down and 10, and here's McCown with that throw we expected. Receivers are covered, dances off to the right. Remember, he has an injured left shoulder. He takes it out of bounds at the 20 with Mike Brown in pursuit. We haven't had a chance to tell you about this Nebraska defense. Steve Warren out of Springfield, Missouri. He's their leading defensive lineman this year. And in the linebacking trio, Brian Shaw started ahead of Ortiz today, but Carlos Polk really has contributed already, and he's almost 100%. Mike Brown with that deflection for an interception. He anchors that defensive backfield. We are seeing a lot of Dion Booker, number 14 at safety. Third down and 13. Short drop, gonna fire, got a man open, and he threw behind him. His roommate, Matt Bumgardner, had to reach back. He of the circus catch could not trapeze artist that one. And Dion Booker, who's in that defensive backfield, delivered the blow, and the young man not up yet.
Brent, that time Bumgardner really did not help the quarterback. It was a zone. Here's Booker way over here. If Bumgardner would have stayed outside and read it, he would not have given Booker time to get over and make this hit. Bumgardner does not read it right, cuts in too quickly. See how quick he cuts in? That made that play a much tougher play for McCown, and he took the hit. You see McCown, pressure up front, that's going to be the key. Steve Warren had a great game last week. 2 sacks and a quarterback pressure, and he continues to play good football at the nose tackle position.
So Bumgardner's still down, and the one thing that A&M cannot afford is for that left shoulder of McCown to be shaken up. Hey, let's take it to some primetime football. ESPN and ABC. Tennessee, Miami on ESPN. And then on Monday night, you got Minnesota, Dallas. Folks, 2 fine primetime games coming up on ESPN and ABC. Those are 2 if you're a pro football fan. You want to see both of them. Let us take a break. Bumgardner's up. He's okay. Timeout.
People are beginning to think of the automobile not just as a family vehicle, but as a personal and individual means of transportation.
The throb of a powerful engine. Now for a moment, imagine yourself as driver of this automobile. You really have to drive it.
At the Chrysler Proving Ground,
give them an expressway and their drivers are willing.
I think we made the scenic back roads fun to drive.
I'll give them any country or suburban road, rough or
smooth. They're the type of people who like the feel of a flying machine.
Love to drive. The renowned engineers of Chrysler.
A minimum of ornamentation and a minimum of chrome moldings.
She's a regular firecracker. The sounds of nature sing their prettiest over the rich, throaty obligato of his engine.
Even sheet metal can have a soul.
And they give you back the romance of driving.
And that is why these will never land on an ordinary car.
And you find out what exceptional unity of man and machine has been achieved.
Around the road to number one. America's biggest road show. National championship on ABC. The Nokia Super Bowl on ABC.
Yeah! Woo! We're on the road to the Nokia Sugar Bowl. And nothing's gonna stop us. Look out!
Now what? There's an easier way to the national championship. Nokia's Road to Number One sweepstakes. Just buy any Nokia model phone in a specially marked box and you can win trips to the Nokia Sugar Bowl or thousands of other great prizes.
Looks like you finally found yourself a date for the game.
Nokia. Connecting people.
Joe Walker right now is the deep man, but Bobby Newcomb, as Cornhusker fans realize, is always out there. There he is. Gary has him circled, and they're up against the best punter in college football, in my opinion, Shane Leckler.
They're going to go for the block here.
They're coming. Now Davison backs it off, however. Coming off the outside, and Leckler booms it toward Walker. Inside the 25-yard line, down at the 20-yard line. Rolls back, he is down. They mark it at the 22. This is for exercise, ladies and gentlemen. This is simply for fun. Jason Webster with punt coverage that was fabulous.
Let's hope his knee touched, because he got it spin.
This is not the NFL, my friend. Doesn't matter. Look at these mistakes of Nebraska. On the first play, Newcomb. Then they hit the upright.
And then Willie Miller on a easy handoff inside. 3 big misses for Nebraska. 2 fumbles already, a missed field goal, and 0 for 2 in the red zone. That is not good when you're trying to reestablish your offense.
A hard-hitting football game. And the Aggie band is here, but not the Aggie mascot. And folks, I miss Reveille. I've been told that Reveille is watching this game on TV. Reveille, sit there, enjoy it. I hope they give you another bone, my friend. It's unbelievable that you're not here with the Aggies. Back goes Crouch. Pocket forms downfield. Newcomb going, no! He underthrew him, and that allowed Cedric Curry to knock the ball away. Can't be interference on a ball that was that badly underthrown.
Yeah, and you know why Eric Crouch underthrew it? He waited too long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Set up, throw the ball. You got a speed guy like Bobby Newcomb like that, he'll just outrun the ball. You literally can't throw it far enough. Cedric Curry does a good job on that deep ball, but Eric Crouch made the mistake by waiting way too long, maybe almost a half second too long.
Cedric might have intercepted it. He take the second look. Second down and 10. Crouch off to the right. Here's Alexander, the pitch man, for not much doing. You know, this is a nice-looking new field. Jack Arute, I think this is a spectacular field that we're looking down on here, my friend.
Well, Brent, it's called field turf. It looks like grass, feels like grass, but actually it's artificial. It's a combination of silicate and 28,000 tires that have been ground up. Now, Texas A&M has never played here. They, in fact, had never seen this before. So the equipment men called the other teams that played here and said, what shoes should we bring? They brought the molded spikes for most of their team.
Third down and 10, Jack. Buckhalter in from the shotgun, fires it incomplete, and it's 3 and out for Nebraska. Here's the thing I wonder, can we get this installed in our backyard?
That would be nice.
Huh?
Looks like you can get some wedges off this real nice. Yeah. You know what, I think a lot of, you're talking about the turf, a lot of teams are going to look this up north and say, is it safe, is it soft, and is it durable? Because a lot of those teams that are lowering their fields are having problems, a la Michigan and soon Ohio State, that are going to lower their field 14 feet.
So how about this? The Aggies sent 2 deep men, Chris Taylor and Jason Webster. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Haydenfeld. Here's Taylor, the wide receiver from the 41-yard line, dances back to the 45. 5-yard line. Well, Joe Hamilton, one of our favorites from Georgia Tech. Let's check in with John Saunders and see how the young quarterback from the Ramblin' Wreck is doing. John?
Well, Brent, the young quarterback here on this Burger King update, is doing quite well. Nice drive here. He goes 4 yards to Kelly Campbell. Caps a drive that he was 5 for 5 for 39 yards. Georgia Tech on top of Virginia. Joe Hamilton, the numbers pretty good early. 9 of 10, 105. Brent.
Hey, Brent, the rest of the ACC is happy he's not a young quarterback anymore. They want him out of there.
Here's McCown handing it off. Toombs runs into the middle of that line. You know, one of the things surprises me about the Aggies, Gary, let me ask you about this. I look over here at Toombs. He's gained only 340 yards, a 4.4 average and 4. I thought the youngster from Kilgore, Texas would break out this year.
Brent, it's what you emphasize as a team. This year, the call of this team is to throw the ball. 7 out of 8 games, A&M has passed for more than they run. No running back has carried the ball more than 10 times in a game.
Not off to a good start here. 8 carries from scrimmage for only 1 yard. So McCown going to put it back up and in trouble. Dances away. Fumble! And a save. It'll be 3rd down, but oh, that was ever so close.
See, that's the difference that Charlie McBride is going to try to bring to this Nebraska defense the rest of the year. Hey, let's not disguise these blitzes and get there a half step late. Let's get there a half step early and move up and blitz. That time, Mike Brown was the one who came around and poked the ball for McCown. McCown is a good thrower, but he's not one of those game breakers if he gets out of the pocket. I don't think there's any fear in Nebraska, and Randy McCown's going to beat him with his legs.
Left tackle Michael Mahan, the redshirt freshman out of Homer, Louisiana, saved the day on that. We come to the end of the first quarter. No score. Texas A&M and Nebraska.
Where will you be when the millennium turns? Your dreams change. So have we. Now Dean Witter and Morgan Stanley have joined to provide a world of investment advice on a personal level. The world will change, but at Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, we will always measure success, one investor at a time.
One of the world's best skiers against Goodyear's ultimate winter tire, the Ultra Grip Ice Radial. Made with ice lock and innovative silica compound, you get improved traction on snow and ice. Goodyear Ultra Grip Ice Radials.
Hey, Jen, we're counting on you.
Last weekend in the Army Reserve, I had to refuel 6 Apache helicopters in 30 minutes. That got me ready to do battle on Monday.
Hey, not too shabby.
As little as 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. Army Reserve.
National Car Rental presents Try for the National Championship. In 1997, Missouri hosted Tom Osborne in the Nebraska Cornhuskers. With 7 seconds remaining in the game, Scott Frost's pass was deflected and caught in the end zone by Matt Davidson, sending the game into overtime. A touchdown run by Frost sealed the Huskers' victory on their way to the national title. This year's national championship will be crowned in the title game of the Bowl Championship Series.
Hey there, time for a holiday. So switch off your computers and take a national holiday with National Car Rental. Spend some time with National Heroes. Or visit a national treasure. Join the National Football League. Or take your kids to a national park. But wherever you go, National will get you there fast. Because with hundreds of locations nationwide, it's hard to find a place that's not a national city. Whoa! National Car Rental. What are you waiting for? Let's go!
Brent, let's go back and take our best look at what we have to see if Joe Walker had his laying down. We got a little receiver, A&M guys kind of blocked it. I'm not sure if Joe Walker's knee was down or not, but clearly one more look from behind. What did happen is the referee clearly blew the whistle. So A&M quit on the play. He might have got a few more yards, but I doubt if he'd have gone the whole way for the touchdown. But I couldn't tell from either one of those looks if he was down or not.
3rd down and 18 for the Aggies. They don't want to risk a turnover. With Leckler, they can play field position football. And I'm sure R.C. Slocum thinks exactly that way right now. No, he doesn't. Put it up in the air. Well, you told me that this was a wide-open Aggie offense, and now Leckler comes back out to punt again for Texas A&M. Folks, if you needed one punter in a college football game, here he is, Shane Leckler, because he was a high school quarterback, good passer last year when we did those Aggie games late. They had injuries at the quarterback position. There was always Leckler there to back up. You can see the two deep men deployed, and Newcomb a little bit further back, standing on the 40-yard line, backing off the line this time, backing up now to the 45.
Always be ready for a reverse when two people are back there.
They punt away. This is what Slocum told us he was going to do. A beautiful Aggie bounce by Leckler. What we're talking about. The All-American punter buries Nebraska at the 5-yard line. That's a 58-yard punt, ladies and gentlemen. Well, next Saturday at 12 noon, instead of a national championship, you'll see Penn State trying to hold on to get to the Rose Bowl against Michigan. The Wolverines and the Nittany Lions next Saturday, live at 12 Eastern time. And what a Donnybrook across the country now.
Exactly the same weekend a year ago when Ohio State was beaten by Michigan State and knocked them out of the national championship game. And you're right, Brent, they still got Michigan and Michigan State. They're not in the Rose Bowl yet.
First down and 10. Horrible field position. Alexander with the first carry. A couple of yards and no more.
Brent, one more point about the weapon Shane Leckler. Last week, Oklahoma State had 7 total return yards in the game, in the punt game. And for his whole career, Shane Leckler has never averaged in a game less than 41 yards in any game. Great consistency along with a great leg.
Second down and 8.
He becomes an offensive weapon. There's no doubt about that.
John Gibson, one of the 3 wideouts. Applegate's the motion wingback. Deflected at the line. It'll be third down and 8 coming up as Lonnie Madison, number 97 from the Woodlands outside of Houston, knocks it away. On a gorgeous Saturday afternoon, Texas A&M and Nebraska, a Big 12 matchup, and it is scoreless with 14 minutes to go here in the first half. And in case you just joined us, the stunner of the day, Minnesota goes into Happy Valley and beats Penn State 24-23 on a last-second field goal after a deflected pass set it up for the game winner. The best deflected pass I've seen since Matt Davison caught that one for the Huskers in Columbia, Missouri. Third down and 8. Handed off. Buckholzer pulling a defender with him out to the 11 and short of a first down. Royland Bradley, Jr., makes the stop.
Nebraska's defense gets credit as a great rush defense, and they truly are. But you know, this A&M wrecking crew defense does not have to take a back seat in rush defense. They're only giving up 90 yards a game also. And so far, Nebraska, outside of the option play, is having no success running the ball.
This is 2 consecutive 3-and-outs for Nebraska. And Haydenfeld goes back to the Cornhusker end zone. Chris Taylor will try to give the Aggies outstanding field position. Booms it from the 33. Beats the gunner. Slides to the left. And he'll be out of bounds at the 44-yard line. When you come back, the Aggies will be 56 yards away from pay dirt. Timeout.
When it comes to traditional luxury, it's anything but more of the same. Introducing the all-new 2000 Bonneville. When supercharged, it's one of the world's most powerful sports sedans. More luxury. More attitude. The all-new 2000 Bonneville by Pontiac.
The oxygen mask will be released, and in case of a sudden craving for the new chicken club from Burger King, an emergency pouch in the seat back in front of you contains 1 sandwich.
Hey, that's my sandwich.
Give me that sandwich, lady! Just give me the sandwich!
Everybody's craving the new chicken club. After all, it's a masterpiece of all-white meat chicken, crispy bacon, lettuce, and tomato.
Woohoo! Oh!
Burger King. Have it your way.
As America's first choice in beer during the past century,
We invite you to toast the new millennium with the same clean, crisp taste you've always enjoyed. Budweiser. Now in limited edition Millennium Magnums, bottles, and cans. Now, as always, this Bud's for you.
What a great matchup! Big Ten rivals, Michigan and Penn State.
It's huge. Penn State's national title hopes are on the line. Clint Finley suffered a concussion last week against Kansas. He's back at safety. Deion Booker over on the Nebraska sideline. First down and 10 for Randy McCown and the Aggies. Off a play fake. McCown gets great blocking, goes middle. Incomplete at the 15-yard line to Bethel Johnson. Coverage by number 22, Ralph Brown.
Ralph Brown had decent coverage, but that again is another quarterback who waited too long to throw the ball. Bethel Johnson had Brown on his, kind of like his tail right there, shielded. The ball was out there. Look at how much Johnson has to almost stop for that football. That's why Ralph Brown was able to get back in and make the play.
Second down and 10. Toombs, the running back. Toombs. 3 yards, and the Blackshirts gang up, led by Aaron Wills. So this Nebraska defense against the Aggie offense, and the Aggies, as Gary pointed out, have had trouble running the ball this year, and they're being shut down pretty good. Well, our Aflac trivia question. Who was the first Texas A&M coach to beat Nebraska? Last year, of course, R.C. Slocum became the second. Down at Texas A&M. But who was the first? Some of you Aggie fans are all over that. Third down and 7. The ball on the 48-yard line. Shotgun McCown. Middle. Got it. Cole. First down Aggies at the 41-yard line.
Very interesting to watch an A&M football team from a year ago. You mentioned, how much they've changed. They were a running team last year, but they only averaged 159 yards a game. So you look at your team, Steve Craigthorpe, their offensive coordinator, talks R.C. Slocum into saying, our talents at wide receiver, that's really their 4th wide receiver right there, Chris Cole, on the game in catches. You go to him, put pressure on teams different ways.
Hardiman, the fullback, Bernard, the tailback. Toss to Bernard. Kicks his way and slammed after a gain of a yard. Jack Arute, how's the crowd here in Huskerland today, my friend?
Well, Brent, I would have to think that maybe the crowd is not as geared up as they were when they announced that Penn State defeat. This crowd with this back and forth and the miscues by Nebraska, they're still loud, but they're not loud like we thought they would be and the way Gary thought they would be. Maybe, Gary, this intangible is swinging the other way.
Second down and 9 for the Aggies in Nebraska territory. Seth McKinney calls out the blocking assignment. Got great protection and got it. Inside the 35-yard line, Matt Bumgardner, shaken up earlier in the game, makes his first catch.
Of course, Matt Bumgardner, almost a folk hero around Texas A&M with the catches he's made. Big 12 championship. He just seems to be one of those guys that finds the ball when big things are ready to happen. Nebraska's got a guy just like that, Matt Davison.
Yeah, I covered both those catches, and both were spectacular, Gary. Third down and 3. McCown against pressure, throws in the teeth of it. First down at the 20-yard line. A 14-yard pass to Leroy Hodge. The senior makes his first catch of the game, and McCown was feeling defensive heat that time.
If you hadn't seen a Big 12, Big 8, A&M Nebraska game in the last 20 years, and you're watching this, you got to be going, where have I been? What is going on here? Throwing the ball all over the field. This one was up, and Hodge came up and made a great catch that time.
Now Dwayne Goins goes out to the right as a wide receiver. Toombs is jumped from behind by Eric Johnson as they gang up on the running game here.
Eric Johnson on the stop.
Things have changed so much in football. Teams are willing to do more spread out offenses, put pressure on different people, and the influence of the pro game is so great on the college game. Charlie McBride knows it's not like stopping Iowa State or Kansas State anymore or 20 years ago. People are going to spread it out on you and put pressure on you.
Aggies will try to do just that. 2nd down and 10. Option pitch, and here's Bernard outrunning the defensive end. Slips the defensive back and out of bounds inside the 15.
So ABC Sports presentation of college football brought to you today by the Wide Track Grand Prix by Pontiac. Wider is better. Aflac, without it, no insurance is complete. Chili's, a proud sponsor of ABC College Football, and Microsoft. Where do you want to go today?
You know, Brent, Jack was making the point about that intangible. He's so right. There's nothing that can turn your home crowd against you as a couple of turnovers early in a football game. They don't like that at all.
3rd and 4. Tiki Hardeman, the fullback. Behind him, Eric Bernard, who goes in motion. Roll left, McCown again throws high, incomplete to Cole that time. And Ralph Brown, excellent coverage by the corner. And a few words with Cole as he walks away.
Nebraska was very fortunate that time. A&M put one man in motion, 2 Nebraska defenders follow him out there. That means a mismatch somewhere, but good coverage on the play, and they get away with it.
Kitchens to try it again. His first attempt was blocked by Kyle Vanden Bosch. This one a 31-yard attempt.
There's Vanden Bosch right there, right in line.
Blocked again, 0 for 2. As Vanden Bosch comes up big again.
He came up tall again, and he jumps. Right in line. He does the old LeVar leap right there. And Vanden Bosch right up the middle. Kitchens that has his problem, so much so that RC's local, there he is, right to the left side. Watch him lay out and make this fail. 2 steps, 1, 2, that vertical leap. Gets his right hand, almost hit him in the head, didn't it?
Gary, when's the last scoreless tie you saw? Timeout in Lincoln. 9:28 left in the first half.
Why do I have Aflac insurance on top of my regular health insurance? Because he has his mother's eyes. Because I still have to teach him to whistle. And because Aflac helps cover what other insurance doesn't. If I'm injured, Aflac even provides cash to help pay bills. So why do I have Aflac? Did I mention he has his mother's eyes? Aflac supplemental insurance. Without it, no insurance is complete.
The world can be a pretty tough place. Now there's one exciting car designed to take it. Grand Am. With solid form design. It's the most solid Grand Am ever built. Grand Am. Excitement well built by Pontiac.
Hey, can you play Macarena?
Yeah, will you play Smoking Broken Heart? Hey man, my girl left me. Could you send out a tune?
I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. I want my baby. Baby, baby back, I got my baby back.
2 block field goals today by Kyle Vanden Bosch. We are scoreless.
What would Penn State have paid for one of those? About $10 million.
LeVar Arrington, he was trying. You might be on the low side. Crouch pulls it back. Wide open underneath his Wistrom. Tracy to the 39 and a first down. Cornhuskers. Let's go down now to Jack Arute.
Well, Brent, after Kyle Vanden Bosch came off the field and out of the sidelines, Charlie McBride walked up to him, congratulated him for that block. Then he looked up at me and he said, "We're having fun now."
He'd have a lot more fun, Jack, if this offense would punch in a couple of scores, my friend.
For the way this defense is given up some plays this year, Charlie was in as good a mood as I can remember yesterday, can you?
Absolutely.
I mean, you get a smile out of Charlie McBride, you're doing a good job.
Here's that double wing look again. Crouch keeps it, finds daylight. Out of bounds at midfield. Close to another Nebraska first down. Brandon Jennings after a run now officially of 11 yards, and that's that new formation we've been looking at.
Brent, Mike Hankwitz, now the defensive coordinator for A&M, probably has gone over with his defense a new look. 4 wide receivers for this team. It's like the Air Force. Fisher DeBerry must have traveled by here last week, or there was some burning of the phone lines, because Nebraska's going to find ways to get the ball to different guys. Here's Newcomb, here's Sean Applegate. 2 wings, 4 wide receivers.
Pounding straight ahead with Miller to the Aggie 46-yard line with Ryan Gamble making the stop.
You watch the wide receivers for Nebraska. Obviously, you don't catch a lot of balls here. When you come here, you know you have to block. And so far, those Nebraska wide receivers, Davison, Newcomb, Applegate, and Wilson Thomas, number 9, have all been down there throwing at the legs of the A&M defensive backs.
But turnovers are keeping the pressure on Nebraska. 2 fumbles today. Applegate, Crouch keeps it again, and he is caught from behind by Lonnie Madison.
Amazing what those defensive interior linemen can do if they beat a block. And that had to be a missed assignment on the offensive line. Dominic Raioli's talking to Hochstein and Sherman, his 2 guards, and saying, did we have a slip or a scoop? I don't know what that means, but I've heard him say that. You know, we got a
sounds good.
It sounds good. It makes you, an expert when you do that stuff. third and long. I didn't care if it was a slip or scoop, just block the SOB. That's what he said.
Exactly. Sammy Davis in as a 5th defensive back. Not to sing, he's a 5th defensive back for the Aggies. Crouch deflected again. Incomplete. So he's had a couple of passes. Well, remember the Aflac trivia quiz? Who was the first Texas A&M coach to beat Nebraska? The Bear. Paul Bear Bryant, 1955. The Aggies 27, Nebraska nothing. That's one of the toughest football teams in history.
Brent, you asked me when's the last time I saw a 0-0 tie? Red Wings Blackhawks. Before they started overtime.
The Red Wings couldn't score on the Hawks. I'm shocked.
Long time ago, before they had the overtime game.
Haydenfeld into punt again for Nebraska. This time Jason Webster goes back. Webster going to let this one go and hope it goes in the end zone, and it's not. This time it's going to be the Cornhuskers who will count it. A 43-yard punt. This surface, if nothing else, is great for punters. Timeout.
The rugged Montana from Pontiac. With not 1, but 2 sliding doors. Something handy for whoever's passing through. Life is more exciting in Montana.
Did you remember the milk?
They're the largest creatures on Earth. They've adapted and evolved with strength and determination. The kind of strength that helps the Pacific Life family of companies manage more than $300 billion for its clients. And determination that has guided Pacific Life for 130 years. Size, strength, longevity, offering annuities, insurance and investments. Use the power of Pacific Life.
This rather unconventional salute to Nebraska's Scarlet and Cream comes from the cream of 20th century artists, as expressed in the world-famous collection at the Sheldon Memorial Art Gallery on the campus of the University of Nebraska in Lincoln. I think you get the picture. There is no place like Nebraska.
Promotional consideration provided by National Car Rental, the official car rental company of the Bowl Championship Series on ABC.
Let's go!
If you like defense, you come to the right place. Aggies and the Cornhuskers are scoreless. 7:34 to go. Total yards. Texas A&M with the ball are only 45 yards. They've averaged less than 2 yards a play, Gary.
Brent, you know that special team X is still up for grabs. Both teams are doing pretty well and pretty bad in the special teams.
Lousy field goal kicking, great punting. Toombs
it ripped right away from them.
Ball was coming loose at about the 10-yard line. The Huskers are celebrating. They got it.
Jamar Toombs, the big fullback that time, fighting for yards. You're right, Brent. You know the offense said, hey, we're not gaining any yards. Less than 2 yards, get in there and fight for extra yards. Mike Brown makes the tackle and rips it loose at the same time, and that's the turnovers that this black shirt defense that Charlie McBride was looking for.
Jason Lohr, who wasn't expected to play today, recovered that fumble. First down and 10. Buckhalter, he battles his way to the 6. Now, the one thing Buckhalter's going to do is hang on to the football. Do you remember that play in Austin, Texas, when he was reaching for the goal line and he turned it over? Biggest fumble of the game as he came Gary around the left side.
And he's down there to just maybe the 6-inch line, half-yard line at the most, reaches it out, and the ball stays in by a half a yard and might have been the biggest play of the football game. The red zone has been tough this year. 8 turnovers inside the 20-yard.
Second down, Crouch keeps it, now pitches. Buckhalter, he'll try the right side, nothing doing. Jamison got him first. He is short of the 5-yard line. It'll be third down and about 5 yards to go for Nebraska. They can pick up a first down without scoring, but this team, and Gary just referred to it, this Nebraska team struggles as much in the red zone as any Cornhusker team that I can remember in this decade.
You know, I think there's a couple of reasons
he
for
wants
this.
a
Frank
timeout.
He knows how big this one is, and I think it's a good timeout right here. This isn't wasting a timeout. Third and long. 2 reasons. Not the great speed they're used to at tailback, and they don't have that big quarterback that can break tackles like Scott Frost or Tommy Frazier.
So we'll take a break.
And now it's time to open up the pages of the Huskers.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
On a gorgeous Saturday afternoon, Nebraska and Texas A&M battle it out in a Big 12 Donnybrook. 6:16 to John Saunders time. Nebraska and the Aggies scoreless in a game dominated by turnovers, and Nebraska trying to take advantage of one now in the red zone. But it is going to be 3rd and 5 coming up after Toombs fumbled it away, and the Huskers have been stopped twice, and you have to wonder what the Nebraska coaching staff feels about 2 downs and foregoing the field goal attempt this time. But let's let it unfold. They're on the right hash. Newcomb is on the right wing.
Newcomb's going to go in motion.
Coming from behind inside, there's that pitch to Newcomb. He's short. He's short of the first down by a couple of yards as they flip it to Newcomb. And Bradley, along with Robertson, not fooled. Robertson has already recovered 2 fumbles today, and the field goal team trots onto the field for Nebraska. Josh Brown hit the upright with his first try.
See, that's one of those plays, if it works, you're a genius if you're a coach. And when it doesn't work, everybody kind of goes a shuffle pass, a 3rd and long. It's just a play that they've had some belief in. They had success with it already, and that's one I can't criticize even though they didn't make it.
A 20-yard attempt for Josh. Frankie London will put it down. Finally, with 5:29 to go, Josh Brown, the freshman from Oklahoma, puts Nebraska ahead. Timeout.
The sun will come out tomorrow.
Everyone wants a place to call home.
I always knew my parents loved me.
Everyone has a dream to hold on to.
You really think they're out there, Annie? Yep, and I'm gonna meet him someday.
Sunday at 7/6 Central, Annie will follow her dream.
I love you as if you were my own little girl.
From the producers of Rodgers and Hammerstein's Cinderella, Academy Award winner Kathy Bates, and newcomer Alicia Morton as Annie. Disney presents a brand new Annie, ABC Sunday at 7/6 Central.
Dan Haydenfeld set to kick it off, and this has been a day featuring all sorts of adventures with the field goal units. Finally, we've had one made after one hit the upright, but take a look at what has happened when the Aggies have tried field goals. The defensive end, Kyle Van de Bosch, comes diving a second time, and he has blocked 2 field goals here today. But Nebraska leads it by 3 with 5:29 to go in the first half.
And of course, A&M had their shot. I mean, Nebraska had their shot at one off the goalpost already, and finally they make it 1 for 4, and they haven't been long ones. Chip shots.
Bethel Johnson, driven to the end zone. It'll come out on the 20-yard line. Well, tomorrow the phenomenon is back for 15 straight nights. The return of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Tomorrow at 7/6 Central on ABC. Greed is good, Gary.
Well, Penn State didn't want to be a millionaire, I'll tell you that. They had their chance. Randy McCown right there. You know, I think when he came to A&M, he never dreamed that he would be the focal point of the offense throwing the ball.
I think they're enjoying the day back at Virginia Tech this afternoon.
You bet. Well, now the pressure will go to Virginia Tech.
They play Miami next week. McCown yards with 1 interception.
Carlos Polk right here in the line of scrimmage has given Nebraska problems.
Penalty flag on the fumble, recovered by Van de Bosch, but there is a penalty flag on the play. Hold on.
That was Carlos Polk that came right through there from that linebacker spot.
Ball start on the offense.
Before the snap, remember.
Very
so that's
fortunate.
a break for Slocum and the Aggies, as we have had our first penalty of the game.
Here's the middle linebacker right here. It's giving problems to A&M as he creases through the line of scrimmage right there. Already Carlos Polk has made 2 plays. This time, right from the backside, the tackle can't get it, and A&M is very fortunate that they came away with that one to get a 1st and 15. Nobody likes 1st and 15 unless you fumble on 1st and 10.
Eric Bernard is the tailback. McCown play fake, gonna come deep, got Cole, incomplete. Had him open, overthrew him a bit into double coverage, or Chris Cole, the senior from Orange, Texas, would have had a big game. Let's check in down below with our colleague Jack Aru. Jack?
Well, Brent, the score may be 3-zip, but if you look at R.C. Slocum, he's happy so far. In fact, when the defense came off after that field goal by Nebraska, he congratulated them. Now, one of the things to consider may be why R.C. is 31-3 in his 11 years in November. The only 3 losses he's had in November to arch rival Texas.
2nd down and 15. Toombs to the 17.
He may be happy with his defense, but I can't imagine he's too happy with averaging 2 yards per play on offense. That eventually is going to catch up with you. You know, sometimes you can feel good about yourself on the road, but right now, A&M's offense is really struggling to find anything. I think they should throw the ball a little shorter. They seem to be going for too many big plays in the passing game.
McCown 4 of 12 with 1 interception. His long gain, 14 yards. His 15th pass of the game slips away, and in a foot race, won't get it off. He is sacked by Steve Warren, their best defensive lineman here in Lincoln this year, and the Blackshirts come away from McBride with their 2nd sack of the game.
The game plan was to move the linebackers up a step and blitz them. Force McCown out of the pocket and get it cleaned up by the defensive lineman. That's exactly what happened that time. 2 linebackers came from the same side, and McCown does not scare Nebraska.
Here is Leckler. Walker and Craver go deep. Walker from the 33, nowhere, as he is thrown down to the ground by Jason Webster, who is fierce on
Great
punt
game
coverage.
he's having. Great game.
Only a 2-yard gain. And a reminder coming about Valvoline halftime 99. John Saunders and Terry Boughton will tell you all about the Minnesota upset of Penn State. You could not be happier for Golden Gopher coach Glenn Mason. I know a lot of people in Big 12 territory remember him from his days down at Kansas. Went up at Minnesota, and he has started to put the show on the road up there with the Golden Gophers. They had failed a couple of times in tough losses to Penn State, but not this time. And they knocked, for the time being, Penn State out of contention for a national championship as we hit the November stretch. 1st and 10, and Buckhalter is stopped at the 44-yard line.
Well, when the score, I'm sorry, Brent. When the score is 3-0, you don't expect too much from your quarterbacks. Not a lot of yards for the amount of hits they're getting. I'll tell you that right now. 10 hits for Eric Crouch, 9 hits for Randy McCown. And McCown's getting a lot of hits, Brent, and he's not even running the option.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I mean, you expect him if you're Eric Crouch, but if you're just throwing the ball and you got 9 hits already, that's not a good sign.
This time they stack the eye, and he'll break it out. Applegate. Crouch pulls back off the play fake, going to try to fire it to him, and he does. Applegate, the motion man, breaks the first tackle. Jamison finally stops him at the 42-yard line, but Sean Applegate out of Lincoln right here with a 16-yard reception from Eric Crouch.
Brent, Nebraska went for the big play, but the safety, Michael Jamerson that time, read his keys. They tried to go to Winston deep, didn't get him, and I think if you're an A&M defense, you're going to settle for those play-action passes that just move the chains and don't change the scoreboard.
Eric Crouch on the day is 6 of 11, 75 yards, no interceptions. 1st down and 10. The Aggie 42 off a play fake, guns it down the middle. Wistrom incomplete.
This is a veteran secondary for Texas A&M. 3 seniors and a junior. So far, it has been drilled in them all week. Read your keys, read your keys. Look at those uncovered offensive linemen. If they pop up for a blocking type pass play, cover your guys, and they have not made a mistake yet. It's a long game. You got to do it the whole game. This is an option formation. They'll move this guy either way and run the option out of it.
2nd down and 10. And Crouch keeps it on that option play. And he is tackled crisply by Brian Gamble, the redshirt freshman.
One of the things that Mike Hankiewicz talked to me about is Nebraska has a plethora of different formations, but one thing you can depend on, they're going to run the option from them all. Now, they've added a few formations, a few wrinkles for this game, and it looks to me the biggest thing they've decided this game is we got to get the ball to Bobby Newcomb. So far, it hasn't had a big impact on the game.
He's rushed once for 6 yards. He's caught 3 passes for 23 yards.
He's not in the game.
And Crouch with time. Out of bounds and incomplete.
See, that's a little tough to understand because you know you're going to go to Davison in that situation. 2 wide receivers, you got an inside receiver that nobody fears, and you figure the ball's going to Davison. Webster just squats on it and makes him throw one to the sideline safely for Nebraska and good for the Aggies.
Number 17, Dan Haydenfeld.
So Dan Haydenfeld trots on for his 4th punt of the day.
Back deep for the Aggies.
Jason Webster out of Houston, back deep.
A&M is playing safe. They're playing for the fake right now.
Nebraska leads it by a field goal. Caught, downed on the 1-yard line. Talk about punt coverage by both of these teams as Haydenfeld responds to the challenge from Leckler. And let's remind you that next Saturday, BCS Showdown Saturday, most of you here in the Big 12 will see Nebraska take on unbeaten Kansas State. And then we also have other regional action. We'll have Illinois, Ohio State, or Iowa, Wisconsin. Maryland against top-ranked Florida State. Washington against UCLA. That's our regional coverage after the Michigan-Penn State game next Saturday.
1:46 to go in the half. Texas A&M has to have a first down, or they're going to give up more points in the first half.
Straight ahead, McCown, who is the leading rusher.
Nebraska definitely needs to take a timeout. Somebody, there it is, finally. Somebody turns around and looks and takes a timeout.
Let's check in with Jack Arute down below. Jack.
Well, Brent, we've just gotten word from the sideline there may be a problem with Bobby Newcomb. He came out and didn't appear in that last series much, complaining of a problem with his hip. There's only 1:38 to go in this first half, so the doctors and the medical people will be able to service Newcomb, so to speak, during halftime, but we'll have to watch and see just how effective Bobby is in the second half.
He was injured on that shovel pass when they were trying to score inside the 10-yard line the last time that Bobby Newcomb touched the ball.
Let's take one more look. Yeah, I'm sorry. You know, Brent, that makes something hard to understand. Understandable, doesn't it? The guy's hurt. Here's the shovel pass. Kind of juggles it a bit and gets squashed from two sides on the same play that time. See his hand, his left hand right there is reached on his back or on his hip or tailbone right there.
You know, that was Robertson who slammed into him, and Newcomb, we get word now, it is a hip pointer. And that is a very painful injury that certainly makes him, at the best, questionable for the second half of this football game.
A hip pointer can be fixed. They do something in the locker room.
Easy to say on somebody else's hip.
We've done
about a shot.
We've all done it, and this is too big a game.
Take a shot. You can say it. It's okay around me.
Go in there. You take a little shot. It's not a dangerous thing. It's a bruise.
Gary, we all go to the dentist. We can talk about it. No problem.
But you're sitting in the chair. You're not catching passes to the hip.
Second down and 9. Hardiman and Toombs, the two big fellas in that backfield for the Aggies. Hardiman, number 20, plows right straight ahead, hoping to eat up some time. Tony Ortiz out of the Bronx, who went to high school up in Waterbury, Connecticut, making the stop for Solich's defense. And Coach Frank Solich, who was a longtime assistant coach here under Tom Osborne, took over prior to last season. In 21 years on the coaching staff here, was one time a fullback who rushed for 204 yards against the Air Force back in the 60s.
Frank was telling us how ironic it was the first 3 games of the year, everybody was on him for not getting enough touches for Eric Crouch. And now all of a sudden, 6 games later, it's not enough touches for Bobby Newcomb. That's the way it goes. It's the big time. You're coaching in the big time. When you don't win by enough, people want to know who's getting the touches.
So the Huskers have exhausted their timeouts here with 1:30 to go. Third down and 8. You would not expect McCown to attempt a pass in this situation the way the Aggies have been pounding away. But on the other hand, I don't recognize the Texas A&M offense much anyway.
Well, that's right.
We'll let it unfold.
When you run the ball in the first half 18 times for 9 yards, and you know how important a first down is, I think the time of 1:31 is inconsequential. You need the first down more than you need to save 40 seconds. Time will not be a factor for Nebraska. I think you call the play you think you can get a first down for.
So Ortiz and his black-shirted friends get ready. They're going to throw it out of the end zone. He's going to overthrow. He's intercepted at the 41-yard line by Mike Brown. They're over. And Brown brings it back inside the 20. You got to wonder about that call from your own end zone with 1:30 to go.
What I wonder about where the ball was thrown. They needed to throw the ball for a first down, not down the field. The odds of completing this ball are so low. Now, you might not think you're going to get it intercepted, but come on. The chances, you need a first down, not a touchdown. There's the free safety. Comes over and makes an easy interception. That's easier than a punt.
That is the 3rd turnover of the game. 2 interceptions and 1 fumble. And the Huskers, without timeouts, 1:19 to go here in the first half. Inside the 20, Crouch to the sideline, hits Davison out of bounds at the 12-yard line. Stops the clock right now with 1:14 to go.
Remember a year ago, in the 2-minute offense, Nebraska fell behind 21-7, came back in that shotgun offense. Looks like they're in a semi-hurry up here now. The receivers are out wide, a little sugar huddle inside, and then he'll give a call to the wide receivers with hand signals.
Second down and 4. The Huskers spread the field with 4 wideouts. Crouch in trouble. Down at the 15-yard line because Cedric Curry saw that the quarterback was unprotected, and he was all over him that time. The clock, remember, cannot be stopped by Nebraska. So we're inside of a minute here on 3rd down. That staff has to think about a field goal. Crouch throwing it, fires it incomplete. That does stop the clock for 4th down, and they do at least get a field goal attempt coming up inside of 1 minute after that turnover.
2nd down call again was the shuffle pass. It has not been good to him. Worked the first time, but the last 2 times, Frank Solich got nothing out of it.
Josh Brown has hit an upright and kicked a field goal here today. This will be a 31-yard attempt. London is the holder. And it's 6-0. So the interception by the leading tackler on this Nebraska defense, Mike Brown, a senior out of Scottsdale, Arizona, gives the Huskers a chance. Jackaroot, there was, well, pretty remarkable auction in town last night.
Boy, Brent, indeed there was. In fact, I'm holding one of the memorabilia items here. This is a football signed by all the Nebraska Cornhuskers and Bob Devaney from 1963. This was the type of stuff that was auctioned off last night. Most of it is set most of the time on Bob Devaney's mantle, but his family decided to sell it at auction to raise money for disadvantaged students, scholarships, that is. The high point, maybe Bob's Cadillac sedan DeVille that went for $18,500. Overall, the University of Nebraska was given a check yesterday for $42,000.
Now the fellow that bought that red Cadillac, Jack, says he's going to drive it to every Cornhusker game.
How come Jack didn't sit there down there with the Cadillac? He's got the football.
There's Mike Brown.
And Brent, it reminded me a bit of how Major Applewhite struggled in the first half against Nebraska. And then in the second half, he came back 8 for 9 and 2 touchdowns. Randy McCown needs that type of a second half to get his offense going.
Well, he's going to need help from his offensive line. They're having a tough time opening holes against this Husker defense. They'll take a knee down here. 3 timeouts left for the Aggies and 46 seconds.
Aggies will take over 1st and 10 with the ball on the 20-yard line.
I think he may need some help also in the play calling. I mean, that's probably the 6th deep pass they've thrown in this football game, trying to get a cheap score. They need to throw the crossing routes, the slant routes, the out routes, something across the middle of the field.
Well, senior Randy McCown, 4 of 13 for 43 yards and 2 picks. A look at the young man from Jacksonville, Texas, and his brother Josh, the starting quarterback at SMU. And the family has quite a time trying to watch both quarterbacks down there in Texas. 1st down and 10, and they're going to take a knee. They're going to be willing because if they were at home, they wouldn't do this.
Well,
they don't want to be booed by the home fans. But on the road, you can do this, and you can trot on into the locker room, and you're down by only 2 field goals. Now, the last time A&M was shut out at the half was back in 1996. It was against Baylor. Bears led them 7-0. Came back to win that one 24-7.
My friend, I like your strategy, but I think even at home this time, they would have to take a knee. They're just not doing enough offensively. Their crowd might boo them if they threw another pass if they were home.
You trust the home crowds more than I do.
You can't take a chance. You're in the game.
Down 2 field goals. The big story, Penn State loses. Let's send you to New York. John Saunders and Terry Bowden.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. Penn State unbeaten, but they knew they still had Minnesota, Michigan, and Michigan State. And look back 2 years ago, ranked #1, Minnesota came in and almost beat the Nittany Lions 16-15 the final. Minnesota hot again. Billy Cockrum, 49 yards to Thomas Hamner on this touchdown.
He's been a great runner all year, but makes a great catch there for a touchdown early.
And then late in the game, Penn State up 23-21. Cockrum, the Hail Mary deflected by Ron Johnson. Arlen Bruce comes up with it, and that sets up a chance to beat Joe Paterno with a game-winning field goal. Dan Nystrom knocked it through 32 yards, and Minnesota knocks off the #2 team in the nation. Cockrum, 14 of 24, 277 yards.
Penn State's been doing this all year. They've been living life on the edge and winning close games. They depend on LeVar Arrington, Courtney Brown, not just to play defense, but to score points. It cost them. Minnesota deserved this one and got one they could have had a few weeks ago.
And maybe we shouldn't be surprised. There are 3 losses to ranked teams by a total of 11 points. Glenn Mason basically says it's about time.
I told him at halftime,
We've been playing hard. We came close against Wisconsin in overtime. Should have beat Ohio State. And I said, not one good thing has happened to us, but it happened today.
You can't win big games when you're not playing to your best ability. When the other team comes out giving you all they have, you got to be able to do the same. And today we came up short.
Now, you said earlier this year that you thought Michigan or Michigan State were going to get. It was too tough of a schedule for Penn State. But Minnesota?
The best talent in the country, and they're not going to be in the national championship game because they haven't played good football. We'll see them in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, living on the edge. Second place is not all that bad. Stick back with more in a moment. Scores and highlights.
These days you hear a lot about e-commerce. And usually it's about companies with names that end in .com. Actually, e-commerce is for any company that wants a better way to do business, like respond faster to the market, or work better with partners and customers. At Microsoft, we've helped thousands of companies build on their existing systems to create the kinds of e-commerce solutions that can make any business run smarter.
I do kitchens, I do bathrooms, I do family rooms. I do not do insurance. I want to be treated like I feel I treat my clients. I want to be treated like I am their only client. Michelle Dutzman treats me the same way I want to be treated. I have my cars, all of my household. I need somebody that I can get advice from. I know that when I need them the most, they're going to be there.
Get to know your State Farm agent.
It's a great relationship.
Are you an athlete if you only play for bragging rights? What if your team is now your family? Are you an athlete if your toughest competition is yourself? Or if you inherit your uniform? What if you don't play sports at all anymore? Are you an athlete? Always. Russell Athletic for the long run.
You know, my first racing days were pretty rough. With my wheels set so close together, I was always getting loose in the turns. Now that I'm trading paint with the big boys, wider is better.
The Wide Track Grand Prix delivers precise control in the corners. No wonder it's been selected official pace car of NASCAR.
There's no getting around it. Wider
Wider is better. The Wide Track Grand Prix by Pontiac. Now you can lease the 2000 Grand Prix GT sedan for as low as $275 a month. Call for important lease details. See your local Pontiac dealer today.
Valvoline Halftime 99, brought to you by Valvoline. You can always tell the guys who use Valvoline. From our New York studios, John Saunders and Terry Bowden.
Welcome, everyone. You now know that Penn State has lost. That opened the door for Virginia Tech. But how about if you're Kansas State? They were behind Florida and Tennessee in the BCS standings, each with a loss. Kansas State yet to be unbeaten. Michael Bishop, well, he led them to a great season last year, almost to the national championship game. Jonathan Beasley, 68 yards to Quincy Morgan, who is wide open. Kansas State grabs a 7-0 lead, and they really had to hold off Colorado late in the game. The Buffs had a chance to go in and tie or take the lead. 20-14, though, is the final K-State.
Well, Colorado has a great passer and a great passing attack, but Kansas State is the #1 pass defense team in the country. Lamar Chapman had 2 interceptions.
And we'll see how far they move up after the weekend. Georgia Tech and Virginia talking about Heisman Trophy candidates, but first we're going to take a look at Wisconsin in their battle against Purdue. That is Drew Brees putting a call in saying, let's stop Ron Dane somehow. Brooks Bollinger, though, throwing 3 yards to Dag Retzlaff. And Wisconsin had grabbed a 7-0 lead. And then for Purdue, Drew Brees fumbles the snap and picks it up, dives in for the touchdown. Nick Davis, though, how about an electrifying run here?
You know, we don't talk about him so much because there's so many great Heisman Trophy men in this case, but he comes back with a great punt return. He's been a great return man all year.
Wisconsin, important matchup for them because, hey, guess what? They're still in the hunt for the Rose Bowl, even though Penn State now, with the loss, is also now in the hunt for the Rose Bowl.
Well, that definitely hurts Purdue's chances for the Rose Bowl because Penn State won't be in that BCS championship now. It doesn't look like, and it throws the whole thing up in kind of a mess.
Ron Dane right now with 77 yards will continue to track the Heisman Trophy candidates. And that's when we were talking about Joe Hamilton looking for Kelly Campbell, 4 yards. This opening drive, Hamilton threw 5 for 5. 10-0 the early lead. David Rivers, though, 13 yards to Kevin Coffey as Virginia tries to keep it close. But again, the follow here is on Joe Hamilton. 10 of 13, 126 yards.
Well, both of these teams have struggled on defense. And of course, we see it every week with Georgia Tech, and that's why Joe Hamilton has to play well 4 straight quarters.
A guy they've talked about for the Heisman, but who's not going to win it, Chad Pennington at Marshall, though, having another terrific season. 8 yards here to Lanier, Washington. Marshall grabs a 14-0 lead. Chad Pennington continues. 3 touchdown passes. And the Mid-American Conference, we talked about this before, they put out some great football.
They sure do. It's unfortunate maybe you don't play the competition that gets you the kind of votes for a Heisman, but we're seeing a great football player in Chad Pennington.
The thing I want to ask you, because you have been on Ron Dayne all year as the guy who's going to win the Heisman and break the record. He's still got a great shot to do that with a couple of games. But I got to ask you, Ron Dayne right now is not the best runner in college football. Is he being rewarded because of 4 years instead of 1?
That's right. I mean, you can debate all you want to. Is it just this year's stats or is cumulative? Ron Dayne must be looked at over his 4 years. I mean, it very seldom does someone break an all-time record. It may hurt him that Ricky Williams broke it last year, and it's only set for 1 year.
Yeah, exactly. And not as much fanfare for Ron Dayne because it was just broken a year ago. Virginia Tech. Penn State lost. Virginia Tech is looking at number 2 in the nation, but they're also in a battle with West Virginia, which actually doesn't surprise you that much.
No, this is a backyard brawl. I went to West Virginia, and you want to win in Blacksburg. You throw out the scores and the records when you play this one. I tell you, it's a fight out there.
7-0 the score right now. Vandy in Florida. This one also a fight. Ernest Graham with a touchdown run. Florida in a 10-0 battle right there. Texas A&M and Nebraska. Remember, they got Nebraska last year. Nebraska with just a 6-0 lead at halftime. Texas continues to climb at number 11, facing Oklahoma State 28-14. Hodges Mitchell with 3 touchdown runs. East Carolina with just 1 loss this year. And UAB, a bit of a surprise here, 36-17 with the lead. Thomas Cox with a touchdown pass and 2 touchdown runs in his first collegiate start. Southern Miss in Memphis. Jeff Kelly, 2 touchdown passes. Memphis only 2 points, but it's been a season of close games for them. Washington and Arizona, and Terry, Trun candidate. This guy, if he gets into open field, forget it.
He's got 7 100-yard rushing games in a row. They've had over 500 yards of offense the last 3 games, but Washington and Marcus Tuiasosopo has led them each and every weekend. I'll tell you, it's going to be hard for Arizona to come back.
74 yards on that touchdown run, and you can't say Tuiasosopo every game. Someday you got to leave him out. 22-0, Air Force with the lead over Army. Mike Thiessen with a touchdown pass there. They can wrap up their 13th Commander-in-Chief trophy with the victory, and 22-0 is the score. Stick around. When we come back, a tight one in the SEC. LSU looking for their first win in a battle with Alabama. It's coming up in a moment.
We are 345.6 miles from El Paso, Texas. Austin is north-northeast, turning south-southeast. Dry cleaner is 3.4 miles away. Buenos Aires. I am 45 feet above sea level. 47.
Should have bought you a tie.
You rely on Amazon.com for electronics and all sorts of gifts. They rely on priority mail to get it there fast and to save you money.
At this pace, we would get there in 12 days.
What's your priority?
Fly like an eagle.
I want my students to make a difference. I'm not interested in a student just taking notes to render forth some answers on an examination. I'm challenging my students to be the best they can be, to be truly great, to become leaders that march into the new millennium and make an impact, not just an impression.
Life is
challenging.
I am strong.
Win
or lose.
Everyone play. We're ready.
We're ready. Yeah, we're ready.
This is Valvoline Halftime 99. John Saunders and Terry Bowden. Your old conference in the SEC. Tough times for LSU. They'd lost 9 consecutive conference games coming into today's game against Alabama. Alabama early putting a hurting on. Tyler Watts to Jason McCadley. And Alabama stretches the lead, but only down by 6 with time running out. Josh Booty elects to run on first down. Time expires, and LSU loses their 10th in a row in the conference.
You don't save your job by doing that. 1st and 1 on the 1, 20 seconds left. You pass it 2 times. You can run that play on the 3rd down.
And they stopped Sean Alexander as well. Northwestern and Michigan. Tom Brady looking good going deep here. 45 yards once. Marcus Knight. Watch Knight get it on the fingertips and then go to the end zone as Michigan grabs an early 2-touchdown lead. And Anthony Thomas also good on the ground. 61 yards on this carry. Had almost 200 yards last week. Does it again today. 17 carries, 172 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Michigan wins easily.
The story of the day was Michigan's defense. The last 3 weeks giving up over 30 points. First time in Michigan history. They only give up 3 points and 200 yards today.
Ohio State, remember last year, ranked number 1 facing Michigan State and down, but marching for a game-winning touchdown. Joe Germain picked off by Ronaldo Hill. It cost the Buckeyes a shot at the national championship. Well, those shots have been long gone this year. But Bill Burke here is trying to stop a 2-game losing streak for Michigan State. 17 yards to Plaxico Burress. He does just that. They win easily in this game. Burress with 7 receptions for 81 yards.
Michigan State did not play well the last 2 weeks, but they had 6 great games to start with. That team showed up. The same old Ohio State team showed up. 80 yards of total offense. They did not look good in any area of football.
First time in 11 years, Ohio State has 4 losses in a season. Miami of Ohio against Akron. Travis Prentice says goodbye Ricky Williams on a number of occasions this week and probably again next week. 72 yards on this touchdown run, his 3rd of the day. 376 yards and 3 touchdowns, 5th highest total in NCAA history. He breaks the record for career touchdowns, 76. Ricky Williams passes him. Also, for career scoring leader, 456 passes him. He needs 1 more to tie Ricky Williams for rushing touchdowns as well at 72.
Well, we don't give the MAC Conference enough credit. They never get any Heisman publicity, but Travis Prentice, one of the best running backs in the country. Chad Pennington, one of the best quarterbacks. You know, good thing for the MAC Conference.
Don't forget Tim Lester at Western Michigan. Miami of Florida all over Pittsburgh, 33-3. Quentin Portis, 20 carries, 131 yards, and a touchdown. Of course, Jarrett Payton, the running back for Miami, was unable to be at the game today. He was in Chicago along with the football world and his family, honoring his father, Walter Payton. The memories live on.
I got a little girl, she's 4 years old. 10 years from now, when she asks me about the Chicago Bears, I'll tell her about a championship, and I'll tell her about great teams, and great teammates, and great coaches, and how great it was to be a part of it. But the first thing I tell her about is Walter Payton.
I vow to make you invincible, to make your engines sing, to use the strong, tough synthetic oil, the one that has a super breed of molecules to protect you from cold, heat, dirt, time. The one that'll help keep you from growing old. I will never let you die.
Valvoline SynPower. Advanced synthetic oil, additives, and cleaners that super enhance your car's performance.
Are you lonesome tonight? How does it feel? Out there all alone?
Hello?
So near.
My whole day has been like this.
And yet, so far away. Dr. Pepper's the taste.
He's so happy.
No one else can take his place. And
Hey, I know that guy.
You're lonesome tonight.
Valvoline Halftime 99, brought to you by Valvoline. You can always tell the guys who use Valvoline.
ABC Sunday.
What's this?
My wedding dress.
I thought you were going to wear my mother's wedding dress.
On an all-new Practice.
This is beautiful. I'm sure they'll take it back.
They've been partners in the courtroom and in the bedroom. But when it comes to forever...
Maybe we should call this off.
You don't want to get married?
An all-new Practice. ABC Sunday, 10, 9 Central.
Next Saturday, BCS Showdown Saturday at noon Eastern, Michigan trying to derail Penn State as they look to make it to the Nokia Sugar Bowl. Then at 3:30 Eastern Time, Kansas State and Nebraska, Maryland and Florida State, Washington and UCLA in the Pac-10, plus a game in the Big Ten, all on ABC Sports, home of the Bowl Championship Series. Also next Saturday, 4 Pacific, for West Coast viewers only, USC against Washington State. UNLV's kicker Tim O'Reilly is this week's winner of the Burger King Scholar Athlete. Burger King Corporation and its National Franchise Association will once again donate $1 million to the general scholarship funds of colleges and universities. At the end of the season, they'll name the Scholar Athlete of the Year. Tim has never missed a field goal in under 30 yards and has 99 career points. Tim is the first law school student at UNLV to also be an active athlete.
I knew I was going to have to buckle down on my studies and buckle down while I'm out here. Make sure I concentrate on everything I do. I just got to make every minute count now, which is it's a challenge, but I think we all live for challenges.
Tim O'Reilly is this week's Burger King Scholar Athlete. The second half coming up after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
If you're looking for a family adventure, National Car Rental knows the best place to go is the Walt Disney World Resort. You see, National gets you to all the exciting new rides and attractions fast. For a magical adventure your family will never forget. So, what are you waiting for? Let's go with National Car Rental, the official car rental company of the Walt Disney World Resort. Let's go.
Chevy Blazer. A little security in an insecure world. Blazer, like a rock.
Tonight, it's Shake and Bake Night on ABC. Erupting at 8/7 Central, Pierce Brosnan, Linda Hamilton, the network premiere, Dante's Peak. Then the most terrifying real footage you've ever seen. An all-new special, World's Deadliest Earthquakes. 2 earth-shattering events, ABC tonight, starting at 8/7 Central.
Heidi-ho, Fate here. You know, every time there's a winner in one of the Nebraska Lottery's lotto games, Powerball, Nebraska Pick 5, cash for life, I always stick around for a few minutes afterwards. Why? 4, 3, 2, 1.
I won! Yes, 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 I won! Oh, yes! I knew it! I knew it!
Because winning's no fun if you're in a body cast.
Yes, I knew it! Yes, yes!
Uh-oh, she's heading for the car wash. Excuse me.
The Husker fan, the Husker fanatics, The Edge. Get everything Huskers at the Sporting Edge. The Edge has all the newest Husker merchandise for your home, including mailboxes, birdhouses, Husker rugs. The Sporting Edge has Husker wall clocks, Husker lamps, and 5 styles of Husker wallpaper and border for your Husker room. And The Edge has shot glasses, steins, and Husker mugs. The state's largest selection of Husker mugs and glassware. There's even a Husker martini glass. So stop now for the best selection of Husker home accessories at the Sporting Edge. Hilltop Mall, Kearney, Conestoga Mall, Grand Island.
Where's our doctor? Wait, we have to go to Lincoln?
That's over 2 hours away. Your plan lets us go to Kearney.
We'll have to change doctors. What about our medical records?
So staying close to home means a bigger medical bill.
Does your boss know about this plan?
This plan's called Choice?
It really doesn't offer any choice.
If your insurance provider does not work with Kearney Sentinel Healthcare Network, you may not have access to quality health care here in Central Nebraska. Sentinel Healthcare, keeping you and your health care close to home.
This is ABC Sports, home of the Bowl Championship Series.
A field goal game. Nebraska leads Texas A&M 6-0 with Gary Danielson. I'm Brent Musburger. Nice to have you back. And Gary, tell me, does Nebraska have a realistic chance to get into the championship game now that Penn State has lost?
You're being nice. You know they do, right? You know they do.
Get it out of the park.
College football, anything can still happen, and a lot of the guys up there are going to play each other. Look at the standings right now. You're going to see guys that are up there. Penn State, take them out because they lost. Remember, they still play. Nebraska still plays a team out. Virginia Tech has a game. Florida State play each other. anybody can still win this thing. If Minnesota can beat Penn State, anything can happen.
Yeah, remember a year ago, we all went down the stretch thinking it was going to be Kansas State and UCLA. Funny thing happened on the way to that time.
But you know what? The people that are voting, I hope they didn't watch Nebraska in the first half. Their defense is great, but I don't know if this is a national championship offense for this team. And A&M, their defense has played well too, but offensively it's been a little bizarre.
Well, we'll see what the Aggies can come up with here in the second half. They certainly have not been able to run the football, and the Aggies will get the first series here to start the second half, as Hayden Felt will kick it off for the Corn Huskers. Bethel Johnson, the deep man for the Aggies.
And for Randy McCown, he almost has to think back to his first start ever when he went 2 for 8 in 1997, 4 sacks and 2 fumbles in the first half. He has to turn it around.
Johnson coming out. Middle return to the 22, and we check in with Jack Irwin on what the coaches said. Jack?
Well, Brett, first let's update you on Bobby Newcomb. Gary, you were right. He got administered to during halftime. He will play in the second half. Now, Frank Solich says everything's okay except for special teams. He said right there it's kind of a mixed bag from my perspective. R.C. Slocum, on the other hand, did not want to let go of the fact that they have yet to have a big play offensively. He says that's what we need to get back in this game.
Mike Brown back there at safety along with Dion Booker for the Huskers.
Couldn't disagree more. A&M needs little plays, not big plays.
First down and 10. And they hand it off to Joe Weber. So Joe Weber winds up with an assignment here against Nebraska. Our Morgan Stanley Dean Witter first half stats. Folks, look at the total yards for the Aggies there. Only 46, 3 turnovers resulting in those 2 field goals. And that's where we stand.
Don't need to circle much on that one, do we?
No, sir.
It kind of talks by itself.
Hardeman in with Weber. Dante Hall apparently re-injured himself in the first half.
Well, you talk about this Nebraska defense, they're always good, and they're up there again this year. They may not have the type of player that makes the huge play, but as a group, I think all 11 of them fit together well. They have a very good secondary. I think the only difference in this defense, they don't have the difference maker at rush end. Although Vandenborg's done a pretty good job today blocking field goals.
I would say. Third down and 1. And they pound Hardeman behind the right side. High Muley, their outstanding right guard over there, number 62, leading the way. It's Solich's defense.
Also in Eric Johnson. Brent, if there is some hope for the Aggies, they should just look back to a week ago. Against Oklahoma State, the Aggies rushed for just 19 yards in the first half and came back for 133 in the second half. I don't think they'll be able to rush for 133 against this defense, but there is hope that they can turn it around. I think they have to continue to go to the short passing game. They have to move the chains. I said continue. Start going to the short passing game.
Well, they move it with the power running game that time. So a first down for R.C. Slocum and the Aggies, and that is only their 4th first down of this game. Now they're on their own 33. McCown repositioning. McCown in trouble. That is the 3rd sack of the game. Aaron Wills, the senior from Omaha's Burke High School.
Remember that shoulder problem that Randy McCown has. Got hit coming from the outside right here. You have to assume that's a bust. There's only 3 guys to that side. The offensive line should be able to handle it. You could see it. 2 guys went inside, leaving the outside coming. That's a bust. Randy would never have been able to know that was coming. His tight end made a mistake.
Derek Broughton, Gary, made a mistake over there on that side. You're exactly right. Second down and 15. Play fake, McCown in trouble and down at the 26-yard line. The 4th sack of the game. And that one by Eric Johnson, the senior linebacker from Phoenix's Alhambra High School.
One of the problems Randy McCown is having is he's turning his head as he goes back. Watch his head. He turns around and looks back. It's really not a play-action pass. For him to, again, refocus downfield, he doesn't know where those linebackers went. He's getting a bit confused. A&M would be better off just dropping him straight back into the pocket.
We've heard this before. 3rd and 17 for the Aggies.
Blitz in trouble, gets it off and almost picked off. Brown was on the run as a heavy blitz by Carlos Polk up the middle, but there is a penalty flag thrown back by the 10. Did Polk plow into him?
He did. I'm not sure if they're calling it intentional grounding or roughing the passer. Got to be honest with you. Looks like intentional grounding. That's a tough one. You got a linebacker in your chin, and you're called for intentional grounding when you throw the ball inside the numbers. I haven't seen that happen much. Carlos Polk from that middle linebacker spot is continuing to wreak havoc in this football game. He is healthy now.
There's no flag on the play. There was a receiver in the general area. 4th down.
I agree with the call. That was a weak intentional ground. Here's Polk right here. He'll probably go around. I didn't see it. But number 13, the middle linebacker. Yep, one of those little stunts. The offensive line misses it, and there's the throw. I think that's close enough. He quit on the ball. At least it was in the general direction. You can't call that intentional grounding. You're quiet. You think it might have been?
Close. I'll go with
it. It was close. It was close.
Shane Leclerc. Walker back deep. Huskers failed to get a piece of it. And Newcomb with penalty flags flying returns it to the 45-yard line. A 42-yard punt with a 13-yard return tacked on, but there is a penalty thrown back at the Nebraska 34-yard line.
It'll be inside the halo. 2-yard. Very tough for those punters coming downfield to stay out of that 2-yard spot because the punt returner moves at the last
violation of the 2-yard halo violation. Be a 5-yard penalty. 1st and 10.
So Newcomb tries to ignite the fuse here after receiving a shot for that painful injury, and they trot back on the field. They'll show so many formations. We asked Coach Hankowitz about all the alignments that the Aggies face here today, and here's what he said.
Well, the challenge is that they run multiple formations, and out of all those formations, they have an excellent option game. They have their basic running game, and they have a tremendous play-action passing game. And when you try to stop the run, you commit people to it, and the challenge is to stop the play-action pass.
Brent, we kind of handcuffed Coach Hankowitz. We gave him a small board. There's more formations yet. Give him a big board, there'd have been more there.
It was just for the one series as Alexander breaks for 8 yards. Well, the Heisman Trophy race. A lot of folks think it's down to these 3 for the title, and here's how they're doing today. Joe Hamilton up at Virginia's 10 of 13, 1 touchdown and 1 pick. Drew Brees, 15 of 27, no touchdowns and 1 interception. And Dane still pursuing Ricky Williams with the 77 yards in the first half.
Right on target. Right on target. I think Drew Brees isn't it personally. I think he's the 99 leader. 2000.
Second down, and the hand to Alexander, who battles trying to pick up that first down. Cornelius Anthony tackles him.
Just get the feeling here now, Brent. 1 touchdown by Nebraska is going to open up the floodgates. It does not appear that the offensive line for A&M can handle that pressure in this football game. Nebraska takes care of the football and puts one across the goal line. They could have their way in this game pretty easily.
Won't be easy against this wrecking crew. First down at 10 inside the 45. Alexander on the toss. Daylight. First down to the 30-yard line. Forcing the secondary to make the stop. Excellent blocking and a 14-yard gain.
Remember, Turner Gill opened the game by saying we're going to run the misdirection and the option early, and in the second half, when we get them split out, we're going to run the power game right at them. Here comes the power game. The short toss running right at the defensive ends has worked so far in the second half.
It's Rocky Bernard, their left defensive end out of Baytown, Texas. Shaken up on the play. And ABC Sports presentation of college football brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest lasting trucks on the road. Just for Men blends away gray hair in 5 minutes. Looks so natural, no one can tell. Burger King, have it your way, and Pacific Life, annuities, insurance, investments. Use the power of Pacific Life. We'll take a break. Nebraska leads Texas A&M 6-0.
Now there's a Chevy Venture with flip and fold seats and a built-in entertainment system.
I knew I should have taken a left turn at Albuquerque.
Fun things are bound to happen when Chevy and Warner Brothers get together. Introducing the new Warner Brothers edition from Chevy Venture, the most versatile minivan ever. One quick call can help you learn more.
Let's go!
Select road. Validating tires.
With BF Goodrich tires, it's any road you choose. BF Goodrich tires take control.
At BASF, we don't make the sunscreen, we make it stronger. We don't make the tennis shoes, we make them grip better. We don't make the jacket, we make it brighter. We don't make the carpet, we make it tougher. At BASF, we don't make a lot of the products you buy, we make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF.
Who can solve this? Mr. Montez.
Last Saturday in the Army Reserve, I linked up 40 tanks, 60 Humvees, and 7,000 troops. On Monday, class was no sweat.
Not bad, Mr. Montez.
As little as 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. Army Reserve.
Dallas, Minnesota, Monday night at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific.
So Lonnie Anderson replaces the injured Rocky Bernard, who walked off under his own power. First down and 10 for Crouch and the Huskers. They come back with the eye back and bullying his way right straight ahead with a nice run is Dan Alexander for 16 more yards and a Nebraska first down. On a gorgeous November Saturday afternoon, the new press box there on the left-hand side of your screen. More than 77,000 here today in Nebraska. With 2 field goals, leads Texas A&M 6-0. And driving again with a first down just outside the 15-yard line. Here's Alexander. Penalty flag to the 11-yard line.
Penalty flag on the play. Alexander brought down by Brandon Jennings.
I think they got Dominic Raioli that time, the center, holding on that play. Actually, I thought he did a pretty good job. I did have him eyeballed the whole way. He had the nose tackle right on him, Ronnie Edwards, and he was working very hard to get around him and cut off him to that short side of the field. You know, Brent, there is maybe,
where we play, first down.
The finest line in football might be the difference between a good block and holding on the offensive line. I mean, you know, what is a good block and what is holding sometimes is very, very hard to determine.
First down and 19 for Nebraska after the holding penalty. Probably spotted the foul. That's why it doesn't become first and 20 like we're so familiar with NFL. Crouch option, left side, and nothing doing. Jackarute, what do we hear about Rocky Bernard's injury?
Well, the athletic trainers have worked on Rocky, and they've retaped his ankle on the outside of his shoe, and he is expected to go back into competition. The same cannot be said, however, for the running back, Dante Hall. You know, Brent, he's been nursing an injured ankle. Well, he injured it again in that first half. They don't expect Dante to be back today.
Rocky said, cut me, get me back in there. No, that's something else. That was
He did that about 5 or 6 times, didn't he? Second down and 19.
Good matchup here, Newcomb and Webster.
Play fake, Crouch rolls in that direction. throws in underneath the coverage, and he comes back to one of his tight ends. That one, Aaron Galladay, the freshman from York, Nebraska. So we come down the stretch of the Big 12 Conference. Kansas State will be here next week, unbeaten. Texas leading Oklahoma State. Oklahoma over Missouri. Kansas comes up big against Baylor, lowly Baylor this year. And Texas Tech beats Iowa State 28-16.
Not good news for A&M. They need Texas Tech to lose a game.
Third down.
They got to take care of business themselves, too, first. There it is again. Nice matchup. Newcomb, bottom of your screen.
Wants to come the screen to him. That was that middle screen, and A&M absolutely blew it up. Now I see a penalty flag flying, but Jason Webster jumped in there and just disrupted things. But the penalty flag was thrown by the back judge around the 13-yard line. He was coming in behind the play.
Brent, you know, Russ Hochstein, number 55, the guard, did too good of a job blocking his guy. He blocked him right into the screen that time. We're going to pick that up.
The pass was behind the line of scrimmage.
Let's take a look at that, kind of those fire screen right here. Here's Newcomb, here's Hochstein. He's going to drive his guy right into where Newcomb's coming. Watch this. Hochstein gets him, drives his guy right back into him. They're going to show up in the same picture. See that block? That's how you do too good of a job and you blow up the play that time. Very, very interesting play.
A 36-yard field goal attempt. Crouch over there talking to the staff about what disrupted that screen pass and where he threw it. And Josh puts him up with 3 field goals now. Nebraska 9, Texas A&M nothing. 8:06 left in the third. Timeout.
So what's on for today?
Boss wants you, me, and Charlie to take the new Silverado and move them bales.
Is that Charlie?
Chevy Silverado has the most powerful V8 of any 4x4 pickup.
Then we gotta water the herd.
300 horses make it more powerful.
If there's any daylight left, we'll take Norm up to see the ladies.
More powerful than Ford and Dodge. That's why it's the truck. Silverado from Chevy.
Well, guess that's enough for today.
Burger King has added a new word to the English language, craveable. Craveable, adjective, as in the craveable new Chicken Club sandwich is here to stay at Burger King. See, the Chicken Club has all white meat chicken, crispy bacon, and lettuce and tomato. So at first we called it delicious. But that didn't work. Tasty? Not good enough. But craveable just seemed to fit. The dictionary people didn't like it.
I'm sorry, craveable is not a real word.
But folks still seem to be warming up to our Chicken Club.
Burger King. Have it your way. Want to color your gray hair and get a natural look? It's easy with Just for Men.
You look so natural, no one can tell with Just for Men. No one can tell with Just for Men.
Simply shampoo in Just for Men, and in 5 minutes, rinse. Just for Men blends away gray. The gray is gone, matched up to the rest of your hair.
You look so natural, no one can tell with Just for Men.
Nebraska leading Texas A&M here in Lincoln on the strength of 3 field goals, 9-0, and they have dominated the Aggie offense today. The Aggies' average gain per play is 1.3 yards. They've been able to return only 1 kickoff, that for 23 yards. Hayden Felt has been outstanding about burying his kickoffs in the end zone. He'll try to do it again from the 35-yard line. The goal line, Bethel Johnson up the middle and well short of the 20-yard line. So the kicking game edge so far going to the Huskers. And how about their D, Gary?
Well, they've been forcing the turnovers, 3 of them, 2 big interceptions, a fumble recovery, 4 sacks today. And the Blackshirts have kept this A&M offense at bay. Plus, a little bit, in my mind, some questionable play calling. Right there, Charlie McBride says, I got him going, but I'm still nervous. It's only 9-0. And Steve Craigthorpe, the offensive coordinator right there for A&M, has to find some plays. He needs to throw the intermediate pass.
Booker in at safety. And here's the freshman Weber going nowhere as number 21, Mike Brown, the leading tackler on this Nebraska team, eats up the freshman running back from San Bernardino, California.
Very interesting about Mike Brown. You know, he's a fourth-year senior. That means he played as a true freshman. And he says, been quoted as saying, if I had one thing I'd like to do over, I would have liked to have redshirted. He said, you know, I ran down on special teams. I was a backup corner my freshman year. I would have been better served lifting and being just a junior right now.
6 tackles and 2 INTs here today. Hard to imagine it better, huh?
Yeah.
Down. Here comes McCown. Goes for it all again. Diving reception. Incomplete is the call, and Bumgardner thinks he had it.
Well,
Bumgardner does not agree with the call on that far side. And folks, this one was close, real close.
Another of those deep plays. Remember, this is the guy that usually turns it around with the big catches. He lays out. He's 6'2", catches the ball. No, that's not a catch. That ball hit the ground.
Yep.
Great effort, great throw, but again, a very low percentage pass.
Putting him in 3rd and 9. Trouble and sacked again at the 7-yard line. That is the 5th sack. Steve Warren from Springfield, Missouri, the senior ringleader of the Blackshirts.
3rd down, Nebraska usually keeps a guy right here, a free safety. This time, look, nothing back there. That means they're ready, bringing everybody. Man-to-man, baby. You're a corner, you're a safety, you got him. Cover them all over the field. I'm not giving you any help. Look at the coverage.
So Leckler from his own end zone. The Aggies have had horrible field position in this game for much of the last couple of quarters. Newcomb will watch this one sail out of bounds, but the Cornhusker offense will be working with half a field, only a 37-yard punt. And we'll take timeout.
They're the largest creatures on Earth. They've adapted and evolved with strength and determination. The kind of strength that helps the Pacific Life family of companies manage more than $300 billion for its clients. And determination that has guided Pacific Life for 130 years. Size, strength, longevity, offering annuities, insurance and investments. Use the power of Pacific Life.
Meet Martin Licious, Storm Chaser. Some head for the basement. He heads for a Chevy S10. It's got advantages over Ford Ranger, like better fuel economy, a bigger bed, and standard 4-wheel anti-lock brakes on every model. Because if you want to outrun Mother Nature, you need every advantage you can get. Chevy S10, like a rock.
Around the road to #1. America's biggest road show. National championship on ABC. The Nokia Super Bowl on ABC.
Yeah! Woo! We're on the road to the Nokia Sugar Bowl. And nothing's gonna stop us. Look out!
Now what? There's an easier way to the national championship. Nokia's Road to #1 sweepstakes. Just buy any Nokia model phone in a specially marked box and you can win trips to the Nokia Sugar Bowl or thousands of other great prizes.
Looks like you finally found yourself a date for the game.
Nokia. Connecting people.
Numbers, Gary. The numbers, Gary.
Yeah, Brent, you know, this is not our numbers. This is on the field, and these guys can see that. A&M across the field is staring at that all game, and it starts to wear on you. You see those minuses? This isn't golf. This is football. That's not good.
Toss end around, and Alexander faked it and broke free. Fake end around, and he cruises to the 25-yard line for 20 yards before Cedric Curry pushes him out.
See, that's just like a touch to me. Bobby Newcomb didn't touch the ball, but he helped the play. Everybody's out there. Number 12, number 12. Be ready for the reverse. Now, Bobby Newcomb, I think, is more of a decoy. That hip is probably a little worse than that everybody realizes. He's not been a go-to guy, so you fake it to him.
14 carries for 88 yards. Alexander. The option, Crouch, twist free, Crouch to the 11, and a flag on the tackle. A 14-yard gain and a penalty flag.
Remember, forget about the wide receivers. Don't believe the hype. Stop the quarterback. So far, the Aggies have. Coming into that play, 9 attempts for 14 yards. He picks up 14 on that play.
Personal foul. Face mask on the defense. Attack the distance to the goal. And an automatic first down.
So next Saturday, a reminder that at noon here on ABC, Penn State must shake it off. They host a tough Michigan team, and they still must win to keep their hopes alive for now making it to the Rose Bowl. And with one loss, who knows what's going to happen the rest of the way. There's the face mask penalty, no question about that. So it is first down and goal from the 6-yard line. Alexander, touchdown Nebraska, the first touchdown of the afternoon with 5:50 to go in the third quarter. Dan Alexander, the junior from Wentzville, Missouri, takes it 6 yards.
Well, nobody's defense is good enough to hold up to 41 total yards offense. And the field position that they've had to deal with the Aggies all game. It was just a matter of time. Nebraska didn't get cute this time. They just stuffed it into the end zone. No shovel passes, no fire passes. They just stuck it in there the old Nebraska way.
Josh Brown adds the extra point. 16-0 with 5:50 to go. So Alexander's had a good day. He's rushed for better than 90 yards. Pounds across for the game's first touchdown. And now for the Texas A&M Aggies, it is all uphill. Jackaroo.
Well, Brent, I'm down here in the, what would you call this, the student section or actually the parent section, the family section with Susan Crouch. And son's doing a nice job today, but really not the kind of offense you'd like to see.
Exactly. A few more scores would be nice.
Tell me a little bit about this embroidery. You bring different caps to each game. Last week you had the O-line. This week it just says your son's name and number.
That's my lucky hat. Gotta wear it.
Well, now you know that Penn State got upset today. Is there any talk, or what do you think about the fact that maybe Nebraska could get back into the BCS hunt?
One game at a time here at the Crouch House. I don't know. I don't want to look too far ahead.
You know what, Brent? She sounds like she's been coached by the coaches.
You know what you just said to you? She actually has.
Yes, I have.
She got the cliches, man.
And a couple weeks ago against Texas, that Crouch stood for duck. This week it doesn't. He's running the ball. Just enough to keep him honest. You know, that reverse, that fake reverse was a brilliant call that time. Using Bobby Newcomb, got that drive off, started well.
Johnson elects late to come out. Still short of the 20-yard line. Well, let's check in on Ron Dane, the Wisconsin running back. We send you to John Saunders. John.
Brent, last year you had the call of Ricky Williams breaking Tony Dorsett's record. Well, here's Ron Dane passing Tony Dorsett into #2 all-time. 6,086 yards he now has as he's trying to close in. And for the Heisman watch, Ron Dane at 127 today. Drew Brees is tossed for 159 yards. And Joe Hamilton doing it through the air, on the ground as well. Brent.
John. So those three apparently the ringleaders. First down and 10. And the Aggies with a short drop there. The fumble and Nebraska incomplete.
Yep. Keith Cravers, who had a great football game here, Brent. He's been covering them long. At that time, he came right up. Finally, a short pass. A pass that should have been caught, but that's good defense. Three-step drop, quick slant. Craver reads it and breaks on the football, and that's one you expect your receiver to hold on to.
That, folks, is a fumble.
It's a fumble and a headache. He's still down there.
The old bailout call, and they protect themselves, don't they, by calling that incomplete. You see it every week.
Take a look at it at regular speed. See if you change your mind. 1, 2, 3. There's the catch. There's the ball. Either way, I think that it was one of those pop. He never got his other foot on the ground. All I know is good defense. That's what I do know.
Well, tonight, Mother Nature will blow her top. Here's Brosnan and Linda Hamilton in the network premiere. Dante's Peak. ABC tonight at 8, 7 Central. Remarkable.
It's getting worse. Every time they run a play, the average is going down. Has to be a little tough for A&M, especially the fact that they turned down Major Applewhite and Drew Brees to play quarterback here.
2nd and 10. Hole in the middle, and Hardeman slips to the 24-yard line.
Stop by Carlos Moore.
There's the young man who was shaken up, Chris Cole. They're down and 3. Nothing doing, and the Nebraska defense comes up again with Aaron Wills making the play from Max Blackshirts.
When you're the option quarterback, you're responsible for the pitch man, the quarterback man right there. If he doesn't tackle you, he stops the quarterback, and then he stops the pitch. The quarterback did not do a good job. He's still standing there.
So the 6th punt of the game for Shane Leckler. The 2 deep men deployed by Nebraska. Big hop to Walker. Fields it and got an alley. Shakes one tackler out to the 36-yard line. A return of 6 yards off a 48-yard punt by Leckler. And a reminder that conclusion of the game, we'll select a Chevrolet player of the game from each team. Chevrolet makes a $1,000 contribution to each university's general scholarship fund at the beginning of this year. Chevrolet also donates 2 $1,000 high school scholarships.
I do want to correct myself on Major Applewhite. He originally committed to A&M and then decommitted to Texas. Drew Brees was the guy they said no to. Doesn't matter. They're playing with the guy they got today.
Nebraska leading 16-0 with 3:59 to go in the 3rd quarter, and a first down from the 36-yard line. They pound back with the eye back, and now it looks like the Aggie defense may be wearing down a little bit as Danny Alexander for 12 more yards here today, and he breaks 100. 16 carries for 106 yards for Dan Alexander.
Brent, the Nebraska running attack coming into this game is averaging just 244. Now, you know, that might be good by some standards, but you look back for Nebraska, they've averaged all but in the last 23 years, only under 300 3 times.
Crouch changes it up.
He's got a blitz look, the man-to-man on Newcomb in the slot. He's going the out.
Is Alexander again. Alexander battles his way close to midfield, and Jason Glenn, Aaron Glenn's brother, getting him out of bounds. Jackaroo.
Well, Brent, Alexander suffered from a case of fumbleitis and what we call stumbleitis early in the season. So they took a look at the films and they changed the way he runs. He said he wasn't keeping his legs in front of his body. So now he tries to pump his knees up above the ball, keep them in front of him. It says it gives himself better balance and better power.
Nobody likes to tackle those knees. Those are big legs.
So Texas continues driving, hoping for a piece of the Big 12 title. And there's a completion to Newcomb, just short of the 40-yard line. That'll be marked at about the 41-yard line. It'll be close to a first down.
Snap by Brandon Jennings.
Nebraska's only loss this season came a couple of weeks back down in Austin at the hands of the Longhorns. First down, and next week Solich and the Cornhuskers host Kansas State. And of course on Thanksgiving weekend Texas A&M will host Texas. So a lot of big games left in the Big 12. A lot of things still to be decided in this college football season. Today a stunner with Penn State losing to Minnesota. Crouch off a play fake. Guns it down the middle. Newcomb overthrew him. He had Curry broken. He was alone. And what about Purdue, John Saunders? How are they doing against Wisconsin, my friend?
Well, Brent, it showed you Ron Dane, and this really is a Heisman matchup here. Drew Brees, perfect pass to Tim Stratton. The only place he could get it and not have it knocked down. Ties the game at 14 apiece. Brent, we'll keep you up to date. Back to you.
All right, and I see that note down there that Dane now to 194. A lot of folks down in Texas keeping track of that race to see if he can surpass Ricky Williams. Good fake by Crouch. Comes to the boundary. Still got it. And Jamison brings him down at the 22-yard line. And now they are having success, it seems, Gary, running against the right side of the Aggie defense.
Well, I think the power game that Dan Alexander came out in the second half with, and you may just be right, this defense for A&M has to be wearing down. Going left, they got that wing option game going right there. It's the belly option. You bring the guard around, and then a wide receiver. It's Matt Davison doing a good job blocking, and look at Sean Applegate. Stays right with the quarterback the whole time.
And look who else was blocking, number 12. Fellow by the name of Newcomb. Alexander batters right straight ahead behind the left side of the offensive line. Cornelius Anthony territory.
Mike Hankwitz and A&M use a lot of subs. But this type of game, there's never enough subs. You only have 46 yards in total offense. You don't have enough guys behind you to put in the game. No matter who you put taking this pounding, it's going to eventually wear down.
Newcomb back on the field. They will slot him to the right. Davison is outside of him. And what looks like they could pass out of this formation, but they're going to bring the option instead. And late pitch now, and it's Alexander battling. Fumbled out of bounds, however. Nebraska retains possession as he fumbles out of bounds. Ball was jarred loose inside the 5-yard line here, and Glenn is saying it went in the end zone. It should be coming out, but
it should be a touchback. He fumbled it out of the end zone. If he didn't step out of bounds, it's going to be a touchback.
If the ball was fumbled into the end zone,
it went right through. It went right through the end zone. There's the pitch right there. Let's see if his right foot doesn't step out.
You got it exactly right.
His right foot does not go out. The ball goes beyond the cone. That's a touchback.
And coming out on the 20.
Boy,
what a big play.
Unbelievable. I mean, that's almost a walk-in. And end up, at least the worst it's going to be is first and goal. And Alexander, who had trouble, as Jack Arute talked about, holding onto the football, got out of balance right there and coughed the ball up.
I think we should give Gary Danielson an attaboy for knowing the rules. First down and 10.
Experience.
Never happened to you, though, did it, partner? All right, the Aggies, and they need some offense. Rush 5. Intercepted. Picked off by Ralph Brown. 15, 10. Out of bounds inside the 5. About where they would have been if Alexander hadn't fumbled. He threw it right to Ralph Brown.
I think Jeremy Schlechter, number 56, who's been injured his first game back, put pressure on McCown just as he let the ball go. Let's see if that threw off the pass. Steps into the throw. There you see it. Lets it go pretty cleanly. The receiver never even looked over the ball. It almost hit him in the head. The receiver wasn't ready for it. and that's a gift interception for Nebraska. The receiver and the quarterback not on the same page. Watch this. The ball, he's down there blocking, and he ducks from the football.
Euler and Buckhalter now in the backfield along with Miller. And Crouch walking. Touchdown, Nebraska. Eric's mother watching from the stands here as her son takes it in on the option. Josh Brown adds the extra point. 23-0. So the defense keeps Nebraska in the game, and then in the second half, the offense starts to do its share here in Lincoln.
Belly option to the outside. Same formation they ran the tailback in, and the fullback, Willie Miller, fumbled earlier. Just one stop by the linebacker. If he just hesitates and looks for that fullback, you'll never catch the quarterback on that option. Grant, you know, R.C. Slocum told me that he thinks 50 to 70% of the schools in the country would love to run this offense, but they don't because they don't think they can recruit well enough to get the players to compete with Nebraska. The system and the tradition allows Nebraska to run the option and still get a good enough players to compete.
Well, it was Ralph Brown and Taylor breaking away from this pass by McCown. You watch it beautifully from the end zone. And he threw behind the wide receiver right into Ralph Brown's hands. And the corner takes it back inside the 5-yard line. McCown now struggling. He's 0 for his last 7. 2 of the 7 have been intercepted by Nebraska's defense. And Eric Crouch in the offense made him pay that time.
Brent, it was slightly behind. As you look at A&M's possessions today, slightly behind his right ear. I mean, he let that ball go maybe a bit early, but that's that pass rush that you start to feel with that mental clock in your head.
Out is Johnson again. Fumble! Aggies, though, save it. It is a rough afternoon for Texas A&M. Welcome to Lincoln, Nebraska. The Cornhuskers come alive in the second half, and they're shutting out Texas A&M 23-0. And one stat to keep in mind. In this half, the Aggies have 0 offensive yards. That's as in goose egg. And for the game, they're averaging only 1 yard a play against this Nebraska defense with 4 down linemen. McCown. Diving reception is good that time by Bumgard, who makes a circus catch on a throw from his roommate for 14 yards.
An offense that went earlier this year 9 consecutive quarters without scoring a touchdown has been searching and groping to find a play that'll even work against this Nebraska defense today.
First down and 10. Shotgun. The offensive line of the Aggies holding hands. Toombs. Powerful run. Close to a 10-yard gain. I want to go back on the offensive lineman holding hands because I'm even seeing it around the NFL when you're in a noisy arena, and now Taylor appears to be shaken up, and the Aggies can ill afford to start losing some of their star players. They'll rush out now and tend to him. But what happens when it gets so noisy down there, the tackles especially, can't hear the snap count. So as soon as the guard drops his hand, that's when the tackle knows that it's time to go to work. You can see the guards right and the tackles there. And of course, last week didn't help my buddy Dick Vermeil. They were holding hands, and Javon Curse was still beating everybody.
The technique works, but the advantage goes to the defense because the defensive lineman can now look at the ball, and it takes 2 guys, the offensive guard to react to the ball and then the tackle to react to the guard. So you are a half step behind when that happens.
Gary, when you're down there, is it that hard for a tackle? Now, I can see the wide receivers, but I'm kind of surprised about tackles not here.
Absolutely. You know, there are some quarterbacks, though, like Doug Flutie does not like to go silent count because he feels the defense has too much of an advantage timing it up. And you'll see him even sneak up to the line of scrimmage and yell it out and then back up at the snap. I think that's something a lot of colleges should try to start doing because you're giving the defense a big advantage with that silent count.
Chris Taylor under his own power, and hopefully he'll be able to play here for the rest of the game. We've got 20 seconds left in the third quarter. Nebraska now dominating. And from several standpoints, for Coach Solich, this is his team's most impressive performance of the season. It's a bit of a payback, if you will. Texas A&M pounded Nebraska at home last year. McCown to throw, had good protection. Incomplete. And Ralph Brown all over the wide receiver that time. Get that out of my house,
you
Mr.
bet.
Brown says.
Probably the 6th or 7th deep ball that has been thrown by A&M, trying now desperately to find a cheap touchdown, doing anything, and so far Ralph Brown and Keo Craver have been perfect in the deep coverage.
Aggies have thrown for 57 total yards. They have had 2 interceptions. They've been sacked for 38 yards and losses here today. On 3rd and short, Toombs, hole, closes, still pounding ahead, and that is the Jamar Toombs that we expected to see all season. 12 yards. Toombs for a first down. We've come to the end of the third quarter, and we'll return after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
This is my daddy. He's a Gemini man. He fixes cars. He can fix anything. People like my dad. He says it's because they trust him.
Gemini Automotive Care, only where you see this sign.
Afraid your next get-together will be a flop? Order Chili's Party Platters. Act now, call a Chili's representative, and your guests will flip over party-sized servings of buffalo wings, fajitas, baby back ribs, and more. And pre-party stress now. Order Chili's Party Platters new from Chili's.
Now there's a better way to keep your baby from freezing. Use Xerox Antifreeze. Its patented formula is backed by a 5-year, 100,000-mile money-back guarantee. The temperature never drops below Xerox.
Ponder this. What makes Chili's awesome blossom so awesome? It is chopped, battered, and the rest is top secret because only Chili's has mastered the art of the onion.
Disney presents America's favorite orphan.
My parents are alive and they're coming to get me someday.
A brand new Annie. ABC Sunday, 7/6 Central.
Most compact club cabs just aren't cut out for big loads. So you end up leaving a little cargo behind. Having to lose a little weight. Cutting your fun short. Dodge Dakota, however, is different. With more available payload, towing, and power. Dakota, anything less doesn't cut it. Dakota, now ranked best compact pickup in initial quality by J.D. Power & Associates.
Welcome back to College Coaching Legends. With me are, of course, Barry Switzer and Tom Osborne. Barry, when you were coaching for Oklahoma, what was the hardest part about playing the Huskers?
Well, hearing that Nebraska fight song every year, you know, I hate that song. It just drove me crazy.
The Nokia Husker phone with the fight song ringer, only at Alltel Wireless.
Hello. Well, how are you? No, I'm definitely retired now. But thanks for calling, Jerry. Now, what were we talking about?
This is ABC Sports, home of the Bowl Championship Series.
Oh, the Blackshirts have their own dance car over there.
I'm going to keep out of the women in the program thing. J.R. Redmond wishes he would have.
First down and 10. Short drop, McCown dropped. Craver was covering Dwayne Goins, the wide receiver on that play.
A little unlucky that time for Randy McCown. He threw right. Baumgartner beat his guy cleanly on the left side. And to the right side, a great jam. He had no one to throw the ball to. Sometimes you just got to guess. And when you guess and you throw deep, you're 5 for 20.
Will A&M throw on every down now?
I think they have to. They're still in I formation. And that'll force these guys, 9 of them, right there in the box.
Got it off complete, short of the first down. Now he slips a tackle, and he steps out very close to the first down that time. That was Bethel Johnson. Made a nice run after the catch.
If you're not able to beat bump and run coverage anymore in any level of football, it's almost going into high school football, your offense won't work because they'll just get more and more guys near the line of scrimmage. And today, the corners, Keo Craver and Ralph Brown, have taken the wide receivers out of the Texas A&M passing game and forced them to go deep. Every time they try to throw short, they've been jamming them at the line of scrimmage.
You know, coaches don't want anybody using alibis, but there are 2 teams that I thought were overrated coming into the season. I'm going to tell you why. One of them's Ohio State, and the other is Texas A&M. I'm going to tell you why I thought they were overrated. They lost too many good players, and in some cases, great players. And in A&M's case, one of the finest college football players I ever watched in that win to the NFL. 7 players from last year's team made NFL rosters. Now, I go back to what those coaches were saying back in August and July, and the magazines are coming out, and they're talking their teams up. I understand that. But I got to tell you, in RC's case and in John Cooper's, didn't work. They should have told the truth. We're going to miss these guys a ton.
Just to give you an example that the experts were right and wrong at the same time, they picked A&M to win the Big 12 South Conference, but did not pick one player as a preseason All Big 12 player.
Exactly. And there's the Big 12, how it finished today. Kansas might be a little bit better. You know, folks here in Lincoln were really down about that game. Kansas had a lead on Nebraska in the early going. They might be better than we think. And let's check our standings after this. And, of course, the big one as far as K-State and Nebraska are concerned now will be right here in Lincoln next week. This would knock Texas A&M from any chance to defend its title as the South Division winner. This is Toombs pounding ahead for a first down. Now, the Pac-10. Who will win the Pac-10? Can anybody win it? Let's send you to John Saunders in New York. John?
Brent, we might be able to put together a team at the ABC and win this thing. It's wide open. Arizona, Washington here. Ortiz Jenkins, who's actually played wide receiver a lot this year because he's number 2 of the quarterback ranks, to Marvin Brown, 55 yards, 19-17 now. Washington's lead is down to just 2. Brent.
Hey, John, tell your friends in the studio I want to see the end of the Classic. I want to see Cat Thief win it under Pat Day, a big college football fan. Sack number 6 for Nebraska. You know how the studio, you know, they're just going crazy on me now.
Right now they're looking at what monitor's that on, Brent? Well,
I'm the villain back in New York right now. Horse racing, what's he talking about?
And Steve Warren was the villain on that play inside again as he just did an arm around, came back, and before Randy McCown could get his feet set that time, another sack. His defense that Major Applewhite tore up in the second half looks like they're settled down again.
Well, it makes you think even more of that Texas Longhorn team.
Yeah. They're a good football team, but I think Nebraska, if they win, if they do their job, they get a chance maybe to meet them again.
Second down and 19, and that is far short of the first down. And is that the kind of underneath pass you wanted in the first half?
Yeah, but it's getting a little easier right now. Nebraska now, looking at the scoreboard, is willing to trade a little bit of yardage for time. And you look, you say, hey, it's not as tight a coverage, but you're right. They needed to throw the comebacks, the outs, the quick slants, and not all those deep balls.
1 Heisman Trophy's at stake right now. Joe Hamilton and Georgia Tech have just fallen behind Virginia. I just called that score 38-31. Lots of time left in the ACC in that game. 3rd down and 7. Slot over to the left. Down the sideline, Bumgarner, Crater there, intercepted. Picked it off at the 3-yard line. Keo Craver, the sophomore from Harlingen, Texas. And doesn't a young Texas defensive back love to pick off one thrown by an Aggie?
Can't do it any better than this. Randy McCown comes back, knows he's got bump and run to the outside, free safety in the middle of the field, throws it up. Look at that technique. Inside, he's been able to keep his guy at bay, turns around. When you're in phase, when you're next to him, you can turn around and look for the ball, and he had perfect technique.
All Nebraska. timeout.
I need to run. I need to be strong. I need to be fast. I need to keep going. I need to remember not to set my Budweiser on the back of some truck. I need a doctor. I need to run.
Your webpage should be chaos, man. Static. I'm talking anarchy, old school dancing, the pogo, the windmill. I'm talking about breaking stuff. I'm talking three-legged dogs. I'm talking about, man. I'm talking about crazy CrossFit chicks.
Who designs your website is up to you. Hooking it up and delivering the goods, leave that up to us.
Breaking stuff, man. And of course, you ship everything FedEx.
FedEx, be absolutely sure.
Imagine living life on a grander scale. Imagine tasting water when it's brand new, or being one with nature without going it alone. Introducing Ford Excursion. Discover the ultimate in capability. From Ford Outfitters, offering you the most far-reaching sport utilities on earth. Ford Outfitters, no boundaries.
The world's best golfers clash for season-ending honors. This time, it's for the world. World Golf Championships Sunday on ABC.
So after the fourth interception thrown by Texas A&M, Eric Crouch brings the offense out.
4 interceptions, a fumble, and 2 blocked field goals. You're not going to be Baylor doing that, let alone Nebraska.
Huskers now will go to work on the clock. And they break free with Crouch again, running to the 20-yard line for a first down for Nebraska. So Dan Alexander and Eric Crouch doing a very effective job here of running the ball against the Aggies. That's 18 more yards. He's rushed for 66 yards.
Hard to keep your patience if you're A&M. Game keeps going against you. You're tired of reading your keys. You know it's getting shoved down your face a little bit now. And your offense isn't helping you at all. It's not like Nebraska's going to ease up either.
Buckhalter, now the running back. Play fake. Crouch, a wobbler. Incomplete, intended for his tight end, Aaron Galladay. Let us check in with Jackaroo. Jack.
Brent, what's happening right now has got to be sweet for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Remember last year, the loss to the Texas A&M team started a losing streak that literally knocked them out of any hope for the Big 12 championship. It was those losses and their failure to come from behind and seal the deal in the final minutes of a game that got the team together, and they came up with a new theme for 1999. It's very simple. Relentless all the way to victory.
I'll tell you what the problem is, Jack. No reveille. I'm telling you what, man. That's leaving this Aggie team shorthanded when you can't bring the dog with you. That's unbelievable.
They need more than a dog.
13:06. We'll take a timeout here in Lincoln.
Stuart, can I see you in my office, please?
That kid is sick. Pins and squeakies. Very sick.
Stuart, get in here.
Sure thing, Mr. P.
Stuart, I just opened my Ameritrade account.
Let's light this candle. Let's go to Ameritrade.com. It's easier than falling in love. What do you feel like buying today, Mr. P?
Kmart.
So research it. All this stuff is provided for you free of charge.
No cost.
Yeah, that's synonymous with free.
Looks like a good stock.
Let's buy.
Let's buy 100 shares.
All right, click it in there.
Okay.
How about 500?
100, Stuart.
Feel the excitement? You're about to buy a stock
Okay.
online.
Oh, fabulous. I'm thrilled. What did that cost me?
$8, my man.
$8?
$8. You're riding the wave of the future, my man. I gotta get a soda.
All right.
I'm sorry, Mr. P. I'm having a party on Saturday night if you really want to go.
I'm going to try and get there. Thank
Happy
you, Stuart.
trading.
Thank you.
Rock on.
All right, Stuart.
Call toll-free 1-888-925-0100. Ameritrade. Believe in yourself.
A pile of 100-year-old bricks might look like rubble to some. But I knew what they'd been through. Knew that you could hardly hurt them. And that bricks with a history like that was strong enough to stand again.
Ford F-Series Super Duty. Built Ford tough.
For Jackaroot, Gary Danielson, I'm Brent Musburger. 13:06 remaining here, and the Cornhuskers pitching a shutout at Texas A&M. Working on the clock now. Eric Crouch, the young quarterback from Omaha. The option, keeps it. Drives straight ahead and then breaks free. Midfield. Foot race. One man to beat. Davison couldn't knock him down. But Crouch makes it to the 17-yard line with Jason Webster saving the touchdown. A 63-yard run for Eric Crouch, and no one likes it better than Mom.
That's how you pile up your yard. Turner Gill said it at the beginning of the game. We're going to misdirect early, and then in the second half, we're going to come back and pound on them, and then our option game will be there. Eric Crouch, if you miss him at the line of scrimmage, he's got the speed to make you pay. A&M had a defense outside that time, but the cutback by the quarterback made him pay big time.
14 carries, 129 yards for the quarterback. Buckhalter is his I-back. Buckhalter. Right side again to the 14-yard line. Now, Jack, I've been saying all day, why isn't Reveille here with Texas A&M, my friend?
Well, Brent, right here is where Reveille should be. But since Bob Devaney was the head coach here, one of the things that he did is not allow live mascots. In fact, when Nebraska played Army, they wanted to bring the mule, and he said, hey, no mule comes onto this Memorial Stadium turf. So Reveille's not here. If I can help, maybe. Woof, woof, woof.
That's one of my great memories of college football. Check. Here's the pitch, the Buckhalter. And Buckhalter, well, we do have a Great Dane anyway. Let's go to John Saunders. What's happening to the Great Dane?
Brent, last time you were talking about horses, but surely you'd rather watch the run like this by Ron Dane. Moves to his right, spots the hole, and he's gone. 41 yards in the touchdown, 186 yards in the day, and 135 more yards, and he will pass Ricky Williams, #1 all time. Brent.
Yeah, he's closing in, John. You know, early in the year, I didn't think he had a chance, but now I'm beginning to believe. Here's third down. Crouch again. Slips sideline. First down. First and goal, Nebraska.
It's amazing. You watch a football game, everyone should be getting tired. I mean, the Nebraska offense has been out there as many times. Eric Crouch has taken hits the whole game, but he seems to be going at twice the speed as that A&M defense. The A&M defense now, their defenders have their hands on their hips. They're starting to get tired. You can see it in their eyes. This game was over as soon as Nebraska put that touchdown into the end zone. You look at that, if you're an offense, you get their hands on their hips, you know you got them going the wrong direction.
They stack the eye. Buckhalter is the eye back. Buckhalter, touchdown, Nebraska.
Well, I guess the talk shows are going to give Frank Solich some credit for calling some good plays this week, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Same calls. Early in this football game, the turnovers looked like it was going to be enough. A&M didn't take advantage of it, and from there, it was all over. Second half yardage, Brent, unbelievable, isn't it?
That's 232 yards rushing for Nebraska, Gary.
15 yards. It's hard for me to even talk to that type of... The A&M defense, you have to give them credit for the way they held in there in the first half, but you knew sooner or later the dam was going to break.
Nebraska came in favored by a couple of touchdowns. They were up 30 points. They are breezy here today. And Buckhalter, who has been backing up Dan Alexander as the I-back, just pounds it across for 6 more. Timeout.
Bill gave this to me as a birthday present.
Fire's my life. I fought them. I investigated them.
Hey guys, this is a drill. Come on down.
I'm sick and tired of getting toy fire trucks for Christmas.
I'm Bill Freeze. I'm a fire safety specialist with Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Every 78 seconds, a home catches fire. So the more we research, the safer we can help you make your home, the more lives we save.
At Liberty Mutual, we have hundreds of experts helping you live a safer, more secure life. It's insurance in action.
Did I mention my sprinkler head collection?
What a great matchup! Big Ten rivals, Michigan and Penn State.
It's huge. Penn State's national title hopes are on the line. The party's beginning in Lincoln. They did not want to lose another game to a Texas school. Let me tell you, folks, they were uneasy fans here in Lincoln this week. But not right now.
And they may have a chance, as we talked before, of facing a Texas school again in the Big 12 championship. And
Which
boy,
we played in.
They would love that, wouldn't they?
Absolutely. San Antonio, here comes the kickoff. Johnson. They've defended him well, and they do again short of the 20, but there is a penalty flag thrown. That judge came running into the action and fired the flag. How are the emotions ebb and flow for these fellas who coach these teams, huh? Well, our Burger King play of the day. And let's send you to John Saunders in New York.
Thanks a lot, guys. Time now for the Burger King play of the day. Penn State, the #2 team in the nation, on their heels because Billy Cockrum here tosses it up, tipped by Ron Johnson. Arlen Bruce, great reception inside the 15. It sets up Dan Nystrom, 32 yards for the winning field goal, and #2 Penn State loses.
Well, the Aggies backed up again, and the crowd roaring. Here's a team averaging less than 2 yards a play here this afternoon and being shut out with 10:56.
You know your defense is doing a good job when the 3 leading receivers for A&M, Taylor, the leading receiver, has no catches. Hodge has 1 and Cole 2. 3 catches total for the top 3 receivers.
Yeah, that's something. Pride's defense. Ralph Brown.
What could he possibly be saying is wrong with that last drive? You're always coaching and you're always thinking about the next series, the next game if you're a quarterback.
And I believe McCown's going to use a timeout here. So we'll take a break and come back to Lincoln.
At Burger King, we're always trying to make having your way better.
I love a new chicken club sandwich.
What's up with this?
It's the new chicken club. We're trying to give you the genuine club experience.
But the tasty new chicken club is excitement enough. A new way to satisfy your craving for our tender, juicy chicken sandwich with lettuce, tomato, and hickory smoked bacon for a real taste sensation anytime you want.
Can I buy you something to drink?
Burger King. Have it your way.
Why do I have Aflac insurance on top of my regular health insurance? Because he has his mother's eyes. Because I still have to teach him to whistle. And because Aflac helps cover what other insurance doesn't. If I'm injured, Aflac even provides cash to help pay bills. So why do I have Aflac? Did I mention he has his mother's eyes? Aflac supplemental insurance. Without it, no insurance is complete.
You know what I want.
Yeah, me too.
Don't come back with that one. You know what I want. And don't come back with that one.
I only got the one.
Don't come back with that one.
Where's the next store?
Yuma, 150 miles.
Oh, too bad.
Have you ever been to Yuma?
Pretty good defense, and the most important 5 turnovers for Charlie Mack's defense today. Pretty hard to win any football game when you turn it over 5 times. McCown running for his life. Check in with Jack.
Well, Brent, you know we're getting close to Christmas. Not too early if you're a Nebraska fan. The traditional chapeau, they're available. But here's the one I've got for you and Gary. Right here. Who needs a cheese head?
Yeah, you look like a Cornhusker down there, kid. I'll tell you that. Herbie be proud of you. You're barking and now you're singing. You got 9:45 of Phil coming at you, my friend. Third down now. So we'll take another break here.
What kept me going was the belief in the dream.
For over 2 years at an arm-numbing 9,000 wheel turns a day, Canadian Rick Hansen wheeled himself around the world, raising over $20 million for spinal cord research and rehabilitation.
We wanted to redefine the way people viewed issues of disability.
Through the Rick Hansen Institute, he's continued to raise almost $100 million more.
And I honestly believe that our best work is still to come.
State Farm salutes life heroes because State Farm understands life.
This is a rental car. It's just a car, not even your car. So what's the big difference when you're choosing? Price. You search, get the rates, and what you're really looking for is a great car at a low rate. That's thrifty. Just the things you'd expect from a worldwide car rental company. Things like great cars, great service, airline miles, Blue Chip Express program, the works, and at a low rate. So the next time you need a rental car, call Thrifty. Just what you want, just Thrifty.
Now there's a better way to keep your baby from freezing. Use Xerox Antifreeze. Its patented formula is backed by a 5-year, 100,000-mile money-back guarantee. The temperature never drops below Xerox.
Hey, Jen, we're counting on you.
Last weekend in the Army Reserve, I had to refuel 6 Apache helicopters in 30 minutes. That got me ready to do battle on Monday.
Hey, not too shabby.
As little as 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. Army Reserve.
That's a whole lot of football. You got to go back to 1988 before you can find Texas A&M being shut out. On third down, Toombs, the receiver, and a first down for the Aggies. But the biggest part of this game, the turnovers forced by Nebraska, the 4 interceptions.
Started out early, tipped pass by Julius Jackson. Deep pass right before the end of the half when the free safety came. Receiver and quarterback not on the same page, and then a desperation one when Keo Craver had the great coverage. The secondary for Nebraska has probably played their best game.
2 for Mike Brown, 1 for Craver, 1 for Ralph, and still without a helmet and a penalty flag. Maybe it was ripped off by somebody. And Holding going to bring it back. 9 minutes remain here in Lincoln. And the Cornhuskers are going to start preparing for Kansas State as soon as that clock runs down. The showdown will be right here at Memorial Stadium in Lincoln, Nebraska.
You know, Brent, in a way, you start preparing right now for Kansas State because you're up by so much. You start to show some tendencies that you might want Kansas State to see on film right now. So if you're thinking ahead, you can call some formations or plays that Kansas State will have to practice, and you can take advantage of a big lead like this.
Eric Crouch, who played very well here today. He rushed for 137 yards, passed for another 95, and their rover, Mike Brown, was outstanding, not only with his 2 interceptions, but also his tackling ability back as the rover back. Now facing a first down and 22. Complete. Bumgarner down at the 22-yard line. And Virginia now pouring it on Joe Hamilton and Georgia Tech. And that kind of a loss will hurt Hamilton's Heisman Trophy chances as Ron Dayne moves in on that record now up in the Big Ten.
One thing college football understands now, I think even more than ever, chances of going undefeated, you're almost lucky to go undefeated. nowadays. And that makes teams like Kansas State and Virginia Tech back in the picture, because it's almost like flipping pennies. You got to have 100 of them to make 10 of them come up heads 10 times in a row.
Cowan, pump fake left side, got a man wide open, and Brown was there.
The pass from McCown.
Mike Brown went hard, rolling over from his safety spot that time. An ABC Sports presentation of college football is brought to you by the Ford Motor Company. It's time to wave hello. Ameritrade, believe in yourself. Budweiser, delivered fresh daily from our local brewery near you. And Liberty Mutual Insurance, helping you live a safer, more secure life.
Mike Brown was in there. There he is right there. Mike Brown was in the play because of the pump fake. That allowed him time to get over there.
McCown in trouble. Shaw was coming hard. Brian Shaw, the senior linebacker, number 46 for Coach Mack, closing in, and that is the 7th sack of this game.
Nebraska came into this game with 28 sacks, 7 more, and they're on pace to a normal Nebraska team. Bobby Newcomb can't be too bad. He's in the game right here still on the punt team.
Here's Luckett. And here he is, Newcomb. Dancing, looking for daylight. To the 35-yard line, a 14-yard return for Newcomb, who now has 7 touches, but it was a punt return last week that ignited Nebraska. Losing to Kansas, he slipped the gunner and then broke free for his first of 2 touchdowns. He caught the winning pass from Eric Crouch, and Nebraska rallied to beat Kansas. Jeff Perino checks in at quarterback, so he'll finish this one up. For Nebraska, Eric Crouch's work is done here today. And they will go to work with the fullback, Tyrone Euler. Jackaroo.
It's okay with Jeff Perino if he serves as kind of the mop-up role today, because he says it feeds his football hunger. You got to remember, Brent, that he returned to this Husker squad after 3 knee surgeries and spending the '97 season in the stands as a GA in the press box. So for Perino, this is all about the love of the game, being a Husker football player and calling the shots in a mop-up role.
That is Durango, Colorado. Great Western man. Young man from Durango, now at the helm. Here's the toss. Alexander to the 30-yard line. And, Newcomb today, as far as his touches are concerned, has that, Gary?
Yeah, hasn't got the ball a lot, but I think early in the game, the play calling from Frank Solich gave notice to A&M that they were going to have to account for Bobby Newcomb the whole game. And one of the big plays was not a touch, the fake reverse.
Third and 5. And now Diedrich is in as the I-back, young man from Canada. And he is smacked at the 31. Players like to touch the ball a lot. So we asked Bobby Newcomb, how many times do you need to touch the ball during a Nebraska game? Here's what he said.
I don't think I can give you an exact number, but I'd say however many times it takes to win the game.
That's good enough, Bobby.
Short and to the point. Now, this is not the same type of touches that you can get Peter Warrick. This offense is not designed that way. There still is plays that are going to be run out of the option, but I think they've served notice to Kansas State that Bobby Newcomb's going to be on the field. Brent, interesting as we watch Jeff Perino right here. What do you do if you're Nebraska?
Daybreak.
What do you do if you're Nebraska if Eric Crouch goes down now? The importance of Bobby Newcomb as a wingback has made this offense better. He is really the backup quarterback.
Well, I think Turner Gill and Coach Solich, at least unless they've changed their mind, If it's just a temporary replacement, it'll be Perino. And if they have to go long haul, they've always said that Newcomb would be moved back to quarterback.
But it will change their game. I mean, Nebraska has changed because of Newcomb and his abilities as a flanker. And in a key game against Kansas State, you're in the third quarter or something, Newcomb hasn't even warmed up in pregame, and you put him into quarterback. That'll be a different offense.
There's Perino. He keeps it. Bangs inside the 20-yard line. So he's trying to make an impression on the coaching staff here. Madison making the stop. And you put this in the W column for Nebraska, and they're 4.5 minutes away. Then you realize that this is a team led by Eric Crouch that will be hosting Kansas State here next Saturday in a game that in all likelihood will settle the title.
And Brent, you know, the weather is a nice weather game today for Kansas State. When the weather shifts colder, the advantage goes to Nebraska. They're more of a ground team.
Here's Diedrich, breaks off a tackle. Young man inside the 10-yard line, showing us a little burst. Darren Diedrich out of Scarborough, Ontario. So there we are. Kansas State will come in here at 6-0, remaining games at Nebraska and against Missouri. With this in the W column would make the Cornhuskers 5-1 in their remaining games after Kansas State, Colorado, and then Colorado down there at 4-2, having lost today. So the big one in the Big 12 North next Saturday right here in Lincoln. Tickets are not available.
And there'll be no cakewalk going to play Colorado. Gary Barnett's got that team playing better football.
Diedrich again. So the eye back of the future to the 2-yard line. You know, Diedrich was one of those running backs who was highly recruited by the Michigan program. And when you think of Michigan's need for a backup running back for the A-Train, he's 4 of 21. That little stat courtesy of our spotter, Brian Mobilson, who's very happy that Michigan is back in the hunt for a possible trip to the Rose Bowl. We'll see about that next week. Roger Riley on the numbers over there. Thanks, lads. Bob Goodrich down in the truck, and Drew Esikoff, our director today, doing their usual outstanding job. Second down and goal. Let's see if they get the young man a touchdown. Yes! Airborne! Hello, future.
Looks like he's got some speed, too.
Yes, sir.
Interesting why Frank Solich said he wasn't playing early for this team. Does not have great hands yet catching the pitch. Very interesting. A tailback, an I-back for Nebraska, not playing because of his hands. That's how much you go if you're a coach to think. Takes off at about the 3.5-yard line and jumps right into the end zone.
Yeah, we watched him sparkle out here in practice the other day, and he's a good-looking young'un.
Had a good fourth quarter a week ago against Kansas State. Had a nice run.
Brown adds the extra point. Let me remind you again of 2 good primetime games. If you've got something to do, try to arrange to see one of these, because Tennessee-Miami, folks, is going to be a dandy in the AFC down in Miami. That's going to be one of the battles. And then Dallas-Minnesota, didn't get better than that on Monday night here on ABC, 9 Eastern time. You see if Moss can shake it, turn it loose. And how about our matchup here, Gary?
Well, Brent, we gave him little X's. Let's give them huge X's. Offense and defense is right there. Special teams, I think that was pretty even for both sides. The blocked field goals, good punting, but the intangibles, I think that win by Penn State kind of got the focus of Nebraska into that football game.
I disagree with you on the special teams.
You thought Nebraska controlled it?
Well, 2 blocked field goals.
I said 2 blocked field goals. I thought the punting kept them in the game. But
yeah,
the turnovers
was good.
Yeah,
okay.
The turnovers just destroyed the game.
You're right. You're right. Hey, Gary, we also want to thank a couple of SIDs who do outstanding work. Chris Anderson, of course, here at Nebraska is so helpful. And then Alan Cannon, AC, as we call him down Texas A&M way. He's one of the best in the business, isn't he? And those fellows give us, and in Chris's case, those ladies and gentlemen give us the best of information. And you know, while you were down at Texas A&M watching practice, she picked up the dinner check the other day. So
very good, right?
That's a double bonus.
Nebraska howdy, huh?
Low kickoff. Going to go out of bounds. This will be a penalty. So, time permitting, the thrifty car rental post-game report. And we're about 20 minutes before the top of the hour, so maybe we can hear from John and Terry there. Here's a final that shocks me. Florida 13, Vandy 6. Florida heavily favored, so who knows what's going to happen
Absolutely.
next.
I think everybody who's in the top 10 of the BCS has a shot right now. I mean, who knows who's going to, that Miami, Florida going in there to Virginia Tech. Now the pressure's on the Virginia Tech, and they've never had the spotlight on them in this type of situation. You remember Kansas State last year.
Yeah.
They couldn't close it. They could not close the sale.
You're exactly right. It's well put. Hardeman, the ball carrier. And they jump on him with 2:48. I'm sure that the one thing the Aggie coaching staff would like to do, I don't know if they can, but they would love to avoid a shutout here. See if we've got time here to work our Chevrolet most valuable players of the game in here. We talked about the punter. Gary mentioned him. Shane Leckler for Texas A&M. Usually you're in trouble if your punter's your MVP. Mike Brown for Nebraska. 2 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, 9 tackles, 1 breakup. So what a day for Mike Brown. Incomplete on the 2nd down. And in recognition of their fine effort, Chevrolet will make a $1,000 contribution to each university's general scholarship fund beginning this year. Chevrolet will also donate $1,000 to 2 high schools.
A&M still has that big game Thanksgiving weekend against Texas. Remember, last year Texas kind of spoiled it for A&M, beating them in that game, and Ricky Williams, and now they have a chance to. They're going to have to find some more offense, though. This Texas defense not much worse than this Nebraska defense. Same level type defense.
On 3rd and 9, snaps it off to midfield. So that will give Texas A&M a 1st down after a 17-yard gain. And Leroy Hodge, there's the Aggies' schedule going into Missouri, and then they play Texas. And of course that Texas A&M game will be on ABC, early Friday morning game.
Nebraska's given up 99 points. 35 of them have come in blowouts in the 4th quarter against the backups, and the backups are in right now.
Incomplete. Overthrew Cole.
They're down point for Chris Cole. Incomplete.
Well, 93 consecutive games. And today they had that last one up there with 332 yards rushing. They really started to move the ball on the ground in the 2nd half.
Brent, you have to go back all the way to 1976 to find a Nebraska team that has averaged less yards on the season per game than this version of the Nebraska team. 1976, they did a different style, though. Vince Ferragamo was their quarterback that day.
Vince Ferragamo came from California, transferred. You bet, wound up with the Los Angeles Rams. Hardeman down at the 45 yards. Speaking of the Rams, how about the Detroit Lions back in your hometown against the St. Louis Rams?
I really think it's going to be a tough game for the Rams. It's one of those logical losses, I think, in the NFL. The teams are so even. Excuse me.
Can you imagine that those two teams are division leaders?
How about that's the A game?
Yeah. Better be ready. My friend Vermeil got that team fired back up there, Gary. 3rd down.
Bobby Newcomb, Eric Crouch competed so hard to be the starting quarterback. I think both guys are better off the way it is right now.
McCown going to be sacked again. That's number 8. And that one by Justin Smith. So Texas controlling its destiny at 5-1. Win out, and they will make it to San Antonio, and it's going to come down pretty much to this game here next week. Kansas State's in the same situation as Texas. Win out, and they will go to San Antonio. Final 30 seconds, and the Aggies about to be shut out for the first time since 1988. Leckler booms one, was going for some distance that time, and it broke the plane, and it'll come out, stopping the clock with 12 seconds to go on that 55-yard putt by Shane Leckler.
Nebraska survived 3 turnovers. I think if you'd have told Frank Solich today that he was going to turn the ball 3 turnovers against his defense, he might have been a little bit nervous, but as you say, 300 yards rushing solves a lot of problems. I suspect Nebraska will jump up pretty well in the polls. They still got an opportunity against Kansas State. I think it could get very, very interesting towards the end of this season, and that championship game might help them also an extra game.
So congratulations goes to Frank Solich and the Nebraska Cornhuskers as they wrap up a win over Texas A&M, a team that beat them badly last year. So sweet for Frank and the Cornhuskers now. Our final score, Nebraska 37, Texas A&M nothing. For Jack Arute, Gary Danielson, I'm Brent Musburger. Stay tuned for the Thrifty Car Rental post-game report. ABC Sports is online at ESPN.com, part of the Go Network. So long, everybody.
Without a father in her life, she'll be 53% more likely to attempt suicide. Even if you don't live with your kids, your emotional and financial support gives them a better chance.
I'll be the best friend you ever had.
What do you get when 115 million people watch one show? A phenomenon.
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? With more viewers, more excitement, more prize money than any other network primetime quiz show. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Tomorrow on ABC. Go to your local participating McDonald's for more details on how to play.
You're brand new or 82. We'll help you take good care of you. If you're one in a million or one of a few, wherever you go, whatever you do, you got a plan to feel good when you plan to be blue, 'cause the blues are good for you.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Nebraska.
The blues are good for you.
Video Kingdom can turn your castle into a virtual entertainment kingdom. Sure, video is a big part of VK's magic, but the real magic is in the vast selection of name brand home entertainment equipment and VK's value-added hometown service. Video Kingdom brings your virtual entertainment kingdom alive with TVs, VCRs, camcorders, DVDs, digital satellite systems, and car and home audio. And low price guaranteed. Video Kingdom, very cool.
Take a good look at Dodge Durango. You'll find it has the most available towing of any vehicle in its class, the most cargo room of any vehicle in its class, and it's the only one in its class that offers 8-passenger seating. So while Durango is out doing everything, it's also outdoing everything. Dodge Durango, different.
Where your news comes first, we're NTV.
The Thrifty Car Rental postgame report. The car you want, the service you expect, all at a low rate. Just what you want, just Thrifty. From our New York studios, John Saunders and Terry Bowden. 37-0. I would say Nebraska avenged last year's loss to Texas A&M. What stands out in this one, Nebraska, at the point they lose to Texas, lose that game now, with what's happening above them, Penn State losing, there's a couple other undefeateds that could lose, they might get back in this thing.
Big shakeup. You don't know who's going to be the second best team there because everybody's playing either bad or losing. Florida State clearly number one, but anybody can be number two right now.
And the other thing, Nebraska's running game, that's the thing that's carried them when they've been successful. It looked good again today.
That's right. It looked real good. Of course, making a good move with Bobby Newcomb to the flanker wingback position gives them a lot more versatility on offense.
And the next matchup, Kansas State. That'll be interesting. Kansas State is unbeaten. They will face Nebraska. And today, Kansas State had a bit of a tough match against Colorado. That's Michael Bishop, who almost led them to the championship last year. Jonathan Beasley going 68 yards to Quincy Morgan, who catches it on his fingertips and takes it in for the touchdown. But as I said before, Colorado actually had a chance to come back and win this game late, but the defense of Kansas State held on.
Well, Mike Machetti's a great quarterback, and they are an outstanding passing attack. You know, they have the third best passing attack in the conference, but the number one pass defense in the nation, Kansas State, and they had a great day in pass defense today.
Now, I mentioned that Nebraska and Kansas State next week. Some of you see that game on ABC. Who do you like in this game?
Well, I don't know. You know, it's I really Nebraska is playing better and better. And I used to think Nebraska. Then I thought Kansas State. Today, I think maybe Nebraska's going to be the best.
Yeah, I think today Nebraska played better than either of the two teams. All right, stick around. Back with more of the Thrifty Car Rental post-game report in a moment. Again, Nebraska big winner over Texas A&M.
This is a rental car. It's just a car, not even your car. So what's the big difference when you're choosing? Price. You search, get the rates, and what you're really looking for is a great car at a low rate. That's thrifty. Just the things you'd expect from a worldwide car rental company. Things like great cars, great service, airline miles, Blue Chip Express program, the works, and at a low rate. So the next time you need a rental car, call Thrifty. Just what you want, just thrifty.
Back with more of the Thrifty Car Rental post-game report. Texas, a winner over Oklahoma State. Remember, Texas was the winner over Nebraska. For those of you watching Nebraska, 34-21 in the final there. And with the two losses, but just one in the conference, Texas still with a shot at getting in a BCS bowl.
That's exactly right. Hodges Mitchell, 149 yards. You know, they're forgetting about Ricky Williams. He's doing well. This is two offenses. Texas is going up, while Oklahoma State is going down.
Yeah, Major Applewhite has them running perfectly. 34-21 again, that final. Minnesota against Penn State. And 2 years ago, Penn State was ranked number one. Minnesota came in and lost by only one. The three losses that Minnesota had this year by a total of 11 points to all ranked teams. So perhaps we shouldn't be that surprised by this.
No, you know, those are two teams. Penn State has won a bunch of games this year and really, in a lot of ways, didn't deserve to win. Minnesota's lost 3 games. I'm not sure they deserve to lose that one. They deserve to win this one.
Glenn Mason said after the game, it was about time something went right for him. Virginia Tech and West Virginia, this one was supposed to be easy. They've opened some breathing room right now, but just 19-7.
Well, anytime you put these two teams on the same field in Morgantown for this backyard brawl, you're going to have a battle. In West Virginia, they always feel they can beat Virginia Tech, especially in Morgantown.
Yeah, it would have been tough if that one got away from Virginia Tech, but it looks like they'll pull it out. Back with more in a moment.
This is a rental car. It's just a car, not even your car. So what's the big difference when you're choosing? Price. You search, get the rates, and what you're really looking for is a great car at a low rate. That's thrifty. Just the things you'd expect from a worldwide car rental company. Things like great cars, great service, airline miles, Blue Chip Express program, the works, and at a low rate. So the next time you need a rental car, call Thrifty. Just what you want, just thrifty.
I vow to make you invincible, to make your engines sing, to use the strong, tough synthetic oil, the one that has a super breed of molecules to protect you from cold, heat, dirt, time, the one that'll help keep you from growing old. I will never let you die.
Valvoline SynPower, advanced synthetic technology.
The Thrifty Car Rental postgame report. The car you want, the service you expect, all at a low rate. Just what you want, just thrifty.
Welcome back once again to the Thrifty Car Rental postgame report. John Saunders and Terry Bowden. Those of you just watched Virginia beat Georgia Tech. Well, no, they haven't won the national championship. As a matter of fact, it's just their 5th win of the season, but to their credit, and especially to George Welsh, can make it 13 years in a row with 7 victories if they get the last 2.
Thomas Jones, 165 yards just in the second half, 213 and 2 touchdowns for the day.
45-38, and for Joe Hamilton, you have to wonder now about the Heisman hopes because of that loss. You agree?
I think, with no question, yeah, Joe Hamilton really have a hard time right now. He has to win to get the Heisman, I really believe, although it's not completely out. he was covering up for a defense that was giving him troubles the whole time.
Yeah, if he pulls out another one, maybe he runs in front of Ron Dayne, but not after the loss. Now, earlier here on ABC, we showed you Penn State against Minnesota in our highlights at halftime. And Billy Cockrum, here is again. 49 yards to Thomas Hamner. They went for a two-point conversion. No good. And here's a 23-21 game. Billy Cockrum again just tossing this one up. Hail Mary, deflected by Ron Johnson, caught by Arlen Bruce. And that is going to set it up. And Joe Paterno knew right away. Dan Nystrom, 32-yard field goal. And Minnesota has the victory. And Joe Paterno is looking at his chance for a national championship to go away for Glenn Mason. He knew he had a good team. Again, we shouldn't be surprised that Minnesota pulls this one out.
Minnesota lost three games this year by 11 total points. They deserve to win this game.
All right, Virginia Tech trying to remain unbeaten as well, and in a battle with West Virginia, a team they should roll over 19-7. Just about 4 minutes to go in this one, so they'll pull it out and remain unbeaten and likely move up to number 2.
Much closer game than it looks by the score.
All right, Wisconsin, a game that's finished as well, and Wisconsin gets the win against Purdue. Ron Dayne with a terrific day, and here's the Nebraska score. Those of you who watch that, 37-0 is the final. For Terry Bowden, I'm John Saunders. Thanks for joining us. College football's great, isn't it? See you next week.
What an extraordinary performance.
They won the Stanley Cup. This is the Indianapolis 500. Best final round ever. Touchdown, touchdown. Incredible.
This has been a presentation of ABC Sports, continuing the tradition of excellence.
ABC Tonight, 8/7 Central. Nature will blow its tongue. Pierce Brosnan, Linda Hamilton, the network television premiere. Dante's Peak, ABC Tonight, 8/7 Central.
55 days until the celebration of the century.
Folks, why settle for some teeny-weeny chicken sandwich made by Burger Boys? Take a big old bite of your Colonel's new Triple Crunch. Not one, not two, but 3 crunchy white meat strips. Well, you almost need 3 hands to hold it. Try my new Triple Crunch sandwich. Right now, it's just $1.99. $1.99? I could do that. I'm the Colonel. My new Triple Crunch at KFC. It's just one of 5 new sandwiches.
Welcome back to College Coaching Legends. With me are, of course, Barry Switzer and Tom Osborne. Barry, when you were coaching for Oklahoma, what was the hardest part about playing the Huskers?
Well, hearing that Nebraska fight song every year, you know, I hate that song. It just drove me crazy.
The Nokia Husker phone with the fight song ringer, only at Alltel Wireless.
Hello. Well, how are you? No, I'm definitely retired now. But thanks for calling, Jerry. Now, what were we talking about?
The Nebraska Television Network, NTV. Closed captioning of NTV News is provided by Good Samaritan Health Systems. You're watching NTV News at 6 with Julie Studley and Thad Campbell.
Good evening. Well, when the Huskers started their game today, they had a tough time holding on to the ball.
But even the early turnovers didn't cause them to fumble away the game. Brian Groff joins us live from the sports office with more. Brian?
When you have a good defense, you can overcome all those fumbles and turnovers. It's just exactly what happened today. Randy McCown of Texas A&M, he's throwing for a school record this year, far better than any other Texas A&M team. The thing is, they've never had a rusher past 100 yards, so that's quite the test for the secondary. We'll check out the highlights from Memorial Stadium in Lincoln. Turner Gill looking on. The first play from scrimmage for the Huskers. Newcomb comes around, grabs the pitch, loses the handle on the football. It's a turnover. Texas A&M picks it up. They try to take advantage with the field goal, but Kyle Vanden Bosch gets in there, gets a hand on it, and that's no good. No score. Randy McCown going through the air, picked off by Mike Brown. Mike Brown with 2 interceptions today. He gets a nice return within the 20-yard line. Second quarter now. Aggies pinned deep. Jamar Toombs fumbles the ball away, and there's another turnover. And it's another chance for the Husker offense to get on the board. This time, they do it. Josh Brown with the field goal. It was 6-0 Huskers at the half. Third quarter, Brown added another field goal. Dan Alexander, 6-yard TD run, sidestepping the tacklers, and it's 16-0 Huskers. Late in the third quarter, Alexander fumbled the ball in the back of the Aggie end zone, but one play later, It's Ralph Brown with the interceptions. 4 picks for the Huskers secondary this afternoon. And 1 play later, it's Crouch keeping it on the option. The Huskers roll in this one 37-0. They're now 8-1 on the year and looking pretty good, Thad and Julie. And I can't wait to see this matchup when Kansas State comes to town. A couple more winners to talk about later on in sports, Hastings College and UNK. Now back to you.
Well, we can't wait to see that. Thanks, Brian.
All right.
A van rolled over in downtown Hastings today. The accident created a possible fire hazard, closing part of the roadway for nearly 45 minutes. It happened at the intersection of Lincoln and A Street. Officials say the collision between this car and van was just right to flip the high-centered van over. Battery fluid, transmission fluid, and motor oil then leaked onto the road. Firefighters were called in to clean up the hazard. While they worked, a 2-block stretch of the street was closed to traffic. There were no injuries reported. Hastings police say everyone involved was wearing their seatbelt.
Officials from the Hudson beef plant will be grilled in a federal court. They'll be questioned for their role in the largest beef recall in U.S. history. 25 million pounds of beef was called back after an E. coli outbreak in July of 1997. The lawsuit alleges both Columbus's plant manager and quality control manager lied about the scope of the recall. It also accuses the company of providing false information to the U.S. Agriculture Department. A grand jury indicted Hudson in December. The trial is set to begin on Monday.
Well, sometimes it can be trying to keep company paperwork up to date if we move or change our phone numbers. But in an international crisis, accurate records make a big difference to the National Guard. That's because most reservists have civilian jobs. If a unit is deployed, calls have to go out to get the guards on duty, and wrong numbers cause delays when seconds count. To prevent that, they have mobilization drills to make sure all records are accurate and updated.
It's very important that we do these practices so that if it ever did happen, we would be ready to go. In the world turmoil that's going on right now, more and more National Guard are being involved in active duty events.
In addition to updating records, the unit evaluated loading plans and the housing of troops in Hastings prior to deployment. These exercises are held every 4 years.
Businesses from around central Nebraska were putting up their hair and showing off today. Putting on the glitz featured fashion from more than 100 central Nebraska shops. The show featured stores from the Hilltop Mall as well as towns like Loomis and Minden.
And we just try to have everybody under one roof. We've got Santa Claus, elves, door prizes, businesses, and everybody working together. And actually, my goal is really to have a vision of fellowship where we can not have the competitive spirit, but everybody working together.
Adam says the event takes about 2 months to put together with a lot of help from the store owners. Fortunately, she says, she's been doing it for a while, so that's helped cut down the preparation time.
Well, Thad, it must have taken months to prepare for the next story because I thought everyone in Nebraska was a Husker fan. But after the break, we'll introduce you to a man who may be the biggest Husker hater.
Plus, everyone's excited about the extension of warm weather this fall. Jim Zons takes us to yet another beautiful spot to take advantage of in today's Midwest Notebook. But first, the sunshine continues.
Paul, the warm weather is great, but we could really use some rain.
Sure could, Julie and Thad, but no rain on the immediate horizon, and we'll have more on that in the near future with our weather forecast. Temperatures this evening will be dropping into the 40s by 10 o'clock. Mostly clear skies throughout the evening, a light and variable wind. Even warmer temperatures expected tomorrow. I'll have more in your weekend forecast later on.
NTV, where your news comes first. This is NTV News at 6. With Julie Studley and Thad Campbell, Paul Perkins weather, and Brian Groff with sports.
It's back.
It's juicy, tender, and tangy.
It's back.
McDonald's is bringing it back just for you. The delicious McRib sandwich smothered in sassy barbecue sauce, backed by popular demand. Did somebody say McDonald's? Prices and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
It's back. The McRib Extra Value Meal. Right now, get a McRib, America's favorite fries, and a Dr. Pepper for just $2.99.
With the most up-to-date equipment, Bear Frame and Alignment is your total suspension specialist. They align vehicles of all kinds, from foreign and domestic cars to farm trucks, motorhomes, over-the-road trucks, semi-trailers, goosenecks, and stock trailers. But the service doesn't stop there. Bear Frame also does quality framework, brakes, shocks, and struts. For total suspension work, the best is under the Bear. Bear Frame and Alignment, 1221 Avenue A, Kearney, your Napa Auto Care Center.
You're brand new, or 82. We'll help you take good care of you. If you're one in a million, or one of a few, wherever you go, whatever you do, you got a plan to feel good when you plan to be blue, 'cause the blues are good for you.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Nebraska.
The blues are good for you.
It's me.
For a limited time, get free weekend cellular calls for life. Free weekend calling lasts forever, but the opportunity doesn't. Call or stop by today.
Stock's gone up. You should sell.
Julie, I was out there on this Husker Saturday. It seems like everyone is wearing their red and white.
No kidding. But there are actually some Husker haters in Big Red Country. Can you believe that? Well, at least one. This Nebraskan used to love Cornhusker football, but now he wears a necklace that features a player on a noose. Here's the story of a man who only sees red when he sees Huskers.
Oh, looks like Nebraska lost again. They lost to Texas.
He's the only man probably brave enough to celebrate a Husker loss in the entire state. His name is Richard Butch Bugeater, or otherwise known as the Nebraska Basher.
Used to love Nebraska. Used to root for them all the time.
But you don't love him anymore.
But I don't anymore. There's it.
Until about 1987, this Nebraska lover turned into a Cornhusker hater. Butch really never gave me a clear reason why he hates Nebraska so much, except that...
Because they're overrated.
He says they play nobody.
He says he also hates the Huskers because they recruit out-of-state players.
Yeah, and of course they're the only team in the United States that does that, right? Okay.
Classic Country AM 590 with more of the great country songs that you love.
Rusty Clark is the host of the Cracker Barrel Show. It airs every Saturday morning on AM 590. Rusty says Butch is always the first to call in, and he always has an opinion to share.
Arguing with them.
Do you like to argue?
Oh, yeah. About Nebraska, I do. I don't like to argue, but about Nebraska, I do like to argue. And the Nebraska fans, they won't never admit that Nebraska is wrong. You never hear a Nebraska fan say that Nebraska lost the game. They've always got an excuse. They've got an excuse like, we had to play the coaches too.
Now you'd think that Richard would have death threats the way he talks and acts. He drives around a big red Camaro, complete with the upside-down Husker magnets and Calvin.
They give me a little bit of a bad time, but not real bad. Nobody picks on me really. They make comments, but nobody's ever try to beat me up or anything like that there.
Perhaps it's just luck, or perhaps people know what Richard has gone through. He just lost his longtime girlfriend to cancer. Butch hasn't had the best of health either. 14 years ago, he had one of his lungs removed. So, whenever it gets cold, he has to wear this mask. And when the Huskers play, he can't watch them. The doctors told him, slow things down or he won't be around much longer.
Basically, I go ahead and I tape it, and then I watch it afterwards because I have a bad heart and everything, and I get overly excited because I want Nebraska to lose.
Do people think you're crazy?
Oh yeah, they do when it comes to rooting for Nebraska.
Well, Richard's last name is really not Bugeater. We just changed it for his own safety. Now, for the icing on the cake, Butch says after the Texas win, he installed Longhorns on the front of his car.
That is a brave man.
Very brave man.
Well, it's got to be a little easier to tolerate when you have spring-like weather in November. Paul will be in next to tell us if we can expect the same for the rest of the weekend.
Plus, Butch Bugeater is disappointed today as the Huskers have another chance at the national championship. Brian will have highlights from today's win later in sports.
I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Couldn't
wouldn't change it even if I did. But I know this piece of ground better than anyone. And I decide how to work it. That's independence. Nobody owns me. Who owns you?
Hey there. When you hear KFC, what pops into your mind? I know you got bucket on the brain. Looky here. I also make new chicken sandwiches like your Colonel's Triple Crunch. Not one, not two, but 3 crunchy white meat strips covered in its own special sauce and served on a Pepperidge Farm bun. And right now, try my new Triple Crunch sandwich for just $1.99. At KFC, we do chicken right. In the bucket and now on a bun.
Department store, we offer high-quality photo finishing and a great selection of cameras. Find the perfect gift and create a custom card to send with it. Allen's offers a full-service pharmacy, everything you need for your home, a great line of top-name women's clothing, unique jewelry, designer cosmetics, plus a full men's line, including Husker apparel.
Leverett medium eggs, 4 dozen for $1. Crest toothpaste jumbo size, regularly $3.29, on sale for $1.66.
Allen's Department Store, 1115 West 2nd, Hastings.
Williamson's Interiors in downtown Grand Island is headquarters for all your quality home office needs. Enjoy our large selection of roll-top computer desks, deluxe computer workstations that adapt for different room sizes. Store all your computer equipment out of sight with a personal computer center or computer chest. To make every office complete, add a wall bookcase with coordinating lateral or upright file. Quality solid wood products that will give years of continuous service. Visit the Home Office Center at Williamson's Interiors, downtown Grand Island, open Sunday 1 to 5, late Wednesday.
Welcome back. Paul Perkins, #1 Husker fan and weatherman, joins us now. Paul, we've had some lovely weather lately.
Yes, once again, some warmer than usual temperatures, which is something you really like to see in November. Makes those winter months a lot shorter, and more of those unseasonably warm temperatures are on the way for tomorrow. Could be flirting with some record highs tomorrow in some areas. Here's a look at some of those real nice temperatures for this evening. Here we go. There we go. Temperatures into the 50s and 60s, cooling off rather quickly thanks to the very dry atmosphere. 54 at North Platte, 64 at McCook, some 60s over northern Kansas, but we've cooled off into the 50s into Nebraska, and the atmosphere really cooling down in Ord. Temperature right now at 48, thanks to the dry air and, of course, the lack of sunshine. The sunshine setting ever so earlier. In the Tri-Cities, we've cooled off to 55 at Kearney, 56 at Grand Island, and 60 at Hastings. Some easterly winds in Grand Island are out of the south at Kearney, and they're calm in Hastings. We're just going to call it light and variable. Humidity continues to be very low, 31 to 37%, and barometers very high. In the Tri-Cities this afternoon, we made it up to 70 in both Kearney and Hastings, 69 at Grand Island. Last night's lows in the mid and upper 20s. These daytime temperatures about 15 degrees warmer than what we usually see for daytime highs this time of year. The overnight low is actually a little bit cooler than normal thanks to the dry air, and the atmosphere, of course, losing all its heat rather quickly because of the dry air. Cooled off last night down to 21, 22 at North Platte, and 23 at McCook, right around 30 over northern Kansas at Phillipsburg, but up to 36 at Concordia. So mostly clear skies this evening in Nebraska and Kansas. The satellite photo getting fooled by the coolness of the temperatures. The temperatures cooling off rather quickly, and so the satellite eye not picking up the cloud cover accurately, but we do have some mostly clear skies this evening thanks to just the lack of moisture. You can see a system moving on shore from the southwest. This system will gradually move towards east, but some of the energy from it will start to split to the north, and some of it will split to the south, and once again we're going to be left in a split flow pattern, and that'll leave us once again rain free. An area of high pressure continuing to build into the central part of the country, and as we get underneath that dome of high pressure, temperatures will remain on the warm side. So mostly clear skies expected for tonight. Some warm air continuing to sweep through the region. Trough low pressure setting up shop just to the west of us for tomorrow. In advance of it, or in front of it, we'll see some south and southwest winds, and that'll tap into more of that warm air from the south and west. Forecast for tonight, looking at mostly clear skies. Temperatures cooling off quickly this evening down to 26 at North Platte, 28 over northwest Kansas. Otherwise, we're going to be in the 30s and 40s. A little bit moisture available off towards the southeast, and we'll see only overnight lows in the 40s and low 50s into eastern Kansas. Winds tonight will be on light and variable side for tomorrow. Plenty of sunshine, and a few locations could see near record highs of 75 to 80, especially in the areas where we haven't kept the records for all that long. South and southwest winds at 5 to 15. In the Tri-Cities in central Nebraska, now to 32 tonight with a light and variable wind. Sunshine tomorrow. We should avoid the records. A high tomorrow of 75. Tomorrow, actually one of the warmest days ever in weather history. When we did set some record highs, you'd have to get into the 80s to set a new record. A light southwest wind. Where tomorrow, clear skies down to 41, and a south wind tomorrow night at 5 to 15. 5 to look in the Tri-Cities, staying dry through at least Friday and at least through November 15th, according to the long-term outlook. Highs in the upper 70s on Monday. We could get a record high then. Going back into the upper 60s for Tuesday and Wednesday.
Looks like a beautiful week. Thanks, Paul.
Well, this year is a camper's delight. There aren't too many years when you can still go camping in the middle of November. And our camping expert, Jim Zahns, is loving the extended season. This week he takes us to Palisades Park in South Dakota.
Hi, I'm Jim Zahns. Today we're in southeastern South Dakota, exploring Palisades State Park. Located less than 20 minutes north of Rapid City, South Dakota, off State Highway 115, Palisades State Park is South Dakota's smallest park. But what it lacks in size, it makes up for in beauty. The park's name comes from an old settlement that was once located here in the 1860s. The town disappeared around the turn of the century, and only this old tunnel and a few iron spikes driven into the bedrock serve as reminders of its existence. A number of footpaths and hiking trails will help you uncover a lot of the park's character. The terrain in the park is quite rugged, so you better be prepared. Bring a good pair of hiking boots. Palisades has 36 campsites, as well as a number of cabins to rent. Of course, after you experience the spectacular scenery at Palisades State Park in southeastern South Dakota, you may never want to leave. For Midwest Notebook, I'm Jim Zahns.
For more information, call the South Dakota Visitors Bureau at 1-800-710-CAMP. Camping in the end zone of the Huskers game today.
Sure are. Absolutely. The Blackshirts. What a game for the Blackshirts in just a matter of time before that offense opened up and got in that end zone. We'll talk about the Huskers coming up next in sports. Plus, the stars were bright last Thursday night, and the light shines towards state. We'll talk about a key ingredient of Kearney Catholic's trip through the playoffs.
ABC Sunday.
What's this?
My wedding dress.
I thought you were going to wear my mother's wedding dress.
On an all-new Practice.
This is beautiful. I'm sure they'll take it back.
They've been partners in the courtroom and in the bedroom. But when it comes to forever...
Is this a partnership or do you just dictate everything?
Why don't we pick a neutral out of this? I'd love to. Tell me where's a good spot. Objection!
Maybe we should call this off.
You don't want to get married?
An all-new Practice. ABC Sunday, 10, 9 Central.
Here are some events happening across the Midlands. If you have something you want publicized in our community calendar, send your information to NTV Across the Midlands. Post Office Box 220, Kearney, Nebraska 68848. Once again this year, the home for college football is here on NTV, ABC 6 and 13. And NTV would like to give away a trip for two to this year's Nebraska Bowl game. Sure, we're a little ahead of ourselves, but we want to show our Husker pride. All you have to do is watch NTV. When you see a commercial with this Go Big Red button on it, write down the sponsor, day and time you saw the commercial, plus your name, age, address, and phone number, and send it to NTV. Nebraska Bowl giveaway, P.O. Box 220, Kearney, Nebraska 68848. You must be 21 years or older to enter.
No two Big 12 teams have enjoyed more success this decade than Nebraska and Texas A&M. They lead the conference in overall wins in the 90s, and they both earned one league championship in 2 tries. Nebraska holds a 6-2 advantage in the series, but last year the Aggies snapped the Huskers' 40-game regular season winning streak. The Huskers look to keep their Big 12 title hopes alive with a visit by the Aggies to Memorial Stadium. First play from scrimmage, they weren't starting out too well. Bobby Newcomb drops the pitch, and it's a turnover for the Aggies. Aggies try to take advantage, but Kyle Vandenbosch gets in and breaks up the try for a field goal. Eric Crouch rolls out, looks to the air, and finds the big tight end, Aaron Galladay, and he thunders upfield before he's finally brought down. Josh Brown is brought on for a field goal. Hits the upright. No score still. Randy McCown has been throwing the ball all over the field this year. This time he throws it upfield, and it's intercepted by Mike Brown, one of 2 interceptions for Mike Brown on the afternoon. Aggies try for a field goal. McCown back the pass again. This time he's picked off by Mike Brown again. That's his other interception, 2 on the day. It was 6-0 Huskers at the half. Moving into the third quarter, Dan Alexander sidesteps a few defenders, goes in from 6 yards out, and it's 16-0 Nebraska. Late in the third quarter, Alexander fumbled the ball out of the back of the Aggie end zone, but one play later, Randy McCown is picked off by Ralph Brown. He had a couple interceptions today, gets a nice return, 4 interceptions total, 2 each by each of those in the secondary. One play later, Eric Crouch finds the end zone off the option. Fourth quarter, Corral Buckhalter comes in for another score. It's 30-0, and just for good measure, here's what the mop-up duty players can do, and that doesn't look like too much of a mop-up. Darren Dietrich with another score, and that is your final, 37-0 Nebraska. Second-rated and undefeated Penn State had their hands full with Minnesota. Late in the second quarter, Kevin Thompson hits Brian Johnson for a 17-yard touchdown. It's 14-0 Penn State. Fourth quarter, 20-15 Penn State. Billy Cockrum throws to a wide-open Thomas Hamner for a 49-yard score. They went for 2, but they didn't get it. The Gophers led 21-20. 2 seconds left in the game. Freshman Dan Nystrom boots a 32-yard field goal. Nystrom's the hero as Minnesota upsets second-ranked Penn State 24-23. The UNK football team shares the Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference lead with 2 other schools, but for the Lopers to stay at the head of the pack, they would have to defeat Western State, a squad they've lost to in each of their 4 meetings in their school's history. Could they topple the Mountaineers in try number 5? We'll find out. UNK was down 10-3 at the half. They came back to win it 23-17. Hastings College put up 28 in the first half. They win it by a final of 42-10. Scores from around the Big 12. It was Colorado losing to Kansas State, and Kansas over Baylor, bouncing back from their loss to the Huskers last week. Iowa State falls to Texas Tech. Texas over Oklahoma State, and Oklahoma downs Missouri 37-0. You can fill the Kearney Catholic bus with another tank of gas because the Spikers are headed back to Lincoln for their state tournament. This is the Stars' second trip to the Big Dance in 3 years. The voyage was made possible with Kearney Catholic's win over Wood River last Thursday. In that match, Brooke O'Neill served 10 straight points, and she was at the service line for the point that clinched the state playoff berth.
I was thinking, kill the ball. Just get it over and try to get it in. She had a tough call. Back in February, she tore her ACL, and she had to work hard all summer to get back into it. And she did a good job tonight of running the offense and serving aggressively for us.
And Kearney Catholic will meet Republican Valley Friday afternoon at 12:30 at Pershing Auditorium. A final note, the UNK men's cross-country team qualified for nationals.
All right. Thanks, Brian.
You're welcome.
Well, it's hard to complain about the weather when it's been so nice, but firefighters wouldn't mind if we got a little rain. Paul will be in next to tell us if any's on the way tonight.
Plus, normally we preview a new movie, but today we're going to the theater instead, and you may want to do the same. We'll have more after the break.
The IMAX experience. Be there. Witness the peak of human achievement. Be there. Explore the wonders of seas and oceans. Be there.
Now showing at the Lead IMAX Theater in Hastings, Wolves and Thrill Ride. Be there for the IMAX experience at your IMAX, the Lead IMAX Theater in Hastings. At the Hastings Museum, you may find yourself face to face with a fossil, following the progress of our pioneer forefathers as they settled the West, viewing dozens of animals in their natural settings, revisiting the lifestyles of ages past, or studying the stars at our J.M. McDonald Planetarium. See over 30 of Herb Minery's most popular bronzes in the East Gallery through December 2nd. The Hastings Museum, Hastings, Nebraska.
No matter where you search, you'll only find home improvement right here.
Hallelujah!
Hey, Cork, how about one for the road?
Maybe not.
Why's that?
You look about 125 pounds. Did you know that you are legally intoxicated after just 3 drinks in a 1-hour period? And driving skills can be dangerously impaired with a blood alcohol level of just 0.05? That's just 1 drink for the average woman.
Thanks, Cork. How about a ginger ale?
Cool. And please remember, drugs are a dead end.
This week marks the 10th anniversary since the Berlin Wall came down. Coming up tonight at 10, we'll retrace the historic union of East and West Germany. And Husker legends didn't spend this weekend concentrating solely on the Texas target. Some were shooting for an entirely different reason. Those stories and more coming up tonight at 10. But first, Paul Perkins joins us with a look at the weather planner.
Temperatures this evening dropping off into the 40s by 10 o'clock. Overnight in the Tri-Cities, though, we're going to cool off into the 30s. Overnight low of 32 with some clear skies. Sunshine tomorrow and up to 75. A light southwest wind. Excellent time to wash the car because within the next 9 days, still no chance of rain in the forecast.
Sounds great.
All right.
Thanks, Paul.
Well, high school sports are winding down their season with the playoffs, but some of their peers chose a different activity to complete their fall.
I do this sort of thing for a living on the music halls.
I have thought of that. Perhaps I will someday.
65 Kearney High School students have spent the last 3 months preparing for this weekend. Thursday night kicked off the first performance of My Fair Lady.
It starts in the summer when we plan exactly what we're going to do. And then before Labor Day, we have auditions. And that takes a week. And we usually have over 100 students who audition.
Shoemaker says the musical has been a full-time job for the students over the last week, but it's all worthwhile when they perform in front of nearly 1,000 people.
Oh, we get a lot out of this. We've kind of grown as a family over these last 3 months, and to finally have done a show last night, it was just totally awesome to finally have done something.
The final performance of My Fair Lady kicks off in about an hour. The doors open at 7 and the curtain rises at 7:30 in the Kearney High School auditorium.
Well, it looks like a great production, but if you need a late show, here's a look at the movies playing in the Tri-Cities.
That's all for us. Have a great night until 10.
See you then.
Serving Oxford, we're Nebraska Television and TV.
It's Old Time on location. Here we are in Tim's very own backyard.
It's Storm Watch night!
In shorts tomorrow. We're going to see more record high temperatures probably set tomorrow with highs soaring up into the 80s in some parts of the state.
Yeah, it's very comfortable.
That's right. Let's go ahead now and take a look at your wake-up weather forecast. We're looking for partly cloudy skies with a little bit of patchy fog across the southeast. Temperatures in the low 30s to the low 40s to start the day, then a big warm-up for Monday.
The Husker women like what they drew tonight.
That's right. First round bye in the NCAA tournament. They'll play either Eastern Michigan or Minnesota. They get the winner next Sunday at 1 o'clock, and you're making a mistake if you don't go out and get some tickets to that one because they're an exciting team. 4th-ranked team in the country, and they've only lost once all year.
All right, we're out of time. Have a good night.
Looking for a better way to carry food? Try Pyrex Portables, a unique food carrier system with thermal packs to keep food hot or cold for hours. Pyrex Portables, the way to go.
He's got pride in his heart,
and dirt on his hands, there's one place to find a hard-working man. Ford Country.
It's truck season in Ford Country with the best deals of the year on America's best-selling trucks, like the #1 selling F-150. Now get the power of the Triton V8, plus low 3.9 financing and $750 cash back. An offer this good won't last long. So if you're headed for Ford Country, don't miss truck season at your local Ford dealer.
All right, everybody. If this one doesn't get your toe tapping, check your pulse. You may be dead. Here it is, coming to you in living cola. Refreshing Pepsi Cola. From the wonderful folks who put the in cola. I'll be signing off now, because it's my bedtime. I'll catch you on the flip side.
I like this job.
I'm often asked what makes Jeopardy so popular. Our team of writers and researchers, and of course our amazing contestants, make Jeopardy the phenomenon it is. Hey, it's not just a game, it's Jeopardy!
Jeopardy, weekdays at 5 on 10/11.
It's the Frank Solich Show. The Frank Solich Show is brought to you in part by Adidas, Amoco, Computer Cable Connection, Controlled Comfort, Dodge, Ernie's in Ceresco, Farm Bureau Insurance, and Grubb & Ellis Pacific Realty. With your host, Larry Putney, and Nebraska head football coach, Frank Solich.
The Nebraska offense scored 37, but there is little doubt this game belonged to the Blackshirts. 8 sacks, 11 tackles for losses, and 4 interceptions. 2 of those by All-American candidate Mike Brown. This one coming late in the first half. It helped give the Huskers a 6-0 lead going into the break, and for the first time in more than a decade, Texas A&M is shut out. From the Michael Grace Production Studios, welcome to the Frank Solich Show. Hello, Husker fans. Along with Coach Solich, I'm Larry Putney, and an impressive 37-0 shutout. The Huskers now 8-1 overall. Coach, coming in, your defense was ranked in the top 8 in all 4 major defensive statistical categories, and I would imagine that's just going to improve.
Well, they really had a great day, and there's no question that they've been playing great football throughout the course of the year, and we're really proud of the effort that, of course, they give here in yesterday's game, and certainly with everything they've done on the year. Now they're going to have a couple big tests coming up, but they've rose to the occasion every time they've stepped on the field, and I'm sure they'll do it again.
And we're going to enjoy this win in the next 60 minutes. Senior Rover Mike Brown with one of the best games of his career as the Blackshirts keep the Huskers in the game early. The first half highlights next on the Frank Solich Show. Stay with us.
I remember when we were just starting out. I was running this business out of my basement. No one gave us a chance of making it. We proved more than one person wrong. But our growth presents a whole new set of challenges. Hey, Tom.
It's Bob.
Bob, right. People trust me to make the right decisions every day. That's a lot of responsibility. So when it came time to set up our investments and retirement plans, I called Taggy Rutherford. Together we created a plan to help my business and my people grow.
For investment planning that works, trust Taggy Rutherford. Taggy Rutherford Financial Group.
What's the key to my success? Surround yourself with good people.
At Computer Cable Connection, we make total sense of network system integration. Since 1986, we've grown to become Nebraska's #1 network systems integrator, with over 300 certified technicians, worldwide distribution of 10,000 products from 400 manufacturers, plus in-house custom cable assemblies and CAD documentation. For professionalism you can rely on to bring today's technology to your desktop, doesn't it make sense to go with the total systems integrator?
If you want to play for the Huskers, you have to start early. Up and at 'em! To be a champion, you need to think like they think. Watch the reverse! Watch the reverse! Train like they train. A little help here! Bobby, dinner! Eat what they eat. Training table. And you've got to have the right gear. Take this one game at a time. Cut! Wow, yes! A commitment? You bet it is. But that's the dream. Please say Bobby! Bobby, what about Bobby, you're the man.
Tools give you the power to achieve goals. Financial tools from U.S. Bank are no exception. They make routine jobs go faster. The more you work with them, the more confident you become. For every person, for every financial need, we have a tool. Your needs, our tools. U.S. Bank.
And welcome back to the Frank Solich Show. It's the third meeting of the Aggies and the Huskers since the formation of the Big 12 just 4 years ago. Each team has won one game coming in. Two top 20 teams, number 9 versus number 18, and certainly the pregame festivities fitting for such a big game. Now, Coach, you said this week you felt good about the way the Huskers would play because of the week of practice. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, that's right. Generally speaking, you play as you practice, and we were a little concerned going into the Kansas game, if you recall, that this team generally has been a great practice team. We were a little bit off the money then, but this week we had nothing but great practices, and it showed here on Saturday.
That's not the way you want to start out with the.
No, that was a tough start. Bobby actually had the ball, but I think as he was putting it away, lost it, and but then as you soon see, neither team is doing a very good job of taking care of the ball. They happen to recover theirs and try to go on a flag route here to put it in the end zone, but well covered by Ralph Brown. It forces him into a field goal attempt. We get really good movement by our defensive line up front, and then we're able to get the middle block.
Kyle Vandenbosch.
Yeah, really got up high and gets the block, and consequently neither team is on the board, which is a big relief for us because we gave them great field position.
Kind of a bit of foreshadowing there in that they had great field position but weren't able to do anything with it. It would be that way throughout the afternoon. This is the beginning of a 15-play drive, and it showed you could move the ball on A&M.
Well, we did end up, having some drives here in the first half. We didn't get a great amount of points out of those drives, but it did give you an indication that if you keep at them, that maybe something's going to work.
Then you would come back, freshman Aaron Galladay seeing his first real action of the season, and he had a career-high 2 catches for 29 yards and a nice grab out here in the flat from 24.
Did a good job on it. He's a big fella running down the field with the ball.
6'4", 270?
Yeah. And you know what? He's really athletic. Does a great job in terms of being a receiver, but also is an excellent blocker on the line of scrimmage, and he's going to have some great days ahead for him.
Just a freshman from York, Nebraska. Now Dan Alexander starting to get things going. A gain of 4 coming up by Dan.
Dan really ran hard again. It's certainly a trademark of his. Without question, he's as tough as they come. And, the yards after contact that he gets is really amazing. Now, that also allows for the extra tacklers to come in and guys to try to strip the ball. But yet, we certainly want him going for all the yards that he can get.
Eric Crouch picking up the first down on 3rd and 1 there, and then he comes back and hits Bobby Newcomb on a gain of 12.
Tried a little jailbreak there. Earlier, we tried really what was a shuffle pass to Bobby, and that time the jailbreak works fairly good. You see really good acceleration by him there to make a play out of it.
Then Dan Alexander comes back for a gain of 3 on 2nd and 7, and after the gain by Alexander, it would set up a scoring opportunity for you inside their 5-yard line, but you come away with no points.
Yeah, which that was pretty frustrating, to be honest with you, to drive the length of the field like we did there and then not get anything on the board. There it hits the goalpost, so we're held off the scoreboard. You feel badly for Josh because he's a true freshman thrown in a tough situation, and has really done a good job for us, and he's just going to continue to get better, and we'll have a great career here. There, if I can just throw in Mike Brown, because he had just a tremendous game there. After a great tackle, you see here the interception, and then a super job of running with the ball. So he's really had an outstanding season, and of course today's game was really kind of a highlight.
One more look at Mike Brown, who would later be named the ABC Chevrolet Player of the Game, and for obvious reasons, and we'll get into his numbers a bit later. But Carlos Polk down there throwing some nice blocks too in front of it. In fact, a few people were. That was a return of 17, so now you take over with another chance to put points on the board and another missed opportunity.
Yeah, we come back with a inside run, and it ends up being a deal where their defender looked like he got his hat on the ball, and it pops out, and so again we just hand the thing back to him, and it makes things a little nerve-wracking here in the early part, because if that keeps up, then things are going to it's going to be a tough go for you.
Yeah, 2 missed opportunities already, but the Blackshirts were playing well. In fact, in that first quarter, they hold A&M to just 4 yards of total offense.
Yeah, that really was our saving grace in some ways. Even though we sputtered somewhat in the first quarter, the defense played such great football that we really didn't give up all that much field position, and at times we did drive the ball, which kind of kept us out of bad field position, which was a real key in the first half.
And you see Mike Brown coming up there and supporting on the scramble, and that was a loss of 3, and Deion Booker getting his first start.
Yeah, nice job by Deion there, filling in very, very quickly, and not only did Deion make a nice play there, but Steve Warren had a great pass rush on right there, and Steve had an outstanding game also.
You come back then and go 3 and out, Coach. This is Alexander on the option.
Yeah, we tried to get around the left end there, but they really played off of some blocks very well. Here it's a third and fairly long situation, and we try an under pattern right there to try to get Bobby in the hole, and if that's not open, then we go to a hook, and Eric threw it, but we were just a little behind Bobby, and we're not able to make the completion.
Mike Brown forcing the fumble there. They did recover, and in the first quarter, there were 4 fumbles, 3 turnovers, 1 interception, 1 blocked field goal, 1 missed field goal. Not the way you like to see a ball game played, probably.
Believe me, we felt all of those, too.
I'm sure you did.
Yeah, it was really tough. Neither team was taking great care of the football, and that's probably good, because if we're not taking good care of it, we better be getting some turnovers from them, because if that gets lopsided, you've got problems.
Well, there was no score after the first quarter, and the Huskers squandering a couple of opportunities, but it does get better in the second quarter. Those highlights still to come on the Frank Solich Show. Stay with us.
At Circuit City, we have everything you need for your computer.
From software and hardware, printers, high-speed modems, memory, or you can design your own system.
Right now at Circuit City, you'll get a free printer or scanner after mail-in rebates with any desktop computer and monitor. Plus, you'll get a $400 mail-in rebate when you buy any computer and sign up for 3 years of CompuServe 2000 Premier Internet Service. Our friendly experts can answer any questions you have. Save on your new computer today at Circuit City.
It's me.
For a limited time, get free weekend cellular calls for life. Free weekend calling lasts forever, but the opportunity doesn't. Call or stop by today.
Stock's gone up. You should sell.
When we first started, it was all for fun.
Some people say we're clowns, but it takes practice.
We fill a need. We're like keepers of the faith.
Know a really big Husker fan? Watch News Now at 10 all this week for the 5 biggest Husker fans. Meet the kind of people who paint their lawns red and name their daughters Osborne and Devaney. The people with the fight song doorbells who twice a day face the NU Stadium and pay homage to the spirit of Herbie Husker. The 5 biggest Husker fans on 10/11, your official Husker station.
Saturday, it's go time!
Big things are happening on television.
You heard it here first.
It's The Late Show with David Letterman. The biggest stars.
Oh my God, I love show business.
The biggest surprises.
Check it out. Look at how big this is.
And the biggest comedy.
Big comedy, I say big laughs.
Stay tuned each weeknight for
The Biggest Man on network television.
The Late Show with David Letterman, right after News Now at 10 on 10/11. What if? You'd be surprised at the difference you can make. Remember, it's about kids.
And welcome back. As we said, Texas A&M managing just 4 yards of total offense in that first quarter. Nebraska nearly 100. So with those numbers and still a 0-0 score, that had to concern you a little bit.
Yeah, certainly a major concern. Really, we've at times kind of had a situation where we've kind of really goofed ourselves up more than anything else, and that has happened in a couple games, and we've stopped ourselves more than opponents have stopped us. Now, not saying that we haven't played some great football teams, but if we take care of business, we do fairly well, but at times we've not done that.
Well, Ralph Brown, first with the pass breakup, extending his school record to 45. Then he has the tackle, and McCown comes back here for a gain of 14 in the first down.
Really a nice reception by him there. He really gets high in the air, and Joe Walker's defending here just from behind and knocks it out. Or excuse me, that's Ralph Brown does a great job there. I'm thinking one a little later on where they really complete it, and but here we block another field goal attempt, and so that part of it's good because they've got a great field goal kicker. Yeah. He kicked him a little low in this ball game, which was a big help to us.
And Vandenbosch with his second one. That's your 7th blocked kick, or if people watch the show, they know actually your 8th blocked kick, Coach, because we know you give your credit.
We count them all.
That's right. Yeah. So a total officially of 7 blocked, 8 if you're talking to the coach. You come back now, get the ball, and crouch to Wistrom, and they really did a nice job of shadowing Wistrom a lot today.
Yeah, you know, people are really trying to keep us from getting deep on play-action passes because, you know, in the earlier games, we really hurt people with it, and so, of course, everybody's learned from that a little bit, and they've backed their defensive backs off a little bit, and that was one reason why we were able to run so successfully in the second half.
Yeah. And you see the double wing there. That's something you brought out for this game.
Yeah, we've not used it before. You know, at times we've had a wing set with an eye back in there, but never with the full back, and we were able to run quite a bit of offense out of it, and I think caught him a little bit off guard.
Yeah. Well, nice punt there by Dan Haydenfeld, 43 yards down. Once again by Randy Stella at the 5. And the field position helps. You know, you think it'll help out later. It helps out right away when Mike Brown strips Toombs of the ball.
Yeah, it really, you know, there's another example of Toombs is, you know, large running back, and of course he's fighting for extra yards and he's spinning, and we're able to strip it.
Yeah, one more look is, as you said, trying to get the extra yards, and Mike Brown reaches in there and pulls it out. By the way, Jason Lohr with the fumble recovery there.
Yeah.
As we said, Ralph Brown, 9 tackles, 2 for losses, 2 interceptions, a sack, a pass breakup, 2 forced fumbles. What a game for Mike Brown.
Yeah, you don't get better numbers than that in one game. Some guys don't reach that in a season.
Well, here on 3rd and 5, you shovel to Bobby and you don't get the first, so then Josh Brown gets another try.
Yeah, come back and this time kick it through and you know, get some points on the board, which is kind of a little relieving in terms of getting something out of it anyway.
And at this point, it looked like, you know, it'd come down to a game of maybe field goals.
Well, yeah, it could have, you know, it appeared that way, and right there it looked like we have a chance to pick up another fumble, but they were whistled dead because of illegal motion, so it was not a great break for us, but our defense comes right back and plays very, very strong. Here you see Steve Warren. He's about, you know, 305, 310 pounds, getting all the way to the sideline to make the stop. You know, great play by him. Here you see Steve getting all the way over there, and Carlos really pressuring him also from the inside.
Sideline to sideline player, he's been that way all year. Now, Nebraska coming back, and Eric Crouch finding Sean Applegate for 16.
Yeah, really a nice job by Sean really finding the open spot there, because they really had that pattern fairly well covered, but Sean found an open area to get to, and Eric drilled it in, and we end up with a fairly decent gain off of it.
One more look at it is Sean Applegate gets 16 and a first down.
Yeah. Nice job by Sean running right down the sideline there, too, eluding one tackler.
And staying in bounds. Crouch, no gain here, and so then you would be forced into a punting situation.
Yeah. There we tried an option around the left side, and they really defended it fairly well that time, and so we're forced to punt, and again, Dan does an excellent job of hanging it up high so that we're able to run down there and get underneath it. And of course, you know you can tell who got underneath it there. Randy did a great job, but he's really been very good at that this year.
11 punts down inside the 10-yard line for you this season, so Dan Haydenfeld has done a terrific job in that regard. And now you get the ball right back on Mike Brown's second interception of the game.
Yeah, and then, of course, Mike is really a very gifted runner after he's got the ball in his arms, and very wisely just takes it right up the field, tries not to get too fancy, gets all the positive yards he can get. And Mike, as he dropped, was in really kind of a deep half coverage. It was kind of a trail situation for Keogh there, and a bracket type of situation, and Mike was able to get up over the top and make the interception.
Then Eric Crouch finds Matt Davison, and it's his only catch of the day for Davison, but with this, he passes Irving Fryer on the career receptions list. Davison is now 5th all time.
That's amazing. Yeah. You know, that's great numbers there for him. It's too bad he only got the one reception, but you know, in the second half, we really started running the ball very, very well, and most of those receivers didn't get too many opportunities in the second half.
So the Huskers on top 6-0 at the half. Plenty still to come on the Frank Solich Show. You know, we talk about superstitions and rituals a lot of times in baseball, but when we go hanging with the Huskers, we find out it applies to football as well. Stay with us.
Becoming the best doesn't happen by chance. It takes hard work and consistency. It takes quality people and the right ingredients. But I'm not talking about football. I'm talking about Valentino's Pizza. Since 1957, Valentino's has been making the world's finest pizza. They make pizza the old-fashioned way, and at Valentino's, your satisfaction is guaranteed 100%. Take it from me, your best option is Valentino's.
Valentino's Big Red Special for just $16.99. The best pizza ever made, guaranteed.
It's the beat of a different drummer. Dodge Intrepid. Well-equipped 19950.
I remember the days when service meant something.
I'm Randy Sewell of Controlled Comfort. For home heating and cooling, we know what customer service means.
I remember when people had the experience to get the job done.
Controlled Comfort meets the Lennox quality dealer standards.
I remember when I could rely on a company for years.
Lennox has made quality products for over a century.
I remember when I could get a good haircut.
How about a cap?
Lennox, one less thing to worry about.
As a former Husker linebacker, I know the importance of total coverage. That's why I chose Farm Bureau Insurance to cover my family's needs. Farm Bureau's Golden Estate Plan covers home, auto, and personal liability all in one package. Whether you live in town or on an acreage, it provides complete coverage at a competitive price. So when you can't afford to lose, go with the winner. Call your Farm Bureau agent now and put Golden Estate in your game plan. They'll keep you covered, Nebraska.
Well, when we think about superstitions in sports, baseball is the first thing that comes to mind. But believe it or not, several Huskers have some pregame superstitions, as well as rituals they go through before the game. And we'll check them out as we go hanging with the Huskers.
What I like to do is, right before a game, normally I just take this eye black, I just paint it all around my face like this, all up and down, all around here. Because I first started just putting lines, and then I started to just like have arrows, and then I started changing it around and put it in the middle. Then I just started coloring my entire face in general. So at least just black, and even my eyelids, I have an eyelid all black, but again, I just do it because I think it's just an intimidation factor, and I just do it for fun.
Every day before a game, I like to wear my red shirt. I've been wearing it in practice, I wear it in games. Y'all know I always leave the sleeves hanging out. Just one of my little things I got going. It ain't really no big deal, but it's just one of the things that I like to do when I get ready for a game.
This is kind of a kicker ritual. We do this every Thursday. Come and eat Chinese food. Always order the same thing. I always have chicken fried rice, a couple glasses of tea, absolutely no pop.
We kind of been slacking the last couple weeks, so everybody knows what happened at Texas last week down in Lawrence. Had a rough week, so back to the food Thursday nights, looking for a little extra juice to get stuff rolling here this weekend.
I just don't want to miss any more field goals.
You gotta have a fresh shaved head.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Freshly shaved.
Every Friday night in the hotel, you gotta cut your hair.
I do mine tonight. I'm finna do mine in a minute.
Yeah, see me, I do mine every Friday night when we're in the hotel. About 10 o'clock or whenever bed check is, I do my hair. I gotta cut it all off. That's the only time I cut it during the season is on Fridays or, right before a game.
Well, before every game, not necessarily a superstition, but just a way to get my mind right, way to make sure, I'm just in the right, make sure I get my focus before the game. I like to go and look, and I've written down about 13 verses that I go over every week, and about 10 or 12 questions here I ask myself before every game. And, just to help myself focus, help get my right frame of mind, make sure, I'm playing for the right person on this game. But one of my favorite verses that I read for the game is 2 Corinthians 4, 7 through 12. And but we have this treasure in jars of clay to show that all surpassing power is from God and not from us. We are hard pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not despaired, persecuted, but not abandoned, struck down, but not destroyed. We always carry around in our body the death of Jesus so that the life of Jesus may be revealed in our body. And I just like to read that because, it says we're pressed on every side but not crushed, perplexed but not despair, persecuted but not abandoned. It's a lot of times in a game when you start feeling down or things don't go your way, you feel like, you're being crushed or you're really confused. But, right here in the Bible, it shows me that, even though these things happen to you, you're not down, you're not out, you keep on going. That helps me get through a game whenever I get into a bad situation.
See, the horseshoe, that's just a little part of tradition. We feel that, all the players that's played here, they got players who's passed away and stuff like that. Those are their souls, and they'll always be with us, and it's always good luck. Every time we come through the tunnel, I'm talking about we getting ready for the game and stuff like that. We jumping around, and we jump up and we hit the horseshoe, and then we ready to go.
Did you know about all those traditions and rituals?
Some of them. Yeah,
what about the kickers?
Not all of them. I didn't know about the kickers at all, but it's amazing how that works for those guys. Some of it's in fun, but a lot of it's very serious for those guys. There is no question that they'll do the same thing in a routine.
Absolutely. Still to come, the second half highlights, and this is when we begin to have some fun. Big Dan begins the second half like a bulldozer. Alexander putting up 103 rushing yards in the third. And the Big Red begins to blow it open. Those highlights coming up.
Sir, may I take your car? I need your keys so I can drive your car.
He was all wrong for you. I think I was a freak.
Today, stop by any participating Amoco and register to win Husker football tickets. See store for details. No purchase necessary.
The Nebraska Orthopedic and Sports Medicine physicians are committed to giving patients the finest in orthopedic care. Athletes at the University of Nebraska have been under their care for over 24 years. The staff of 8 physicians have years of surgical experience to get you back on the field of competition or merely back to enjoying your evening walks. Nebraska Orthopedic and Sports Medicine, proud to be your Husker team physicians.
Make Meadow Gold